Alright. Sorry about that, guys. The first part of this video cut out, so I'm going to have to start it over. I wanted to watch the meeting with Trump and all these leaders in Tokyo, Japan, and this signing agreement. And then I think I'm probably going to do some video show for a bit. I want to see what they had to say about this. It was apparently freezing and stopping and starting, and it was having a bunch of issues, so I had to restart it, and I was trying to get the Elgato set up so I could get it ready for that, and so let me see if I can find that again. Hopefully it won't do it this time. It hasn't been doing that to me lately. It just started again. I don't know why. But let me see if I can find it. What the fuck? Oh, wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. Let's see. So I had to make a part 2 to this because I ran out of space. Let me see. Okay, so Trump just arrived in South Korea. He's going to South Korea now. He was in Japan. He was in China, now he's in Japan, now he's in South Korea. Let me see. This was live. Here it is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wow, this room really is full. Thank you. Thank you. Wow, this room really is full. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and a very warm welcome on this truly very special occasion. This is, in so many ways, a celebration of the United States and Japan alliance. And the power and the potential of that partnership is sitting in this room. We added up the market cap, and it's over $8 trillion is sitting in this room. And around these tables, we have the very best American and Japanese economic might. And it is your company's innovation, your expertise and vision harnessed by President Trump that is taking our remarkable partnership to new heights. It was an honor to be part of 2 of the president's election campaigns. And it's to be able to witness during those his tireless energy and his love of country. And it is a privilege of a lifetime to serve him and the American people at such a significant moment. Since Inauguration Day this year, the President has shown once again that he is the greatest deal maker, he is the greatest peacemaker, and he is the world's greatest leader. And it is my deep honor to welcome to the stage the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you. That was wasn't that a nice introduction? Wow. I want to use that elsewhere on occasion. And you know what? Sit down. You're just all happy because the stock market hit an all-time high today, which it did. You made a lot of money. You're making a lot of money. But I congratulate you. It really is. It's an amazing room of people, tremendously successful, great businessmen, beyond business, really. Most of you are really beyond business, so it's an honor to be with you. We had a long day, a long couple of days. We were in Malaysia. We're celebrating a great end to a war that could have happened. It was a big deal. I won't bore you with the facts, but we ended 8 wars in 8 months, and I think there's another one coming. I thought the one coming was a lot easier than the Middle East. We did great with the Middle East, but with Russia, I thought that was going to be an easy one, Ukraine and Russia, because of the relationship with President Putin. But that didn't work out too well so far, but it will. We'll get it done too, but it'll be that'll be number 9. I think that's just about it. If anyone starts, I think generally speaking, I'll end it. Otherwise, a lot of people die, and we don't like that. But I want to thank our outstanding ambassador, George Glass, who you just heard from. Thank you, George. And his wife, Mary. Mary, thank you very much. Great job. This is such a great group of people that you put together. I'll be meeting with President Xi the day after tomorrow. I'm going to a wonderful place where I think a lot of you may be going. We're going to be meeting tomorrow at a very fantastic meeting. Who's going tomorrow? Is anybody going that I know in this room? I think a lot. Tim, are you going? Maybe? You're not. You mean you came here for this? And you're just going back just like that? Huh? So we'll be going to South Korea, and then on the following day, a meeting with President Xi, as you probably heard. I'd be surprised if anybody didn't hear. That's a big meeting, and I think it's going to work out very well, actually. I think it's going to be great for everybody. But I also want to recognize people that have been doing a fantastic job. Our cabinet, we have a lot of members here tonight. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Where are you, Marco? Stand up, Marco. Thank you. Great job. Doing a great job. They're all doing a great job. Secretary of War. You know, it used to be Secretary of Defense, Secretary of War. Pete Hexler. Thank you, Pete. You know, we used to be Secretary of War. It used to be the Department of War. And then we became politically correct. We won World War I, we won World War II, we won everything in between and everything in front of it. And then we'd win wars, but we'd leave after we won. We'd go into wars that we shouldn't have been in, but then we'd just leave. We'd bomb the hell out of somebody and we'd leave. And I said, you know what do you think of that idea? Pete said, I like it. And he said, boy, that didn't take long. Right, Pete? But he's doing a great job. He's doing a great job on the border, too. You see what's happening. And we had drugs coming in, a lot of them coming in by sea. There aren't too many coming in by sea anymore. They've decided to take a pass. I don't know if you've seen what's happening, but it's really been amazing what's been happening in terms of our border. We have a border that's totally closed. We used to have a border that was totally open. We took in 25 million people. Many of them should never have been there. And they came from prisons, jails. They came from mental institutions, insane asylums. Some people say, how come you mention both? I say, well, the insane asylum is a mental institution on steroids, and it's beyond the mental institution. But we took them both. And we took drug dealers, we took everybody. What a disgrace. What a disgraceful job they did, the previous administration. And I wouldn't normally say that, but what they did to our country was incredible. And now, you know, we had a country, it was a dead country. Everybody, so many of the leaders that I've met, King of Saudi Arabia told me, they all said essentially, we thought your country was dead. 1 year ago, thought your country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world, like by far. I mean, we have some leaders here, so I don't want to insult anybody, but we have the hottest country in the world. So I just want to thank some of these people. Scott Bessent, you're doing a great job, Secretary of Treasury. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. Great. How good is he on television? You know, he soothes the markets. I don't soothe the market. I sometimes disturb the markets. He soothes the markets. He goes, I said, Scott, go in and clean it all up for me, Scott. And he goes in, bop, 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 bop. Mm-hmm. And he's really terrific. He's done a great job. And I'm thinking about him for the Fed. See, now the camera's going, breaking news, but he won't take the job. He likes being Treasury. So we're not thinking about him really, oh yeah. But we're very proud of the job you're doing. Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Howard. We just said, I guess it's about 518 billion in the other room. We were a little bit short of 500, and then we had a couple of people that just announced, including Toyota, 10 billion, going to open new car plants throughout the United States, a lot of them, and it's great because of the tariffs and because of the November 5th election, I think both. But the tariffs have been tremendously helpful in terms of national security, the national security for our country, and a lot of the wars that I stopped were because of tariffs, and frankly, I did a great service to the world but because of tariffs, because of trade. If you look at India and Pakistan, they were going at it. 7 planes were shot down. 7 brand new, beautiful planes were shot down, and they were going at it, 2 big nuclear powers. And I said to Prime Minister Modi, and I said to the Prime Minister, a very nice man, a very good man, and the Field Marshal over in Pakistan, I said, look, we're not going to do any trade if you're going to be fighting. No, one thing has nothing to do with the other. I said, it has a lot to do with the other 2 nuclear powers. We get that nuclear dust all over the place. All of you are affected, right? And we said, no, we're not doing any deals if you're going to fight. And within about 24 hours, that was the end of that. It was amazing, actually. And we've done numerous like that. I would say trade is responsible for 70% of the fact that we didn't have wars by using our heads, because they want to trade with the United States, but I said, we're not going to trade if you're going to go to war. And it's amazing how quickly they were able to make deals. And they would have been fighting for 10 years, killing millions of people, numerous of them. So we're very happy about that. But I also want to say that U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer's, like, he's really fit. Where is he? He leaves everybody happy. Because everybody, they have such confidence in him. Even the other side. I mean, you have to have both sides have confidence, especially when it comes to trade between countries. But Jameson, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And we had a phenomenal day here in Japan with a momentous trade deal. We made a big, beautiful trade deal for both countries. In fact, to the best of my knowledge, I think Japan also had their best stock market day ever. So your new prime minister is doing very well. First woman prime minister. And I said, you already hit the highest stock price you've ever hit. So she's very happy. And we spent the whole day together. It was beautiful. And she's great. We went out to the USS George Washington, the SS George Washington. It was really great. The sailors and a lot of others, we had a lot of people, a lot of military people were there, but boy, that was some scene. It was incredible. You wouldn't believe that a ship could hold that many people. But I just want to say that she is a delight, and I think she's going to be a great prime minister. I really do. I got to know her pretty well in a short period of time. She was a very good friend and ally of Shinzo Abe, who is a friend of mine, one of my best friends in terms of this world, the world of nations. And he was a great man, and he got, unfortunately, what happened to him was sad, very sad. But he was a great leader, and we miss him very much. But a fantastic tribute to the U.S.-Japanese alliance aboard that ship today, think of it, USS George Washington. It's the only ship that just doesn't come back to the United States. It stays here. It's very proud. This is our largest military contingent, Pete, I think like 66,000 soldiers, Navy and others. So this was a fantastic day. The level of excitement and enthusiasm, it's so easy. People say, how do you speak in front of that many people and enjoy it? When you have so much love, there's such love. There was such love on that ship. It's really easy to do. They don't understand that. It's easy to do. But tonight I'm more confident than ever that the friendship between the United States and Japan is strong as it can be, and it's thriving, it's prosperous, and it will soon be, I think, greater than ever before. And we had 4 great years. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country, but we're blowing it away this time. To be honest with you, we're blowing it. We had 4 great years. As you know, we had the 1-year deduction. I thought that 1-year little deduction, like you can deduct every single thing, and nobody ever thought that was possible. That beats 38 years, right? But now we did it for a period of 10 years instead of a period of 1 year. It's much stronger. And you can deduct structures, and for the people, you have no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. Think of it, no tax on overtime for your workers, and it really covers everything. The great big beautiful bill. We got everything done. I said, let's get it all done. A lot of people want to do it in little small pieces, like 9 of them, 12 of them. I said, put it all into one bill, and if we get it done, we're done for 4 years. We don't need anything more from Congress in terms of that, right, Scott? We got it all done. It was a little risky, but because if we didn't get it done, I don't know, who knows what would happen with these radical left lunatics that we have to deal with. But we got it all done, and now we're set, and you're set. The investment in this country is set. You have all that you want. The people in this room are the living embodiment of the U.S.-Japanese economic partnership that together we're taking to even greater heights. It will, I think, never be like it is now, but it'll get even better if that's possible. I especially want to thank Japanese company SoftBank. I think Masa is here. Where's Masa? I played golf with this guy last week. He sank every putt, every putt. We played with Bryson DeChambeau. We had a great match, and the great Gary Player. Gary Player's 90 years old, and he shot 70. Is that right? That's right. We won the tournament. We had 36 teams, and we won the tournament. And we didn't cheat either. You know, a lot of those teams cheated because I know how they play, and they did not shoot those scores. But I think we got, well, it helped to have Bryson hitting a ball 400 yards. You know, it's always nice to have. I said, I'll take Bryson on our team. But we had a great time, and you played great, and you putted very well, and I appreciate it, because I now have an extra trophy on my desk, and I like that. Yes, please. That's right. 4 eagles. We made 4 eagles. And, no, I seriously mean, every time you stood over a putt, I'm not saying it's going to happen every time, but it happened this time. And he's bing, and we didn't have to putt because we're playing best ball, so we didn't have to putt. So thank you very much, Masa. That's better than all the deals you made. That made him feel better than all the deals he's made. Thank you. Great to be here. We'll do it again. But I also want to thank Toyota for that great, it's not a contribution, it's an investment. We're having investments in our country greater than ever before, greater than any country has ever had, actually. We'll talk about that. And I also want to thank the people from Carrier here someplace. Where's Carrier? They were here. Just thank you very much. They made a big contribution also to the White House fund. We're redoing lots of things in the White House. We're bringing it up to the way it should be. And you probably heard, I don't know if anybody heard about, we're building a little ballroom over there. People are loving it. Now they're loving it. It took them a little while to understand what was going on, but now we actually got an editorial from the Washington Post and from the New York Times saying, you got to build that ballroom. I couldn't believe it when that happened. Look, they're back there right now. They can't believe I'm saying good things about it. But it's been great. But I want to thank Carrier. They make great air conditioning, heating, and things, and they were very generous. It's really fantastic what they did. And with the help of many of you here tonight, almost all of you, the only people that haven't done anything snuck into the room, because I think you're all here because of what you've done. And so if there's anybody that hasn't done anything, please raise your hand and we'll throw you the hell out of here, okay? But Japan is already America's 6th largest trading partner, and I think as of today, that's gone up probably 2 notches, and the #1 source of foreign direct investment. And so they're very happy because, you know, as goes our market, so many countries, they invest in the United States, but we've never had anything quite like what's happening. And I think it's going to get better. I can say it now. So we have over $17 trillion of investment in 8 months. And I think by the time we go to the 12-month period, we'll have over 20 or $21 trillion invested or to be invested. Very importantly, I mean, money's coming in, and a lot of it's commitments that are incredible. Tim Cook is doing, I think, like $600 or $650 billion, right? Think of it. You've done more than the entire group here. We raised $518 billion, and there's one man sitting here at $650. But good, and everything is they're treating you great, right? We give them fast permits. We give everybody fast permits. No more waiting 20 years before you get rejected. you know, that used to have a process. I know a couple of people, they started a process when they were young men. Now they're old men and they got rejected. Can you imagine? They devoted their whole life to getting a couple of permits. One of the things I did that's really helping AI because of the massive amount of electricity that they need is I said, you build your own power plant if you'd like. So far everybody said, we like. But at first they weren't doing it. I said, I wonder why. Because they didn't believe me. They didn't believe they were actually getting this. You know, we have a grid that's like, a lot of grids, it's old. And nobody ever said that we're going to be, you know, doubling. You have to double or triple the amount of electricity that we currently have. As an example, in the United States, you have to triple it, but double it at a minimum, but really triple it in order to take care of just AI. Can you believe this? More than double what we have currently. So for all of that, we have to more than double it. And I said, well, that's not, you know, something you can do from the grid. I mean, how would you do that? You have an old grid, and it's doing okay. We're fixing it, but you can't do that. And I came up with the idea that you're building a plant. You're spending $50 billion to build a plant. I said, you can build your own electric generating sources. And honestly, some of the people in this room, they're building electric generators that are so far beyond anything that's ever been built before. They're using all different types of fuel. They're using nuclear, they're using oil and gas, they're using coal as a backup. Coal is a great backup. If something happens, you can put it aside, and if you ever need it, you can use it. But it's a great thing. And we're getting you very fast approvals. Lee Zeldin's doing a fantastic job. We're giving you fast approvals. You don't have to wait, you know, 9 years. You're waiting a matter of weeks, literally a matter of weeks. You're coming in with the best engineers in the world. You know what you're doing. And so as you build your plant, you're sort of in the utility business, like Con Edison in New York. You're building your own electric, and you can build it as much as you want. And if you have any left over, you sell it into the grid. So our grid picks up a lot of electric without really us doing anything. You talk about private sector, that's the ultimate, but everybody loves it. And they're coming, honestly, I mean, somebody that understands that better than information, which is what the other part makes. You're going to make a lot of money with information, and but somebody that really does understand the generation of electricity, the kind of plants that are being built are unbelievable. They're far beyond anything being built in terms of your regular utility companies, which, you know, it's sort of an older business. So I congratulate you, but the beauty is that you start building immediately. Tim, you don't have to wait, you know, well, if we went by the grid 10, 12, 15 years, but the permits are fast, and you open as soon as you have your plants or your combination of plants. Some are building it on top, some are building it to the side, some are building separate buildings, some are building in one building. And I love the idea, but literally it took them a while to really, they thought I was kidding. It was so good. They said, no, he's kidding. I said, I'm not kidding. That's why we're leading China, we're leading everybody in this race. So we're with you all the way, and I hope everyone's going to do great and make a tremendous amount of money and create a lot of jobs. Under the historic trade deal with the Prime Minister that is signed today, and private sector agreements that were signed moments ago, we'll be increasing our commerce very, very much further. Japan's going to be investing $550 billion into the United States, and it's an amazing thing, and they're happy, and they're gonna love it. It's going to be really good. It's going to be great for everybody. We're building up an allied industrial base, and you know, one of the things that makes me so happy is they'll be taking some of our product. Japan is I don't think I'm saying anything that's very secret. They've been typically slightly closed as a country. It was not easy to come in, but they're taking some of our cars and a lot of our different thing, rice, which is actually a big deal because, as you know, they wouldn't do that. And they're taking corn, and they're taking the Ford 150 right here, the big thing, some of our cars. So it's really a great thing. It's going to be great for them. It's going to be great for everybody. But we're doing semiconductors together, critical minerals, shipbuilding. We're starting shipbuilding together. And they're doing pretty well with shipbuilding. They're number 3. They're going to be coming over to the United States and building ships in some of the yards. We have some great yards. You know, the United States was number 1 during World War II, number 1 in the world in shipbuilding by far. We would produce a ship a day. Can you believe it? A ship a day. You know, freighters and this and that, but some big ones too, some great warships. And we just let that, our leadership, the person standing right where I am numerous years ago, a number of them, they just let it slip. And so we're going to be very heavy into the shipbuilding in a very pretty short period of time. It takes a while to get that one going, but to think that we were number 1 in the world, and now we're, you know, we basically don't make very many ships anymore. We do beautiful Coast Guard cutters, we do beautiful smaller ships like destroyers, etc. But we don't, essentially, we don't really do what we should be doing, and we will be doing that pretty soon. But the deals will create jobs and opportunity, wealth, tremendous wealth and security for both sides and for both sides of the Pacific, and make our cherished bond between the two countries even better. And we've got so many wonderful deals, but this is one that people have been very, very interested in. They really waited for this day, and I found it to be an amazing day. Not an easy day. I think we've gone to about 9 stops. You think Biden could have done this? I don't think so. You think so? I've been walking back and forth. Sir, we're going over here. It's just a quarter of a mile. Walking would be fine, sir. Oh, thanks a lot. You know. But we had a lot of stops today, from early in the morning until now. But this is one that I was thrilled, because I see the list of people. This is really a who's who, this list. I was reading it. I don't get that impressed with things. I'd say, wow, that's really pretty amazing. But I'm thrilled that so many Japanese investors recognize that people from all over the planet are now discovering that the United States is hot, and it's also a place where you can really do business. Getting the approvals is so great. You know, in my first term, we had an LNG plant, 2 of them. They were under approval. One was 14 years and one was 16 years. And actually, one of them was a big Japanese investor group, and they couldn't get their approvals. It was never going to happen. I come in, I didn't know anything about it, but I came in, I heard about it. And so they were 14 years, I think, and 16 years, and they were just about, they gave up, essentially. And I got one done in one day, and the other one, it took me, I didn't do as well. It took me 3 days to get it done, and they were under construction in less than a week. And they're up now, and they're doing phenomenally well. You know, I'm in Louisiana, actually, 2 of them right on the coast. And people say, how do you do that? I said, I have no idea, but I get things done. There's no better place on earth to invest and grow your business than the United States, and a lot of the environmental nonsense. And I'm a big environmentalist in a sense. Like, I want clean air, I want clean water. But we're going to make it great for our workers and our economy. We're not going to take, honestly, when I say 5 years, much longer than 5 years to do things. I actually said to some of our people, I said, look, you have, on big plants, you have 2 weeks on oil and gas to get the approvals. And if you go nuclear, 3 weeks for nuclear. You know, nuclear with Westinghouse is here, they've done great. They've really, they had a difficult problem a few years ago. They have become very hot, Westinghouse. And they're doing a lot of work in the United States. We're doing a lot of nuclear now. Nuclear now is safe and it's inexpensive. It's great energy now. I was with nuclear, but I didn't love certain aspects of it. Today is so different, and it really is a safe, great way to go. A lot of people are going that way. But 1 year ago, the United States was really, you'd never get your permits. You'd wait years and years and years. And honestly, if you had another, like Kamala, I don't know where the hell she came from, but if you had Kamala, I was right. Against Biden, I went up by 29 points. All of a sudden, they take him out. It's like a fighter. He's losing the fight. They replace him in the middle of the fight. They gave me a new one. They gave me Kamala. I went from Joe to Kamala. But if she got in, I don't think there'd be nobody in this room. You wouldn't be doing anything. You'd be elsewhere doing things. And wouldn't be the same. But you have a great partner now in the United States getting you started, and you will have everything done very, very quickly. Record time, as fast as, I think, much faster than maybe any other country, other than China. Because in China, you have a good system also. You have a system where President Xi can approve it immediately. So that's even faster. He doesn't have to wait 2 weeks. I have to wait 2 weeks. But you do go quickly there, but we have a lot of advantages, as you know. Since the election, we've secured all of that money coming in, and we have a lot more money coming in. And again, I mentioned SoftBank, but JERA, JCB, Toyota, Mitsubishi, Hitachi, Honda, they're all coming into this. We have a lot of car plants opening up because of tariffs. They don't want to pay tariffs, and they come and frankly, Japan is sponsoring many of them because that way you don't have to pay the tariffs. Without the tariffs, I mean, tariffs are about national security, and we're making a lot of money. We're going to start paying down debt very soon. We have a lot of debt because honestly, we didn't know what the hell we were doing as a country. GDP growth in the second quarter was an amazing almost 4%. Nobody thought. They thought it was going to be 2%. They had no idea. Just announced 4%, almost 4%. And in the next quarter, I don't know, I think it can go much higher. I think when we kick in, when these plants start to open, we're building many of them. And a lot of them are car plants, but you know, you keep hearing about the AI, and that's obviously the biggest thing right now. And nobody's doing like but we have a lot of other plants coming in, but a lot of car plants are coming in. They're coming in from other countries. And next quarter, I think you're going to see maybe 4%, maybe more. But when these plants start opening up, you're going to see numbers that are going to be shocking. Energy prices are down, gasoline are down, groceries are down, except for the beef, which I'll get down to. Our ranchers were, for 25 years, they did poorly. And I put tariffs on some. It was just too much. They couldn't compete. They were going out of business. And maybe they're doing too good now. But we want them to do well. But we have to get the beef prices down. So that's, it's an easy problem to solve. But we'll always take care of our ranchers. And they were with me 100%. They've been with me from the beginning. You know, we had an election that was too big to rig. We had to get it. I would constantly say, too big to rig. Don't believe polls that we're way up. Just you got to go and vote. You know, when the polls are too high, people say, let's go to a movie and we'll go home and watch our president win. But I said, you got to go because we have a very corrupt election process. And you need that. You need borders and you need a fair press. And the press is slightly better. I'd say, slightly. But it'll get better. I think it's getting better and better because otherwise they're going to lose all credibility and nobody's going to be watching or listening to them. But you need strong borders and you need good voting, and we're getting them both much better. The mortgage rates, except for the fact that we have an incompetent head of the Fed, I think he's incompetent, or a bad guy, but despite that, mortgage rates are down. Who could believe that? We have an anti-person. I call him too late. He's always too late. He's been too late, and Jerome Too Late Powell. So somebody gave me a bad reference on him. I put him in based on some guy that turned out to be not so hot. And we got a bad Fed guy, but he'll be out of there a few months, and we'll get somebody new. I guess, Scott, you have a long list of people that want it. If anybody has any suggestions, because we really do, we have, all the people that are being talked to. If you have a suggestion, just shout it out. Just shout it out. Mark, do you have a suggestion? Mark has some pretty good suggestions. He put me on the cover of Time magazine. That was a nice picture. Thank you very much for that. That was very good. It was a nice story too. Thank you very much. I've been on the cover almost 50 times, but Mark, I can only use 17 of them. Meaning the rest of them aren't so good. 17 are great. This one was very good. I just going up. Now I have 18. Thank you very much. I'll see you in a little while. But mortgage rates are down, and we're rapidly building the greatest economy, I think in history. I mean, look, bad things can happen. We're doing great, and even after COVID, we had the best 4 years. But all of a sudden, COVID, things happen. Things happen. I hope things don't happen here, but we were doing numbers like nobody had ever seen before. Not as good as we're doing now. And then all of a sudden we started hearing about people dying in different places of the world, in China and other places. And we have a COVID we have a pandemic all of a sudden, and things like that happen. But hopefully that won't happen in this case, in this term. But we did a good job in handling it. We made more machinery and everything else. We did great with the therapeutics, Regeneron, and we did the vaccine. We had the vaccine approved in 9 months, and there were many people that say that we saved 50 million lives worldwide. Not everybody agrees with that, but a lot of people say we saved 50 million lives. In World War II, I guess we lost close to 100. People don't know that it was so bad, the Spanish flu, that it actually ended the war. That was what stopped the First World War. But we were on our way to really terrible numbers. We had, obviously, so many million people died. That was a terrible thing, but things happen, and things that you wouldn't think of. Who would have thought pandemic? I thought that was like an ancient problem. It wasn't a modern day problem. But a lot of people did a great job there, and we ended up with the 4 years. We actually ended up, when I left, with a stock market price that was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Who would think that was even possible? Because we were rocking and rolling, and then that happened, and we ended up higher. The stock market was higher than it was just prior to hearing about this horrible plague. So just as importantly, we've implemented the largest regulation cuts in the history of our country, even larger than we had. We had the biggest, by 4 times, the biggest regulation cuts in history in my first term, and we're going to be doing that. And we're cutting, as you know, if we add one new regulation, you have to cut 8 or 10, 8 to 10. So you add one, and it's okay, and you cut 10. And we started at 8, now we're 10, including massive reductions in the red tape for the infrastructure and the rapid approvals, etc. But this includes the upcoming liquefied natural gas pipeline in Alaska, which we have well underway, to export vast amounts of American energy. And Japan is one of the big customers, by the way. And the slogan, our slogan, and we have fantastic people. Chris Wright is phenomenal. Doug Berger is fantastic. Those 2 guys are like a partnership. They're unbelievable. I'm sure you're dealing with them very successfully. But our motto is drill, baby, drill. That's a little different than people that say you can't, drive energy through the roof. And I think you're going to see $2 gasoline pretty soon. And that's like bigger than a tax cut. That's the equivalent of something bigger than a tax cut. So support of Japanese companies like SoftBank, we're pursuing a very bold national policy to keep the United States the world's leader in artificial intelligence. We have some of the greatest in artificial intelligence right here. They were the ones that showed me some things. I said, you got to be kidding. It's fantastic. My uncle was a great professor at MIT, and he was always ahead of the game. He was a smart guy. He has a distinction of being at MIT, the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT, Dr. John Trump. And he was always ahead of the game. And when I see some of the things that are happening, you guys are really ahead of the game. We're speeding construction of AI infrastructure, bringing production of the critical chips and semiconductors back onshore. And I want to congratulate Jensen, because he's been really amazing. He's an amazing guy, brilliant guy. I'm seeing him tomorrow. 11 days ago, NVIDIA and TSMC announced that they have produced a very fast, first-rate, state-of-the-art, the Blackwell. It's like, I don't know, people say...
Talking about AI and semiconductors, interesting.
10 years advanced, who knows, but a lot. And it's entirely made in the USA. As you know, TSMC and NVIDIA are spending hundreds of billions of dollars now in the United States. And many other chip makers are too. It's incredible, actually, to see what's happened in literally a period of, now it's a little bit less than 9 months. And don't forget, we had to celebrate for a couple of weeks, so I have to sort of deduct. Once we won, we celebrated, and we shouldn't have done that. We should have started immediately, not wasted 8 days. But we really didn't. America's once again a manufacturing nation, and something that we haven't talked about for a long time. Japan has been with us all the way, and it's amazing that we had a little conflict with Japan. You may have heard about it, and that after such a horrible thing, yet the two nations are the closest friends and partners that you can be, and based on a shared commitment to freedom, democracy, security, prosperity, civilization, and just basic human achievement. It's amazing, actually. As some of you may know, this very residence was once the home to the great General Douglas MacArthur. I don't know if you ever heard, he graduated #1 in his class at West Point, but they say that he was the single greatest student in the history of West Point. Now, I don't know how they go about doing that. You know, I could see #1 for the year. I could see #1 for graduating, but they say he was the greatest student. He was a great intellect. A lot of people don't know that about General Douglas MacArthur. The moment that the peace was signed 80 years ago, that very brilliant man set about building a friendship between our two countries that has grown and deepened, and he actually wrote the Constitution here. And he did it all by himself. He was an intellect, and still the Constitution. Our partnership has been an extraordinary blessing to the world. If you look at what's happened and what's come out of it, I think a lot more is going to come out of it than even in the past. And I look forward to expanding it even further. We will do that, and I'm so happy to have gotten to know your new Prime Minister. I think she's going to go down as great. She was a real friend and ally of one of, as I told you, a great man, Shinzo Abe. He was really a great man. He was a great Prime Minister. And she was an absolute ally, and he would have been very happy if he knew that she was very heavily supported and ultimately winning for Prime Minister. So I think she's going to do a great job. She's got all of our support. But I want to thank everybody for being here. You're an amazing group of people. Each one of you has a story like really no other. And it's an honor to be here. We traveled long and far. It's a long flight. Going to Malaysia, then say, let's stop over. But we wanted to be here for this because it's very special. And keep up the good work, and remember that you have a great friend and ally, and if you can't get Scott and Howard and all of our people, Marco, to get it done, call me and I'll override them if I have to. I will override them. But I want to thank you all very much, and I want to thank my cabinet for doing a great job. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, accompanied by the United States Ambassador to Japan and the United States Secretary of Commerce.
Well, welcome everybody. I am incredibly proud to announce that this evening we're going to be signing $490 billion of investment. So I'm sorry I left it down. I didn't get to 500 billion. I came a little short, but we'll get there. Anyway, so these deals are driven by the Japanese Strategic Investment Initiative, which was created by your tariff policy and by your historic trade agreement with Japan. So that was the underlying reason that we were able to get all these deals done today. So the commitments ensure the economic and national security of the United States of America. We're going to be developing energy. We're going to be developing nuclear, semiconductors, and strengthening the entire domestic supply chain. So I'd like to kick it off, right? And the first company I'd like to announce is Westinghouse, which will invest up to $100 billion in nuclear reactors to restore U.S. energy dominance. And we have the co-signer is Bruce Flatt, who's the chairman and CEO of Brookfield Asset Management. So come on up. There you go. And hold it with the president. We're starting with the big deals. Then we have GE Vernova, also $100 billion by using nuclear, the construction of SMRs, and also large-scale power equipment such as gas turbines, steam turbines, and generators. And we have Scott Strazik, CEO of GE Vernova. Next, we have Bechtel is doing up to $25 billion in construction and engineering services to build these large-scale power all across the United States of America. And Brendan Bechtel, please come on up. Next up is Kiewit, also $25 billion in engineering, procurement, and construction services. Thomas Shelby, come on up, the group president. Next up, someone we know really well. Masa-san from SoftBank is going to provide $25 billion of engineering, development, specification, design, procurement of large-scale power infrastructure in America. Next, we have Toshiba, Also, up to $25 billion in U.S. electrical power modules and transformers.
Get pretty cold tonight.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep the heat on and just turn the temperature down for the heat so it won't get too cold.
Okay. Okay.
Ensure One, up to $25 billion in
Are you going to
large-scale
bed?
baseload power infrastructure. And this is Wadi Haboush.
I gotta take my medicine. No. But I'll forget about it if I don't take it. Maybe I'll take it around 12. Yeah.
And the stair light on, all of it, got to go behind yourself and take care of this stuff. I'm not gonna live forever, Colton, and you can't, you're gonna have to learn how to turn out lights on your electric bills.
Next, we have the Carrier Corporation. Will build up to $20 billion in thermal cooling systems and solutions, chillers, air handlers, and coolant distribution for our power infrastructure. And with us today is Michael Georges. Now we have Kinder Morgan, the great pipeline company in America, is providing up to $7 billion in natural gas transmission and other power infrastructure. And we have Kimberly Gang, who's the CEO, with us today. Now, this is all moving to AI infrastructure. Next, we have Mitsubishi Electric, which will build up to $30 billion in power station systems. You've got generators, transmission, and equipment, all for data centers.
She's away in
PI,
sword. Cool.
OK UMA. Next up, TDK will build $25 billion in electronic components and power modules that are essential for the AI infrastructure. Noboru Saito.
$20 billion going into AI, man. We definitely live in some very interesting
Next up
times.
is Fujikura. You know, we know them, of course, for making great shafts, right, and golf clubs. But they also have the best cabling in the world for AI systems, and they're going to be bringing that critical optical fiber cables for the internet to America. Naoki Okada, who's the president and CEO of Fujikura. Next, we have Hitachi, but Hitachi hasn't decided how big they want to be yet, so they're thinking about it. But all they have to do is throw in an extra 10 and we'll get there. Togashi Tokaunga. Murata Manufacturing will provide $15 billion in advanced electronic components. Norio Nakajima is the president of Murata Manufacturing Company. And lastly, rounding out our $490 billion, Panasonic will provide $15 billion to supply energy storage systems with electronic components. Yuki Kusumi.
I'm super excited. We're excited. We're excited. Great job.
Not everyone who committed was able to be here tonight, but we had one of the most extraordinary groups of people who've committed to back your tariff moves and your historic trade deal to bring amazing infrastructure to America. And they're all really, really grateful to be here for you, Mr. President.
We just heard that Toyota is going to be contributing $10 billion building auto plants throughout the United States. And they are doing it, I think, because of the November 5th election and because of the tariffs.
This is
And,
huge, man.
It's just good for us to make that statement.
Putting all this money into AI for the future data centers, Stargate, and all that other stuff.
They wanted to do it very quietly, and that's okay with me. It could be quiet or not quiet. It's still about, I think, $18 billion. So we're very close to that.
I got 518. I got 518.
If you think about it. So thank you all very much. Great honor. You're great business people, my friends. Almost all of you are friends, and we appreciate it. And our country will not let you down. You know, we hit a new high today in the stock market in history, and I think we've hit 48 highs since I've been there. I've only been there 9 months, and we've hit 48 highs, so it's really great. 48 highs, and we solved 9 wars. No, 8 wars, and another one coming. I think Russia-Ukraine is coming. I thought that was going to be the easy one. We did the Middle East, but we didn't do that, but we'll get it done. But so we have very good feeling to do that. But we really appreciate it, and you have great companies. You're phenomenal business people, and beyond business people, honestly. But thank you all very much. We appreciate it. We won't let you down. Thank you.
Let me see what's going on. Let's see what's going on at this keynote.
Rapid and expedited regulatory review for all new projects in the United States, and that's worth billions and billions of dollars to industry. You spent more money on trying to get something approved than you do in building the plant itself. You know. Thank you very much. Very honored to be here. Incredible people, incredible country. I'm thrilled to be back with so many visionary innovators and titans of industry, the most brilliant in the world, actually. So many different locations, and they come from all over, but this is a very special country that I'm in, and the business leaders here at APAC are really, really fantastic. So many friends, and I want to thank our host of this important summit, President Lee of South Korea. He's a terrific person, and I'm going to be meeting with him this afternoon, and I look forward to that very much. The Republic of Korea is a cherished American friend and a close ally, and as we can see in this beautiful city, it's truly one of the most remarkable nations anywhere on earth. Here in this peninsula, the people of South Korea have forged a miracle of economic development like you rarely see, an industrial and technological powerhouse, and above all, a free society and enduring democracy and a thriving civilization, and I want to congratulate you. Very few places like it. The entire world should be inspired by all that you have achieved, and they study you, and they do so much to understand what you've done, but most of them don't get it, and it's probably good for you. Keep it this way. Most of them don't get it. They want to get it, but it doesn't quite work out for them the same way it works out for you, so that's a great tribute to you. We have some very special people with us today, and I want to thank for the great job he's done, and also for being here, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Marco, you're around here someplace? Where's Marco? Marco, thank you. Man who's doing a fantastic job, who understands the markets maybe better than anybody. Our Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. Scott, thank you very much. And somebody that you're dealing with, who you made a very good deal with, because you're very good negotiators, but he's pretty good too, Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce. Thank you, Howard. U.S. Trade Representative, Ambassador Jamerson Greer, is a fantastic person. And your career's Minister of Trade, Industry, and Resources, Mr. Jung Kwan Kim, who's an incredible man, actually. My people say he's very tough, however. We wish we had somebody of a little bit lesser caliber, but they decided not to do that. And so many other distinguished guests are here, so I just want to thank you very much. It's an incredible room. It's a beautiful room, by the way. All those beautiful people up there, so high up. This place is packed. Thank you. Look at them waving. Thank you very much. But as you know, APEC unites Pacific nations around our growing economies and promoting our shared interests. And today I come with exciting news from one of the largest Pacific nations. We'll call ourselves a Pacific nation. but one of the largest of them all, the United States of America. I'm pleased to report to you that this afternoon, after 4 years of weakness, disaster, really decline, America is back, and it's back stronger than ever before. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever seen before. We're the hottest country in the world, actually. We say that with other countries represented when they admit it. But I do say it very proudly. 1 year ago, our country was in very, very serious trouble. Some people thought our country was dead. Now we're literally the sort of an inspiration to a lot of other countries. We are indeed, I use the term hottest country, but we're the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. The United States is blessed with right now, the strongest economy, the strongest borders. This all happened over the last 9 months. The strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is a golden age in a short period of time. I knew we could do it. I didn't know we were going to do it this quickly. It's a little bit more than 9 months. So in less than 1 year, we've secured commitments for over $18 trillion of new investments. As an example, the previous administration, in 4 years, they did less than $1 trillion. I think much less, actually, and hurt our country very badly. Who would have known? But we're going to be 18, so I figure that we'll probably be at 20 or 21, maybe even $22 trillion of investments coming into our country by the end of the first year of my second term. And, you know, we had a tremendously successful first term. We had the strongest economy in history for our country, the strongest we ever had. But this is, I think, blowing it away. We have great policy. We have some very good things happening. The stock market, as you know, is set 45 all-time highs since, in a period of, it's pretty good, in a period of 9 months, breaking new records week after week, including one just yesterday. We set the record GDP growth in the second quarter, and that's with all of the things that we're doing. When they are built in a year and 2 years, we're going to go through the roof. I mean, we're going to see numbers that I don't think have ever been seen before. But even during this period of a little bit of a period of transition, you could call it, because I think we're in an economic revolution in America. We went at 3.8%, up 3.8%. GDP, triple and even quadruple the rate that a lot of people thought would be. They thought that during this period that we'd be at a much lower rate. Some people predicted 1.5, and we're going to be very close to 4. The next quarter, we're expected to be at about 4% growth. And after that, I mean, I can't even predict, because when all of these factories that are moving in, the car plants are moving in. Yesterday I was with Mr. Toyota in Japan, and he's just announced he's going to spend, they are going to spend $10 billion, and they're going to build new car plants, and they're going to build them in numerous states, about 6 or 7 different states. And we're bringing our car industry back. We're bringing AI. We're leading everybody in AI. We're leading every nation in AI by a lot. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off food stamps. Wages for workers are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And meanwhile, energy prices are down. Gasoline prices are down. Grocery prices are down. Mortgage rates are down, despite the fact that we have an incompetent head of the Fed. He's incompetent. I call him Jerome Too Late. He's always too late. Jerome Too Late Powell. But he's out of there in another couple of months. We'll be very happy about that. We'll appoint somebody that we all like, because we should have the lowest interest rates of any country, because without us, there are no other countries, really. I mean, the whole thing falls apart. You know, America always had the lowest interest rates, and now we don't do that. We're like number 28. It's ridiculous. And we're a much different country than we were 2 years ago or a year ago even. But you know what the crazy thing is? In the old days, I call it the old days. I'm a little bit old. I'm looking at all these young, brilliant faces. I'm a couple of years older than you, just a couple of years. But you know, in the old days, when you announced good news, the stock market went up. You announced good news, the stock market would go up. Now when you announce good news, the stock market goes down, because people say, oh, that's terrible. You're doing well, that's terrible. Interest rates will go up. So they think because of that, interest rates will go up, because that it's inverse to what it should be. We're going to go back to the way it used to be. When we announce good news, the stock markets are going to go up. And that's the way it should be. And we're going to really ride that very hard. And when we announce good news, we're not going to have a Fed that's going to raise interest rates because they're worried about inflation in 3 years from now or something. When we announce good news, we want the stock market to go up, not to go down. And the scourge of inflation we inherited. You know, we inherited the worst inflation ever that we've ever had. I inherited from incompetent people, and now we're down to a very low rate of inflation, 2.7%, and it's going to be a little bit lower than that. It's almost a perfect number. Believe it or not, you don't want to have zero. You want to have like 1% to 2%, and we're very close to that number. But we had inflation the worst in the history of our country. But factories are booming in the USA, and manufacturing productivity is rising 5 times faster than it was just 1 year ago. Think of that. Steel production is way up by 155,000 tons a week. Oil production is through the roof by 500,000 barrels a day. And mining of clean, beautiful coal, I call it clean, beautiful coal, is up by 2.6 million tons every single month. And we brought coal back into the picture. What you can do with coal today is incredible. So I call it clean, beautiful. I don't use the word coal. It's because it's got a little bit of a problem, public relations-wise, the word. So we call it clean, beautiful. My administration's not allowed to use the word coal. They have to say clean, beautiful coal. We've given it a new name. It's a three-name deal. Even semiconductor manufacturing is rapidly returning to the United States. NVIDIA and TSMC have just produced the first state-of-the-art Blackwell chip that was 100% made in the USA. In fact, Jensen is an incredible guy. Might be here. I don't even know. Is Jensen here? I think he's around. Somebody said he's here. How is he? Pretty good, right? Got a chip that's like 10 years advanced, but he's great. And they're all, building now. They're building tremendous plants in the United States, Arizona, Texas, Florida. We're going to have a big portion of the chip market just in a very short period of time. But these tremendous strides are also creating great jobs for our citizens. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today than when I took office 9 months ago. Think of that. Almost 2 million people more American workers. Nobody's ever had numbers like that. And those numbers are going to get much bigger, much better than that when we open these plants that are being built all over, the AI plants. I've never seen plants this big. I built shopping centers, I built a lot of things, but if you spend 250, 300 million, you can build a big shopping center. These people are spending $50 billion to build a building. And I say, what's your product? Information. I said, well, good luck. That's a lot of information you're going to have. But, they're the smartest people in the world are doing it, and they all think it's great. All I can do is make it easy for them. And what I've done, one of the things that I'm most proud of is I thought of it like every, country, our electricity production, our energy production is not, it's not, nobody ever saw this kind of a revolution with the AI. And what they need more than anything is electricity. So if a country was able to do that, it would be, pretty unusual. It would be very hard, and maybe you could say impossible. So I came up with a concept when they build this massive plant, sometimes the size of Manhattan. Think of that. The size of Manhattan. These plants are the big. I've never seen anything like it, actually. Nobody has. There's never been anything like it. But I let them build their own electricity generating plants with it. So they're building their own electric. They're sort of becoming an electric producing company in addition to all of the other things that they produce, including information. And what they're able to do is start immediately. We're giving them very fast permits. We're no longer having them wait for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years prior to rejection. They'd go 15 years and then they'd get a vote, a rejection. And by that time, their concepts were old and obsolete anyway. So, it's terrible. And we're getting it done rapidly, literally rapidly. And they're coming up with electric generating plants, the likes of which nobody has seen. The companies are standard companies that do electricity and create power companies. They've never seen anything like it because we have a level of genius, a level of people that are designing things nobody's ever seen before, that produces vast amounts of electricity for their plant. And if they have extra electricity, they sell it back into the grid. So they really, I mean, it's really been amazing, and it allows people to start building immediately, and they can't blame the government. They won't blame me because I didn't produce enough out of the grid that's 200 years old. So we have more people
Cool,
now
because
working
of
than at any
103
time in the
is
history
coming.
of our country. And we've
Dark
just
ties.
begun. It's hard to believe, actually, if you knew where we were 2 years ago. All of this is incredible news for Americans and for nations around the globe, and it is for South Korea because we're partners. We're serious partners. We're wedded, and we have a very special relationship, a special bond. In fact, we're working with you on shipbuilding, where you're going to come in. We were the #1 in the world during World War II. We produced a ship a day. Can you believe it? You know, tankers and freighters and this, a ship a day. And today we're not really building ships, and we're going to start, and we're going to have a very thriving shipbuilding industry, and we're working it with South Korea very much so. In fact, some of the people in this room, they bought the Philadelphia shipyard. I think it's going to be one of the most successful yards in the world, anywhere in the world. It's great.
You see, we're on the cusp of
Incredible
success
production
here.
years ago, and
But if we don't
sort of
deal with
through
Kiryu,
bad
it'll stall the
management
Tojo
or bad
clan's land
thinking by
acquisition.
people that were
No doubt he
prior
will
to
try
me.
to
I
stop
mean, you
us,
have
and
to
if
blame
he
the president.
does,
You
the
could give
resort
the
deal will
president
end up
credit
back
or
at
blame the
square one.
president, but I blame the president
If
for
we
allowed the
snuff out
shipbuilding
Kiryu,
industry
that'll
to
also
go away
settle the
essentially
eviction
in the
matter.
country. We're going to
Two
bring it back
birds, one
very,
stone.
very powerfully.
From
When
there,
America
it's
thrives,
a
our
straight shot
partners
to the
thrive, and
PM's chair.
our alliance
Sound about right?
thrive
Mr.
with
Suzuki?
all of the countries, the Indo-Pacific
Hello.
thrives, and
A
that's good
pleasure.
for all of us.
I'm the
The
Minister of
entire
Land,
world
Suzuki.
becomes safer and wealthy
I know
and
who you
greater
are.
than ever
I
before.
don't
We
like
get along with
repeating myself.
a lot of countries. We solved a lot of wars and a lot of problems, and it's all good for all of us. Extraordinary American turnaround that I've just described has been achieved not by
I gotta go to the restroom.
by just continuing business as usual back in Washington. If I didn't win the election, and we won it in a landslide, we won by tremendous numbers. I had a whole thing too big, you have to say, too big to lose. We didn't want any rigging. We had these great polls going in. I said, don't believe the polls. Pretend we're 1 point down. Always assume we're 1 point down, and everybody voted. We won in a landslide. We won all 7 swing states. You have to win the swing states, and we won all 7, which is something that rarely happens. But to win the popular vote by millions, we won everything you can win. The Electoral College by a tremendous amount. We won in counties. They have counties, thousands of counties, and we were 2,700 compared to 525 actually. So think of that. We were 2,750 compared to 525, and that's why the map shows all red. Red being Republican, not something else. Red being Republican. Only a few people understand that one. My administration has rejected the old model of incompetent government that punished success and rewarded failure and made building anything almost impossible. When you come into our country, many of you are doing that, but when you come into America, you're going to get service like you've never seen before. Quick permits, and we want safety, we want great environmental, we want everything good, but it's going to go quickly. We're rewarding those who build and create and hire and invest in the USA, and we're making America the best place on earth to do business, and that's what it's become very quickly. We have some wonderful people. Lee Zeldin, environmentally, is incredible. He gets the right result quickly, and he makes sure that people do the right thing. But we will have the best tax rates, the lowest energy costs. We have the lowest energy. We have tremendous amounts of energy, more than anybody else. We have the most oil and gas and coal, more than any other nation on earth. So that's a big advantage that we have over others. We have the lowest regulatory burden. In my first term, we cut more regulations than any other administration in history, and we're going to do about the same level right now or more if we can. The most advanced technology and the fairest trade deals anywhere in the world. And for decades before I took office, our country was run by legions of bureaucrats who were always looking for a reason to say no. Why? How can we say no? They wanted to say no. They thought that was their job, and it's really just the opposite. We work to say yes. So now we have a president in the White House who cuts through the red tape and excuses. We don't stand for excuses, and says yes to big ideas and bold initiatives and grand ambitions so that America can have great industries, great dreams, and to be the greatest nation on earth, which is where we are now, actually, in a very short period of time. We're rebuilding things that are incredible. We have the strongest military in the world. We have the best equipment. We have the best manufacturers of equipment. And South Korea is buying a lot of our weapons. We make the best. We have planes and have just about everything other than ships, so we'll be there very shortly with ships too. But the only reason it's not ships, because, I don't know, for some reason they stopped doing that. I guess they went on to other businesses, but there are some basics in life, and one of the things you need is ships. I always say you need steel, you need aluminum, you need this. There are things you don't need. A lot of things that the country doesn't need them, but things you need steel. You gotta have steel, and we're redoing our steel, and some of the people in this room are very involved in that. We're redoing our industry. We're starting to produce large amounts of steel, massive amounts of steel. We'll be right at the top in a very short period of time. Mills are opening again, and they're opening up big. And again, it's national security, and it's because of tariffs. We're reclaiming our heritage as a nation of builders and doers, and we're pioneers in a sense, but we're really doing it again, but we're doing it even better than we did the first time, which is the first couple of 100 years. And we're pursuing this vision with unrelenting drive and really unprecedented success. In July, I proudly sounded, it was very important. I went into the archives. We looked at every possible thing you could look at, and I signed into law the largest tax cuts in American history. And as you remember, in my first term, we cut taxes from 39% down to 21%. And now we've done even better than that, putting more money in the pockets of American families that make up the largest consumer market on earth for businesses and manufacturers like those in this room, our tax law includes 100% expensing for all new factories, plants, and equipment. So that means you can write everything off in the first year. So that's like we had in the first, except this goes for a period of 10 years, whereas the other was over a much shorter period of time. And I actually think that we had such tremendous success. I always said that was the single most important thing, the expensing, the one-year expensing. Upon taking office, I signed executive orders that require that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations have to be eliminated. I did that in the first term too, and it worked. So if you want a new regulation, you have to get rid of 10, and already we're exceeding that limit, reaching closer to 30 to 1. Our people have done that, our great secretaries and other people in the administration. So we've been actually at a level where we sign in a new regulation to get rid of 30 over. We're sort of cleaning up the books, because many of these regulations are obsolete, they don't belong, and some were so horrible, they were obsolete, but they really stopped projects from being built, and we're getting rid of all of them. We've pretty much done that. We have streamlined permitting for all new energy and mining projects. It used to take decades for an administration to get something approved, and now it's a process that will take, generally speaking, less than 28 days. In addition, across government, we're guaranteeing a rapid and expedited regulatory review for all new projects in the United States, and that's worth billions and billions of dollars to industry. You spend more money on trying to get something approved than you do in building the plant itself. You know, in Louisiana, my first term, there were 2 plants, and one was financed by a tremendous group of Japanese investors. It was about $16 billion, LNG plants. Another one was financed by people from South Korea and others. LNG, both of them, massive LNG. They were in the review process. One was 15 years, one was 16 or 17 years, and they were then told, forget it, we're not going to get it approved. So I came into government, I heard about it, and I love Louisiana. We did very well there. We did well in just about all the states, but we did really well in Louisiana. And so I got involved. The one plant that was in for almost 15 years, I got it approved in one day. One day. In fact, when we called the people to say that they got approved, they didn't know what the hell we were talking about. They said, we got it approved. We sort of gave up on it. I said, no, you don't have to give up. We got it approved. The other one took me a little bit longer. I didn't do as good a job. It took me 1 week. And they got approved, and they got built. They're massive plants, and they're doing unbelievably. They're setting records, LNG. Big, it's like the Empire State Building lying on its side. And all I know is, I looked at it. I said, what kind of a building is that? All it's got is pipes going back and forth. I never seen anything like it. But whatever it is, it works. And they've been very, very successful. But think of it, 14 and 15 years, and I got one approved in one day and one approved in 1 week, and they've been doing great, and they've been good for the environment. I've shrunk the size of government for the first time in many years since January. 100,000 bureaucrats have left the federal payroll. You've probably seen that. So we're creating real jobs. We're getting rid of wasteful jobs. Government spending is down 2.5% this quarter compared to 1 year ago. It was going through the roof in the previous administration. And in stark contrast to 4 years ago. I mean, if you look, 100% of all new jobs created in America under my administration have been created by the private sector. Think of that. The government created no new jobs. The private sector created the record number of jobs that we're talking about. That's a country. That's really a success. It's easy to create government jobs. I could say, add a lot of people to your payroll. I can fake up the numbers if I want, but that's not the way you build a great country. You don't do that here. And that's not the way. It's a good way to show good numbers, I'll tell you. You just tell everybody, hire a lot of people. That's what they used to do under the Biden administration, under Barack Hussein Obama. You had, they'd say, hire a lot of people so we can make our numbers look good. I do the opposite. And we have real numbers. These are real numbers. There's truly no better time to invest in the USA. The results speak for themselves. Since the election, TSMC has pledged to invest $100 billion in the United States. So they're coming in from Taiwan. We have tremendous numbers of companies coming from Taiwan and building in the U.S. Apple, $600 billion investment. Hyundai, 26 billion, Micron, 200 billion, SoftBank, Open AI, and Oracle, over 500 billion, Amazon, 35 billion, Pfizer, 70 billion, Jera, 200 billion, Google, 25 billion, NVIDIA, 500 billion, Genentech, 50 billion, Johnson & Johnson, 57. We're bringing back all of our pharmaceutical business. IBM, 150 billion, AstraZeneca, 50 billion, among many others, many others, too many to talk about. But one of the most significant factors in this remarkable surge of new investment has been the transformation in trade policy. 8 years ago, I came to this very summit. I was here. Does anybody remember? I don't know. Do you remember? Does anybody remember what I said? Yeah, there's a few hands up there. It must have been a great speech. 3 people. It's not too many people. But there's no reason to, because you saw whatever I said, I did. And for the first time, I laid out the principle that economic security is national security. Economic security, that's for South Korea, that's for any country. But economic security is, in fact, national security. I made the case that the global trading system was broken and in urgent need of reform, had to be fixed. The system had been exploited by countries that broke the rules at the expense of countries that followed the rules to a T, and asked the nations of APEC to be our partners in making the system fair and more sustainable for all of us, and we all work together, the APEC nations. 8 years later, as I'm back here in Asia, and I'm pleased to say that the positive vision for revolutionary reform I laid out, it seems like a long time ago, is now a reality. What really seems amazing is that we did all these things. We stopped a lot of wars. We did so many different things, made our country strong. Thank you. Thank you. And the campaign seemed like so long ago, and I was reading something today in one of the journals, and they said, can you believe it? 1 year ago, I was campaigning to win. Think of that. It was about a week. In a week, it'll be November 5th. And November 5th was the election. I said, can you imagine that? Here I am, president. We've done so many different things, economically, militarily, peace-wise, peace through strength. And yet, 1 year ago, it's not long ago, I was campaigning. We didn't win. We were campaigning, and then we had the election, and we had a great election. And the spirit in our country is like incredible. If you compare that, we lost a lot of spirit in our country. Our country is depressed, and they had a right to be. But around the world, we're signing one trade deal after another to balance our relationships on the basis of reciprocity. Very important word. On this trip alone, I've signed groundbreaking agreements with Malaysia, Cambodia, Japan. Our deal with the Republic of Korea will be finalized very soon, in moments or very shortly thereafter. These agreements will be incredible victories for all of us, because everyone is better off when we have stable partnerships, not plagued by problems and imbalances. Probably you know that President Xi of China is coming tomorrow here, and we're going to be, I hope, making a deal. I think we're going to have a deal. I think it'll be a good deal for both. And that's really a great result. That's better than fighting and going through all sorts of problems and, no reason for it. I think it's going to be a great deal for both, so I'll be meeting him tomorrow. A lot of people are interested. They're also interested in what we're doing, but they're interested in that. I can tell you that. The world is watching, and I think we'll have something that's very exciting for everybody. And that's also good for South Korea. It's good for all nations. We're ending gaping trade deficits, unfair trade barriers to market access, insecure supply chains, weak, pathetic supply chains, and much, much more. We had such bad supply chains under the last administration. It was embarrassing. And we're entering a new era of trade that truly works for both sides. It's got to work for everybody. Deals have to be good for everybody. I've heard that all the time, and I never really believed it, I'll be honest. I said, I'll make a great deal. The best is to deals that work for everybody, especially when you're talking about nations. When you're talking about nations, it really is a little bit different than when you're doing a business deal and you want to just rip their hearts out, right? These guys know what I mean. They've ripped out so many hearts. But when you have nations, it's a little bit different, we got to all balance out a little bit. When I announced reciprocal tariffs last April, some people thought it was wonderful, and others really weren't so sure. They weren't sure. They didn't understand tariffs because tariffs were used against us. We didn't use tariffs stupidly. And we do now. National security. This week we proved once and for all that few critics, there were no critics left. People, the only critics are people that took advantage of us for many years, and now they're not able to do that. The deals we're signing with our friends and partners are making our alliances closer and stronger than ever before, and they respect us because we were so foolish. The people that ran our country were so foolish. These agreements will extend our vital security alliances into the realm of economic security for the first time ever. We're forging new partnerships on strategically important industries like shipbuilding, energy, semiconductors, critical minerals, and, very important pharmaceuticals. We learned that during COVID. We had to rely on other countries to give us pharmaceuticals. You can't do that. You have to, certain industries you want to have there. You want to have your medicines made ideally in your own country. Many of our agreements also include deepening collaboration of industries of the future, such as nuclear, quantum, artificial intelligence, where America is number one by a lot. Actually, we're really number one by a lot. We're number one in military consequence. We're number one in military in the quality of the weapons. That's why everyone wants to buy for us. I'll tell you what we have a long lead on is submarines, nuclear submarines. We are so far advanced that by perhaps 20, 25 years. We're 25 years ahead of any competition. And not only are the tariffs strengthening our alliances, they're also bringing peace to the world. On Sunday in Malaysia, we signed the Kuala Lumpur Peace Accords, ending forever the war between Cambodia and Thailand. Thank you. It's interesting. We were making trade deals with Cambodia and Thailand. And I see Cambodia, Thailand, among many other nations. And this is true for numerous other deals too. But I see Cambodia, Thailand, and I read a front page story about the fact that there were thousands of dead people along the border. And they fought for a long time. And I said, wait a minute, they're making deals? Thousands of people were killed along the border. Their two borders. And I said, let's call the head. I didn't know the heads of either one. I called them, they both great people and sort of reasonable. I said, listen, you want to trade? We're not going to make a deal with you. We're going to call Cambodia. I called Thailand. I called Cambodia, back and forth. And after about 2 days, we ended up with the help of Malaysia. Malaysia was like a mediator. We used a beautiful facility in Malaysia because it was too hot. And I don't mean hot weather-wise. I mean it was hot. It was too hot with bullets flying all over the place. And Malaysia was fantastic, and they helped implement it. The prime minister was great guy. Just left him. And within 2 days, we signed a deal. Two people came in, they were like best friends. It was a beautiful thing to see. We saved, probably millions of lives. They've had a tempestuous relationship for, I said, for how many years? 500 years. I said, that's a long time. That's a long time. But we think this is going to be, hopefully, I use the word everlasting. Same thing in the Middle East. We hope it's going to be everlasting peace. They never had peace. 3,000 years, and we signed in the Middle East. But I've ended 8 wars in 8 months, and in many instances, trade has played a big part in getting those wars ended. On top of it all, tariffs now projected to reduce our deficit by $4 trillion over the next 10 years, and I think actually much more than that. That's national security, because you can't have deficits and you can't have debt all over the place. And stops inflation and strengthening the dollar and ultimately balancing our federal budget, which I think we're going to do very quickly, only because of our policy of fair tariffs. And for any company that does not wish to pay the tariff, I say, you could build your factory in America. If you build your factory in America, there is zero tariffs. But, you know, again, going back to the wars, it's so important. If you look at India and Pakistan, so I'm doing a trade deal with India, and I have great respect and love. As you know, for Prime Minister Modi, we have a great relationship. Likewise, the Prime Minister of Pakistan is a great guy, and the Field Marshal, they have a Field Marshal. You know why he's a Field Marshal? He's a great fighter. He really is. He's a great guy, too. And so I know them all. And I'm reading that 7 planes were shot down. They're going at it, and they're really starting to go at it. And it's a big thing. These are 2 nuclear nations. And they're really going at it. And I called Prime Minister Modi. I said, we can't make a trade deal with you. No, we must make a trade deal. I said, no, we can't. You're starting a war with Pakistan. We're not going to do it. And then I called Pakistan. I said, we're not going to do trade with you because you're fighting with India. And, you know, 2 nuclear nations. And they said, no, you should let us fight. They both said that. You know, they're warring. They're strong people. I'll tell you what. Prime Minister Modi is the nicest looking guy. He says, he looks like you'd like to have your father like, he's a killer. He stutters out. No, we will fight. I said, whoa, this is the same man that I know. But after a little while, and they're good people. And after literally 2 days, they called up and they said, we understand, and they stopped fighting. No, I said, isn't that amazing? You think Biden would have done that? I don't think so. Most people wouldn't have thought of it, but you know, they wouldn't have thought of it. No, but here we are, we're doing deals. So you add an extra sentence, and you say you have to stop shooting at each other. 7 planes were shot down. You have to stop the war. And you stop the war. And if it weren't for the tariffs, I said I was going to put 250% tariffs on each country, which means that you'll never do business. In other words, there's nothing you can sell for 250%. That means, that's a nice way of saying we don't want to do business with you. You don't have to say that, because that's a nasty, we don't want to do business. No. You say, we're going to put 250% tariffs if you don't stop the war. And they understood that, and within 48 hours, we had no war and no people killed. I mean, it's, makes me feel so good. It's, we saved millions and millions of lives with all of them. Beijing, if you look at, just take a look at that one. That was going on for, I think, 38 years, right? And President Putin called me and said, it's amazing. It's amazing. We couldn't get that war stopped. 38 years it went on. Millions of people killed. And they got it done. And the 2 countries came in, and they were in the White House, and they started off here. And they got closer. After an hour, they were hugging each other in peace. It was amazing, actually. It was beautiful to see 2 very good countries, 2 very good leaders. One was there for 22 years, one was there for 7, and they both said, my entire political life, all I did was shoot people on the other side. And we got it closed up. And we did that 8 times. The only one I didn't do was
Welcome in, baseball fans, and here in New York, the World Series on MLB The Show coming up. The Atlanta Braves going up against the New York Yankees.
Would have never started without those. That war would have never ever started. So we've used trade.
John Shelby and Chris Singleton with you. And Siggy, there's been a lot to talk about already in this series as we head into Game 4.
Well, if the first 3 games are any indication, this has the look of a series that'll go all the way to Game 7 through. I think this is a classic matchup, and we've seen momentum change course a few times already, but I'll tell you what, I think whoever takes this one will be feeling really good about their chances the rest of the way.
Yeah, that's a good point. We've seen it before. Even when you're down 2-1, it seems like a win in Game 4 can propel you to a series win more often than not. All right, we'll be back to get this one started after this.
3,000 years. Okay, they never had peace. They never had anything like that. We have all countries signed up, and the level of skill and everything. I think it's going to hold a long time, hopefully forever. Hopefully that's an everlasting one.
Just about set to go now. Getting the nod on the mound. Clark Schmidt, Siggy, he was impressive his last time out.
So dominant, only gave up 1 hit, and I know in the back of his mind he's thinking about how close he came, but he's got to forget about that and focus on his opponent in this one.
The small minds with no vision. These are small minds with no vision. They had no understanding of success. They had no understanding of life and death. True success comes from having the confidence and the courage to prove the doubters wrong. And oftentimes you'll go the opposite way of almost everybody, and you'll be the one that's right, and the others will be the one that's wrong. And that's where you have your greatest successes. And that's what America and our Indo-Pacific partners really are doing this week, and what our businesses and entrepreneurs do each and every day. That's what you do, the most successful people in the world. Together we're solving the challenges that no one before us has ever been able to solve, and we're forging a free and open Indo-Pacific, and for all of the people, we're creating a future of dignity and security, prosperity and pride. From the rolling hills of San Francisco to the gleaming streets of Seoul, from the bustling factories of Toledo, Ohio, to the bright lights of Tokyo, from Pittsburgh to Palawan, from Boston to Bangkok, from Detroit to Da Nang, and from Cleveland to right here in Hangzhou. Nice place. Did I do good with that one? Did I do okay? Hangzhou. Good, beautiful place, by the way. We're strengthening old friendships, forging new bonds, building new factories, pioneering new industries, and creating a dramatically better world for our children and for generations to come. Together we will build a future of strong, independent nations on both sides of the vast ocean, joined by our common interests, united by common values, and reaching constantly toward a richer, safer, and more peaceful Pacific with fairness, persistence, and common sense. That's such an important two words. We will build together, we will trade together, we will prosper together, we will thrive together, and above all, we will win together like never before. We're going to have an incredible relationship together for generations to come. And I just want to thank everybody in the room. I know so many of you, you're incredible people. God bless you. God bless the nations of this great region, and God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody.
For the Lord is going to destroy the Philistines, and I believe something's going to kick off with Sidon, with Hezbollah, and with Tyre south of Sidon, and it's going to start getting these other people. Hey guys, Bubba here with the Bubba News, all in one word, all in one news. It's been a while since I did a video. It was early Sunday morning, late Saturday night, when I got the one out. This one here, the Ezekiel 38-39 war, Turkey's new front there with the the stage is being set for Gog and Magog war, and we're going to talk some about that today. But you know what? I was just scrolling through my Telegram channel earlier this evening, and this title, "Israel is Losing Patience," just exploded out in my brain because today's news just screams it out, and it all came together in my mind. Israel is losing patience, indeed. I mean, everything is setting up for a mega Bible prophecy explosion as the science for Middle East war is front and center. And if you're tracking Middle East news, Gaza war updates, or Israel-Hamas tensions, hit the subscribe button. Seriously, my passion covers the major headlines, filtered through a biblical lens, giving an Israel prophecy update. And Israel's response to everything, including the Hamas ceasefire stunt today, feels like the powder keg finally igniting, and it's getting ready to kick off. So that's what I want to talk to you guys about today. Yeah, nothing like a bunch of news. Oh goodness, and to think it's only Tuesday. I'll be surprised if the Gaza ceasefire lasts until Friday. Yeah, we'll start with today's verse. The Son of Man came to seek and to save that which was lost. That was you and me. There in Luke 19, verse 10.
And that's it for a strike.
You see the little lamb there and the shed blood of Jesus on his handprints there. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Jesus, for everything that you've done. And I thank you that you're an Israeli, because we're going to be talking about Israel's news. And before we get to today's news, I wanted to start out with something I posted late last night. This is Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich. And before we get to today's news, I just want you to hear, because they tell us in advance that a lot of times these news articles just pass to the wayside because of the next breaking news story. But he said that the Israeli army has prepared plans to occupy all of Gaza in the event of a collapse of the ceasefire. So Israel's prepared to take over all of Gaza. Okay, that's Bible prophecy right there. But you know what? These comments came out during an interview where Smotrich, where he reiterated his long-standing opposition to any permanent ceasefire without total Israeli control over Gaza. He has repeatedly advocated for the occupation as a means to dismantle Hamas permanently. When they talk about the occupation, they're talking about Israel. But according to reports, Smotrich stated that the IDF is working on plans for a rapid conquest of the Gaza Strip in case this agreement collapses. He added that the attacks on Gaza have not ended, and that a full Israeli military takeover is essential to prevent Hamas from regrouping. You know what, the U.S. mediators keep putting restraints on them, but they keep affirming Israel's sovereign decisions. But progress on a permanent deal is still stalled right now. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this, but here's where it starts kicking off with today's news, because I woke up this afternoon. I go to bed way too late, but it started off with this. Netanyahu orders army to launch powerful immediate strikes in Gaza. Why? Because Hamas forces targeted IDF troops in Gaza with RPGs and snipers, and they actually killed one of the Israeli soldiers. So they violated the ceasefire. They chose the war, but make no mistake, Israel's going to finish it. Israel launched multiple airstrikes, and the IDF struck Hamas' infrastructure in southern Gaza. After these guys fired at soldiers. And the only reason Israel acted out with all these airstrikes this afternoon and tonight was because they killed a soldier. So the response to Hamas's current violations will be much more significant than the last time, an Israeli official told the Jerusalem Post. So Israel's working on 5 options in case Hamas fails to deliver on returning the hostage agreement. Number 1 is extending operational control. We're already beginning that tonight. They're starting to move away from the yellow line back into Gaza territory. Targeted escalation. They're starting to do that again. Hostage remains retrieval operations. Israel hasn't started to do that yet. But they can put more, number 4, diplomatic pressure on Hamas, and they can end the existing agreements, including the ceasefire. And that would totally upset Trump. But before we keep going to Middle East news, I wanted you guys to see this. I know you guys have heard of Chat GPT, but have you heard of Christ GPT? I mean, how many sermons are being written by Christ GPT? I'm sure it's off the charts. Here's what's going on, and we're talking about this guy here, Patrick Gelsinger. He's the executive chairman of Gloo, Gloo, and he's made it his mission to advance Christian principles in Silicon Valley. He refers to Silicon Valley as his mission field. Well, it starts off as AI for Jesus, then you get artificial intelligence as Jesus, which horseshoes into the more esoteric Jesus as AI. They're basically flipping the script for Jesus to become AI. But Patrick Gelsinger said his life's mission has been to hasten the coming of Christ's return, he said. In March, 3 months after being forced out of his position as the CEO of Intel, He took the reins of Gloo, Gloo, and they're making basically what's called a faith ecosystem. It's basically a Salesforce for churches, but it includes chatbots and AI assistants for automating pastoral work. Huh. Well, this may be programmed with good intentions. I can guarantee that this will get corrupted very quickly. Oh my goodness, having AI write your church sermon? Oh, I wonder if it would outpace Perfects down there or some of those guys, Joel Osteen. But yeah, back to Israel, you know what? This is what's going on because, we gotta watch Hezbollah because according to the Lebanese government, under the ceasefire agreement, well, Lebanon is supposed to disarm Hezbollah, but that's not being carried out at all by the Lebanese forces. So Hezbollah is preparing to return to southern Lebanon by rearming itself, and Israel's going to continue to protect itself. Hezbollah is choosing not to respond to Israeli strikes, their airstrikes, not yet at least, because Israel continues to hit Hezbollah terrorist factions when they see them, and they need to take out some arms caches and this and that and the other. But, you know, N12 News today said that Hezbollah continues its rebuilding process under the radar. So the main Hezbollah hubs are now further north in Lebanon, and we're going to show a map talking about how this is right in Bible prophecy, because Israel destroyed much of Hezbollah's military assets there in southern Lebanon. But the assessments in Israel indicate that not Hamas, but Hezbollah has recently smuggled hundreds of rockets from Syria into Lebanon. I don't know if they're all coming from Syria. Most of them are still coming from Iran. And keep in mind, Iran has sent a bunch of weapons to Iraq. Iraq could then say their popularization military forces, the PMF of Iraq, Iran's proxies, could then smuggle them into Syria and give them back to Lebanon to Hezbollah. So, you know, because Iran has also ramped up the pace of arms. And the chances of a renewed clash or even war with Israel are rising. So we've got to keep an eye on that. Even the chief of staff was in there said many challenges still await us as the war is not over yet. But Israeli officials are expressing growing frustration in closed-door meetings over Washington, D.C.'s limitations that have just been placed on Israel. Remember last week, after Trump was there, then you had J.D. Vance there, then you had Kushner, Jared Kushner was there, and Steve Witkoff was there, and then followed up with Marco Rubio. But a senior Israeli official said today that what's going on right now, it reminds us of the early days of the war under Biden, as our hands are tied. So Israel states that Hamas has failed to meet its obligation of returning 13 more Israeli deceased hostages. And today they opened fire, Hamas did, at Israeli troops in the serious incident. I mean, it's no wonder Israeli officials are frustrated with Washington. Because Trump's demands get ignored. And then Trump rewards Hamas by giving them the extension. Anyway, meanwhile, Hamas claimed in a statement that they had no connection to the incident in Rafah today. And they reiterated their commitment on the ceasefire agreement. Hamas claimed the Israeli strikes in Gaza on Tuesday were a violation of the ceasefire, even though they're the ones who launched the RPGs and the sniper fire at the Israeli soldiers. But Israel's continuing to recapture Hamas-controlled territory in response to today's Hamas ceasefire. So discussions with the U.S. were underway earlier today to determine the scope of the expansion that Israel's going to move into Gaza, aside from just striking Hamas terror inside of Gaza. Even Jerusalem informed the USS is a civilian military coordination center, the CMCC there, at the Kiryat Gat, that's the Israeli Jerusalem Pentagon, basically. Well, they basically said a decision not to strike in Rafah after Hamas shot the Israeli forces in the area, but they need to return fire in order to stop Hamas from killing them on the Israeli side of the yellow line. Oh man, I mean, even Netanyahu ordered the IAF to immediately carry out powerful strikes in the Gaza Strip. Following the airstrikes, Hamas said that it would not return the remains of additional deceased hostage tonight that Hamas claimed to have found in Khan Yunis earlier today. But this next story is nuts, because I want you guys to see this. I'm going to show this video. I sped it up 3x to get through it faster. But today, I wanted to know why Red Cross personnel are seen standing by a Hamas operative They buried the remains of a hostage.
The lineup flips over.
This is what they did. Hamas buried the remains of a hostage in Gaza, and then they suddenly, quote-unquote, found it. Hamas and the Red Cross are officially conducting searches for the bodies of Israeli soldiers.
And makes the grab.
Today's footage shows Hamas operatives burying and then re-digging up a body, saying, "Oh look, we just found one of yours." My question is, why is the Red Cross on this? They were on site waiting to watch the entire scenario unfold. Check this out. You're going to see in the scooper there's going to be a body. And look at the little people down in the red at the bottom of the screen, the bottom right-hand side.
This inning, the long ball was
Those are Red Cross workers.
It's now 3-0.
They pull out the body. The video is a 12-minute drone video. And there's no sound, but it shows Hamas staging the discovery of a hostage's body in Gaza. And then a tractor uncovers the body. And then Hamas calls in the Red Cross to witness it. The Red Cross said it attended Hamas's request in good faith as a neutral intermediary. Yeah, right. The Red Cross said it was quote-unquote unaware that the body had been placed there beforehand, unquote. Yeah, right. Look at the 3 or 4 people in the bottom right-hand corner. Those are all Red Cross workers watching. The Red Cross condemned any fake recovery operations and urged all sides to treat human remains with dignity. Except Hamas, apparently.
Swings through that one, it's a strikeout.
That's a pretty nasty pitch right there. I call it a power.
This is just nuts. Look what we found. We found a body. Oh dear. Can we now return this back to Israel?
Before you have to commit. It was a good one for the swinging strike.
But look, Red Cross people, we want you to see how good we are. How we found this in this brand new dumpy pile of dirt. Isn't that crazy, Sam? This is getting nuts. Ay. But you know what? Israel's going to push back because in response to Hamas's games of firing on Israel tonight, like staging the fake hostage recoveries, violating the ceasefire, and continuing the attacks on Israeli soldiers, the Israeli government has decided to move the yellow line westward, closer towards the sea. The shift westward means one thing of that yellow line that Israel has pulled back behind. There will be less safe haven for Hamas and more operational freedom for Israel and the IDF. Hamas is sick. You know what? Hamas's sick games leave Israel no choice but for its own security. Coming soon, the new motto should be, "From the river to the sea, Israel is all you will see." It's funny how the entire world shouted for a two-state solution for Gaza and ended up receiving one state for Gaza, who's now being controlled by both Israel and Hamas. Anyway, that yellow line is going to continue moving westward as time moves on, as Israel takes over more and more Gaza. One by one, 18 through 20 area. But you know what? The military wing of Hamas announced that it managed to retrieve the bodies of 2 hostages in the Gaza Strip today. Although Hamas does not say when it intends to release the deceased bodies over to Israel. The Al-Qassam brigades named the 2 hostages, and they claim to have found them today. But Hamas is once again playing psychological game with their official statement, quote-unquote, "We have located the bodies of Amram, Cooper, and Sahar Baruch." But just to be clear, Hamas did not suddenly locate the remains of Amram, Cooper, and Sahar Baruch last night. Hamas has been holding these remains and the remains of at least 3 other fallen hostages the entire time. And it's trading, they're basically playing with these bodies the way the butchers and the workers trade. I mean, earlier Hamas said it had located the body of a hostage in a tunnel in southern Gaza, and he had to plan it over to Israel at 8 p.m. tonight. Hamas later said it was postponing that handover due to Israel's quote-unquote violations of the ceasefire. Israel is running out of patience. Seriously. I mean, even the Benjamin Council announced that Reserve Soldier Yonah Feldbaum, he fell in battle in Gaza today, down there in southern Gaza. And this is the reason for the Israeli airstrikes today and tonight on the Hamas members. And it's directly due to the fact that Hamas killed an Israeli soldier in one of the safe zones that Israel controls in Gaza and has pulled back to as part of phase one of the ceasefire. So I'm still waiting for the full statement to be released by the IDF. He had 5 kids. Sad story. But additionally, N12 News there in Israel reported that yesterday Hamas terrorists also fired at 2 IDF excavators on Monday in the same area where today's attack on Tuesday happened in Rafah. The incident was not reported to the public at the time. And keep in mind, these attacks on Israeli troops are going unreported overall. So the U.S. urged Israel today not to take radical measures to push the ceasefire to the brink of collapse. But seriously, I'll be surprised if Hamas or Israel doesn't officially break the ceasefire by Friday. All right, here we're going to get to the next stage in the Gog of Magog war being set up. This is nuts. This is another player in the Gog Magog war that's getting the news. Libya, also known as Put there in Ezekiel 38 verse 5. Here's what it says. Libya has been suffering from the insane spread of illegal weapons ever since President Muammar Gaddafi, ever since Gaddafi got out of office there. But the UN is watching too. The UN estimates indicate that Libya has more than 20 million weapons, consisting of light, medium, and heavy weapons that are being held in the hands not of Libya's military, but in the hands of millions of Libyan people. So these illegal weapons, basically military weapons, are no longer being held in military institutions. They've been distributed between militias and local forces and even civilians all across Libya. A security official in Eastern Libya, actually it's Western Libya, but a security official in Eastern Libya says that the bulk of the weapons come from Western Libya, coming across the western border, and he said that the numbers exceed those that we currently know of. So arms smuggling and black markets have embraced the weapons coming in from Algeria. That's also right there, Tunisia and Algeria. That's considered put in Ezekiel 38 verse 5. In some translations you'll see Libya. Other translations you'll see put. All 3 of those nations are going to be part of that Ezekiel 38 Gog and Magog corridor. And you know what? Expect the chaos in Libya to continue and spread. Here's what I'm going to show you. You know, because we were just talking about Ezekiel 38. Thank you guys for watching this video. Go check it out. It's cool. Anywho, Turkey's the new threat. And yes, they're up there as well. But here's the point I wanted to make out today, just talking about Libya and those illegal weapons. Whoops. Go back. Whoa, easy there, big boy. Sorry about that, kids. Let's get out of here. Here we go. Oh, man, I get too excited. Well, all I was... Oh, I can't even get my phone going. What I was trying to do is talking about this, the Libya crisis. Let's see what countries live next door to Libya on the list. Okay, check it out. In the upper left-hand corner, we've got Tunisia. And just to the west of Libya, you've got Algeria. And you see to the right, all the way to the east there is Egypt. And then Sudan is further south. Oh, man. Human catastrophe going on down in Sudan right now. Oh, that's another story. But anyway, so we're talking about Libya. The weapons are coming in from the west, from Algeria and Tunisia. Well, guess who's part of that? Look right below the word left, on the left-hand side, Libya. Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia. And I'm going to showcase this because the Gog of Magog scenario there, Ezekiel 38 verses 1 to 6, give us 9 players, 9 people from countries there. You know, you've got Russia, you've got Turkey, you've got Iran, you've got Ethiopia, probably Sudan and Somalia. I mean, you've got Libya, the put there. You know, you've got Kush and put, Libya, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia. And I wanted to show you guys this because I don't know if you've seen this, but this is Bill Solis, one of his latest. He believes that the hook and the jaws are going to be the blockade on Israel's waterways, as well as the hook and the jaw being Russia being pulled down for Israel's oil. So you've got Iran on the right-hand side that can shut off the Strait of Hormuz over there. But that won't keep China happy, so I doubt they'll do that because that will only be for themselves and it really won't be messing with the parts where it's going to mess with Israel is down here in the southern part. Picture Sudan over there towards Yemen right now because they can close down the Bab el-Mandeb. So you've got Russia won't be coming down to do the naval blockades, I don't believe, but I believe Turkey will come down and start blocking stuff coming into Israel. I believe Libya on the left and Algeria on the left. Just past the Strait of Gibraltar will start using their whatever navals they have to patrol the waters and to try to choke it off so Israel doesn't get supplies and stuff like that. So, I mean, this is just one piece of the puzzle that I'm looking at with everything going on with the news headlines of Ezekiel 38, 39. But remember how I was talking about Hezbollah becoming, another battlefield up north and all this stuff? I wanted to go into the verses about this. And this comes in really powerful. Check this out, Ezekiel 28, 22. Behold, I am against you, O Sidon, which is Seda, and I'm going to show you the map. Because remember how we just read a little bit ago that the Hezbollah forces have moved north of the river there? Well, guess what's north of the Litani River? Sidon. I am against you, O Sidon, and I will be glorified in your midst, and they will know that I am the Lord when I execute judgments on her. Sidon. Why? I will manifest my holiness in her. This is a promise and a prophecy from God Almighty Yahweh. For I will send pestilence to her streets and blood to her streets. Where? In Seda, Sidon, Hezbollah people, and the wounded will fall in her midst by the sword, military term, upon her on every side. They will know that I am the Lord. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, we see the Litani River, all this area south of that Blue River is the part under UN Resolution 1701 where all of Hezbollah was supposed to move back from and evacuate. And we know about Tyre, and we're going to read about that in prophecy as well, but Seda right there is Sidon. That's what I'm saying, just south of Beirut. Sidon's going to become part of the prophecies, I believe. And because Hezbollah has now moved north of the Litani River, they're strengthening themselves. I believe the Seda Sidon prophecy in Ezekiel 28 verses 22-23, but just read verses 22 through 26. And then you'll read the word securely, Yeshabbatah, that's used in the very last verse there of Ezekiel 28 verse 26. And that securely wording is the same wording that's used in the Gog and Magog war of Ezekiel 38, verse 8, 11, and 15. So I believe that the Sidon prophecy has a clue to what's coming up. Anyway, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm watching this because of Hezbollah and everything else. But we know that Israel is losing patience. I mean, they're getting ready to go after Hamas. I mean, here we go again. Zephaniah 2:5. Woe to the inhabitants of the Mediterranean sea coast, the nation of the Cherethites, which were the people groupings there in Gaza, Hamas, that area, the whole shebang, Philistia. The word of the Lord is against you, O Canaan, land of the Philistines, and I will destroy you so that there will be no inhabitants. The day is coming where Israel is going to push and push and push, and they're going to eradicate most, if not all, the Gazan people unless they do a mass population switch and move them into the Sinai, which Egypt says no way, Jose. They could move them to, they could actually move them to southern Jordan, where Edom currently is, with the Edomites and whatnot. That's a possibility. We'll have to keep an eye on that. We've got another verse. Here we go again. Jeremiah 47, verse 7. On account of the day that is coming to destroy who? All the Philistines. All those of Gaza. But check it out. Remember the picture we just talked about? Seda, Sidon, to cut off from Tyre, south of Sidon, and Sidon, every what? Ally. Every ally that is left. All their people groupings that are supporting them. And for the Lord is going to destroy the Philistines, and I believe something's going to kick off with Sidon, with Hezbollah, and with Tyre, south of Sidon, and it's going to start getting these other people groupings involved with the Psalm 83 war. It's just conjecture, but it's very possible, because we have Edom being the first grouping mentioned there in Psalm. Psalm 83 verse 6. And I believe it's the inhabitants of Tyre. I'll have to check. But anyway, my point being is some things are coming up. But it's the Ishmaelites and Edom. But on all that side, let's keep going because we've got Tyre and Sidon wars that are coming up too. But remember, this is salvation. 1 Corinthians 15, 3 and 4. For I delivered to you as of first importance, in other words, it's like a FedEx, what I, the Apostle Paul, also received, that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, and that he was buried, and that he was raised on the third day, according to the Scriptures. That's the gospel story, guys. Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, he was buried, and he was raised again on the third day, according to the Scriptures. In Romans 10, 9 and 10, that if thou shalt confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus, and shalt believe in thine heart that God has raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved.
Out there to center.
You know, and like it says right here with this verse, for with the heart a person believes inside of it. It's a heart change. Ezekiel 36:26. God removes that heart of stone and gives us a soft heart of flesh. But when you believe in your heart, it will result in righteousness, and with your mouth you will confess. And this results in your salvation. With the heart, man believeth unto righteousness, and with the mouth, confession is made unto salvation. Guys, we're getting close to the end, and I just want everybody to get right with the Lord now. I can't make anybody do anything, but you know what? Just oh man, I have a passion just because it feels like we're inching to the finish line, yet we're speed racing right towards it, and it feels like the news is being held back. Does that make sense? Like something else bigger should be happening right about now. It's like that kettle that is getting ready to boil over, and it feels like those bubbles are getting to the top. And it's getting oh man, I don't know. But you know what? Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. You know, is this the end of the Trump ceasefire that's coming up with Israel? I don't know, but I have a feeling that big old wars still need to continue going before any peace plan can arrive. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you here, there, or in the air. Bear now. Jesus Christ.
I tell you, good job so far on the mound. He just needs one more out.
Harris stands in with 2 away as he takes the ball.
Good evening, people. Watching Miss 65 here. I'm going to give you the same verse of scripture I gave earlier, Acts 13:39. And it says, by him all that believe are justified from all things from which we could not be justified by the law.
So, a foul ball makes it 1-2.
Let me give you the gospel. It's in 1 Corinthians 15:1-4. Christ shed his blood for all of our sins, past, present, and future. He was buried and rose again on the third day, according to scripture. That's how I was saved, I was saved, and now we're kept saved. It's death, burial, resurrection. It is grace through faith in Christ alone.
Oh, shit.
Damn it. Ourselves, not of works. It's in the natural boast. It is grace something we didn't earn, something we don't deserve, that God gave us in the Son, whosoever believes in him will not perish, but have eternal life. You admit you're a sinner in need of Christ. The moment you put your faith and trust in Christ and his blood, the moment you accept Christ as Savior, you're saved. Not only are you saved, but you are justified by the blood of Jesus, protected by the blood of Jesus, rapture ready, which is going to happen at any time, and sealed until the day of redemption, which means you cannot and will not lose your salvation. The Holy Spirit will indwell in you, lead you, guide you, minister to you, encourage you,
Fouls it off, still 1-2.
speak to you, teach you, and change you if you let him. So this article came out today on Harbinger. It's about Israel. Now, I don't know whether the ceasefire is still in effect or not, but Netanyahu just called for Israel to carry out airstrikes in Gaza. This came out earlier today. So he's directed the military to launch a powerful airstrike across Gaza today, escalating fears over the U.S. welcome ceasefire with Hamas. So I'm watching that. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but Trump is over in
Bottom of the inning.
Japan
Here's the
right
left
now.
fielder, Jason
With the new Prime
Dominguez.
Minister over there, so we'll see what happens. Then you got this shutdown here. It's going to
First
impact
off,
a lot of
is
people.
fouled off.
You know, these Yankees doing a good job of
Keep
putting
an
the ball
eye on
into
a lot of
play,
stuff.
and that makes things more
But
challenging.
this
on the
article came
defensive
out about
side.
Israel. It
Double-digit
says
hits
God's
and
time
zero
clock. Why modern
strikeouts.
Israel
I
is
don't know
so
which of those is
significant
more
in Bible
impressive.
prophecy.
This one
And I don't think a lot of people realize this. If the clock ticked the day Israel became a nation in 1948.
Amongst the legends of soaring shot to
So
center.
it's been
That's his third
said that
home run of
Israel
the
is the
series,
time
and
clock
they add
in
to
world
the lead.
history.
It's
And why?
11-4.
What about this ancient nation that could
That's
and
exactly the
so
pitch he was looking for, crushes it, and hits it out of the
key
ballpark.
to prophecy? So Bible scholars consider the rebirth of Israel in 1948 as a nation as a supercell, and it was. It was a
And up next
supercell
for New York,
of the end
Oswaldo
times.
Cabrera.
Why is the return of the historic nation to its homeland so important in Bible prophecy? Especially, and this is not what they're
And
saying.
he takes it himself for the out.
This Mondami guy. Now I'm saying
So the
this,
batting order turns over.
with him being
And
mayor
now
of New
Anthony
York,
Volpe.
this is probably going to drive a lot
Got
of
one
the Jewish
assist,
people back
and
to
that's
Israel.
ball one.
Right there. And it just hit me when I read this. The primary reason Israel's rebirth is considered important is that many predictions in Revelation and other prophetic books discuss Israel as a nation.
Yeah, there's two away.
In other words, before Israel was a nation again, many of the predictions in Bible prophecy would be difficult to see fulfilled, which is true. Now that it's a nation again, it's easier to see how God could bring
That
forth
extends the inning.
many of the predictions found
And his hot hitting continues.
concerning the
But
days.
kept him in the yard that time, but all he's
Israel
doing now is
often
passing the
appears in
baton,
Bible
and
prophecies.
everything seems to get started around this
The
guy.
Jewish people in the
Now
nation of
Jared
Israel
Jessup to the plate.
are
Hot
also immeasurably
Arcia.
significant regarding past human history. What is the role of this important nation in the last days? The scripture lays out many ways Israel will be influential in the last days. First, Israel will be a nation, which has already happened.
Today we
Something
deliver a
that was
powerful
not true
message as we
from
join our
1870
partners, stand up to
until
cancer
1948.
and reaffirm
The
our
reestablishment
commitment
of
to the
modern
fight
Israel
against
is a
cancer.
testimony that God
Major League
fulfills his
Baseball, its
promises
fans, players, and coaches are united in our
and has
determination
an ongoing
to defeat
literal
this
plan for
disease
Israel
our
in the
friends,
future.
our families,
Second,
and our communities. For more information,
the Bible
and
predicts
how
the
you can help
return of many Jews to Israel in the end times. Now, I just said this. I'm reading this with you. Ezekiel 36:24 predicts,
Olsen,
"For I will
leading
take
things
you
off the
from
Texas
among the
Strike.
nations, gather you out of all countries, and bring you into your own land." Isaiah 43:6 asks,
Swings
"Bring
through
my
that
sons
one
from
for
afar,
strike
my
two.
daughters from the ends of the earth." Millions of Jews have returned from around the world to the Jewish homeland in Israel, bringing these words
Foul
to
ball
life
still
in a
0-2.
vivid way in our times. Now, again, I'm going to stop right there and say this again. That is the reason why I believe that the Lord is allowing this guy
Ground
to be
ball
mayor
right
of New
side.
York. New York has a huge
And the
Jewish
leadoff man
population.
aboard.
I think it's unlike anything
Couldn't
in
see
this
the ball
nation.
very well in this one. Pulled that one
It
right
would
in
make
the direction
sense
of
that the
Chevy
majority of
defense,
these people,
but no one could
given
make
the
a
way
play on
this
it.
guy
That's
is,
its approach,
will
and it's
go
probably
back
not
to
changing.
Israel.
Ozuna in the box again.
Will go back
Takes
to
the
Israel.
strike.
So I can see that. Third, the future tribulation includes the Antichrist making a covenant of peace with Israel that will be broken in 3.5 years. So Daniel 9:27 predicts
Gets a
concerning
piece, and
Israel.
it stays 0-2.
Then he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week, but in the middle of the week he shall bring an end to the sacrifice and offering. The weeks in the context refers to 7-year periods of time.
What I like about this guy is
So
his
Israel's
back stays in the
rebirth
zone for a long
is
time. His
prophetically
ability to
important,
foul off tough pitches.
as the Bible predicts that a future Jewish temple will be constructed
Olsen gets his lead at first with
in the
nobody
city
out.
of Jerusalem. In Daniel 9:24-27, the Antichrist, who may be alive on planet Earth at this time, who I would say
They made that
is
double play look
alive
so
on planet
easy, but
Earth
it
at
was
this
far
time,
from
will
routine.
desecrate
That's
the
the one thing
temple.
about big leaguers. They make
Jesus Christ alluded to this prediction in Matthew 24:15. Fourth, many see the revival of the Hebrew language in Israel as a fulfillment of Bible prophecy. So Zephaniah 3:9 says, "For then I will restore the people a pure language, that they may call on the name of the Lord to serve him." By the end of the 19th century, the use of the Hebrew language was just about now. Yeah. Spoken Hebrew was almost extinct. But today, it's one of the most powerful languages in the world.
All right, listen, everyone, stop what you're doing.
When Israel was restored to a nation, Hebrew became one of its official languages and is now spoken by millions of people. Now, I speak a little Spanish. That Hebrew is difficult to learn.
Struck right field.
But
And that one is gone.
it looks like a fun language, but it's hard to learn.
That's his third.
The two easiest languages I think to learn besides English is probably Spanish and Italian.
Yeah, another swing it back for him. Man, he is really seeing the ball out of this one.
Especially Greek. No.
I mean, what a performance we're seeing in this one. 3 home runs in a World Series game, ridiculous. And that's what backyard dreams are made of. And he's
It says Israel is already fulfilling some of the Bible's predictions. However, this important nation will continue to play a vital role in the unfolding plan of God throughout the future of his predictions. Come to complete fulfillment in keeping his promises to Abraham and the Jewish people. In Revelation, the Antichrist will break his covenant with Israel at the midpoint of the tribulation. This will take place in the Jewish temple, something that does not exist today for the remaining western wall in Jerusalem. Many prophecy teachers believe that between the rapture and the midpoint of the tribulation, a new Jewish temple will be rebuilt as part of the Antichrist's promise of peace. An organization in Israel called the Temple Institute has already been established. Detailed plans to rebuild the future temple. And so, in addition to the temple, the furnishings, vessels, and other instruments needed for the ritual sacrifices and worship has already been created. For now, construction on the Temple Mount remains blocked due to tensions between the Jews and Muslims along the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the same land. Some argue that the Temple Mount is the most vital piece of real estate on the planet today, due to many conflicts over who should control the location. So while many details remain a mystery, the reestablishment of modern Israel in World War II marked a major change, providing a literal nation and land where the Bible's prophecies could be fulfilled. The change also led to a new understanding of many of Bible's predictions in a more literal manner, rather than speaking to interpret references to Israel symbolically. The very land Abraham was promised, where Jesus and his followers walked, is now a Jewish homeland once again. Despite political differences and concerns in this land today, the emergence of modern Israel provides strong testimony that God fulfills his promises and continues to have a plan for Israel. The Jewish people have for many Bible predictions yet to unfold. You're getting there though, but they have yet to be unfolded. So I'm going to link this in the description box. I will do the next video tomorrow. I know what I'm going to do it on, so, and I got the article. So I'm this time of night, because I take allergy meds and I don't take
It's a 3-up, 3-0. Braves are set down 1-2-3. They're in trouble here. We're pressure here to start the...
occasions, and you are indeed one and only foreign head of state who has made 2 state visits to the Republic of Korea. And it is the first time that you are the first U.S. president that has been conferred the Grand Order of Muguwa by Korea. So indeed, our meeting is very meaningful. And what is also significant and impressive is that it's been 9 months since your inauguration, and around the world, in 8 conflict zones, we brought peace. So you are indeed a peacemaker. So it's almost once a month. So many people have been killed and so many damages were done, but you have been successful in bringing peace to many parts of the world. And I hope that your peacemaking skills can be applied to the Korean Peninsula so that we can bring peace on the Korean Peninsula as well. And if that happens, I believe that you will be recognized forever in the history of humanity, and also this will be indeed welcomed by Korean people, because bringing permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula has been a long-desired goal for our country. And as I mentioned many times, you have wonderful capabilities and skills as a peacemaker, and if you can help us, and if you can establish peace on the Korean Peninsula, then we will support you so that you can become a peacemaker on the Korean Peninsula as well.
Now, here is
Chairman Kim, I hope will see your true heart and intention. This time, your meeting with Chairman Kim did not happen, but I am very happy that you are willing and open to having a dialogue with Chairman Kim, and the posture itself is a lot for us. And so far, Chairman Kim has not really accepted your good intention and your gesture. So this time it did not happen, but I believe that we've been planting good seeds for better future, and I hope that your gestures and your words will serve as an opportunity further open up opportunities for better relations, and we will continue to support your endeavor. As you may know very well, on the Korean Peninsula, a war is going on, technically speaking. So the 2 Koreas are at war, technically, but with the help of the U.S. and the international community, we have been able to grow our economy and advance our country. And going forward, our bilateral relations are going to focus on modernizing our alliance so that our alliance can become more comprehensive and strategic. Korea has decided to increase our national budget for defense, so military spending and the defense budget will be expanded to further strengthen our military capabilities. As you may know very well, the current defense budget of the Republic of Korea is about 1.4 times of the total GDP of the DPRK. So our budget, our military spending is quite significant, and we're ranked number 5 in terms of our military spending. So already it's quite a lot of money. However, I know that it is important to continue to lessen your burden, military and defense burden for us. So we will continue to increase our military spending. Furthermore, I'd like to mention a few things. When I met with you last time, I didn't have a chance to explain in further detail, so there may be some misunderstanding. But when it comes to submarines powered by nuclear energy, I hope that you will support so that we can get supplied of nuclear fuels for submarines. We're not aiming for nuclear-armed submarines, but rather conventionally armed submarines powered by nuclear energy. Because our conventional submarines have limited capabilities, they cannot really effectively monitor and counter any undersea activities from other countries. So if you allow and support the supply of nuclear energy and nuclear fuel for submarines, then we will be assisting building submarines and military vessels, and if we are equipped with nuclear-powered submarines, we can help your activities around this region by providing patrol and other activities. I understand that you have already expressed support for reprocessing of spent fuel and enrichment of uranium. And if you facilitate the working level consultations between our two countries regarding that, we will be able to achieve good results. And you are now working to make America greater again. And I can see that there has been a lot of achievements. And last night I checked that your stock indexes have hit another record high. So you are indeed making America great again. And so against this backdrop, Korean companies will continue to invest in the U.S. and we will continue to support your endeavor in revitalizing your manufacturing sectors, and the shipbuilding sector cooperation will also continue because this will benefit the Korean economy as well, and it will benefit the U.S. economy, and all these efforts will further advance and strengthen our bilateral alliance and relations. We have 50 million people in Korea, and along with Korean people, once again, I welcome you to the Republic of Korea, and I hope that we will continue to work together for a better Korea, for a better U.S., and also for better bilateral alliance. Welcome once again. Thank you very much.
Well, I'd like to thank you very much, and I want to thank all of your people, many of whom I know, and we've been dealing. They're very tough negotiators, and that's the way it should be. And I will say that we're working together. There's a great love between our communities, between our people, between leadership, and we're all friends. I know you showed me a picture from a long time ago, you and I, and you're looking better now than you did then. That was quite a while. I see you doing something well. But I will say this, that as the Korean Peninsula is officially at war, but we will see what we can do to get that all straightened out. We've been very lucky and very fortunate to be able to solve a lot of problems in the world. I didn't even know there were so many problems in countries that nobody knew that they were even fighting, and yet they were killing millions and millions of people. And we got them with the exception of one, which I think we're going to get straightened out, Russia, Ukraine. But we got them all done, all finished. And you know that I'll be working in this very hard with you, with your team, with a lot of other people to see if we can do something that makes sense. I know Kim Jong-un very well. We get along very well. We really weren't able to work out timing. We have President Xi is coming tomorrow. That was something that obviously is very important to the world. All of us, you'll be watching very carefully. We're meeting right here. And we're all looking forward to that. I think it's going to work out very, very well for everybody. And I look forward to seeing him. And that was our focus really for this visit. But we'll have other visits, and we'll work very hard with Kim Jong-un and with everybody on getting things straightened out, because that makes sense. You know, I have a couple of phrases that I like. One of them is common sense. Common sense that should work out. And I feel certain that it may take a little time, and you have to have a little patience, but everything absolutely will. In the meantime, what you've done is amazing. First of all, the welcome and the beautiful honor you bestowed on me as the only American president. That's really a great tribute to our country. Not to me, it's a great tribute to our country, but I had it focused toward you as opposed to against you. Some people did. What you've done and what you've created, what you've done in really a very short period of time, relatively speaking, is amazing. It's really amazing. And you're working with us now on shipbuilding because you become a master of shipbuilding. You know, during World War II, we were the biggest, we were number one by far in the United States. And then through a series of bad decisions or lack of caring, we really didn't make ships very much anymore. We made other things very well, but we didn't make ships. Well, making ships is a necessity. And I know we're working in Philadelphia yards and in various other places in the United States where you're coming. We're going to make ships together in the United States, and we're going to start up shipbuilding, and we'll be right at the top, or at least at the top in a pretty short period of time. But we have a lot of industries that are together, and we have a lot of industries where we're leading. We're leading in AI now. We're leading in a lot of different things. We have many car companies coming back, as you know, to the United States. Yesterday I was in Japan, and Toyota is investing $10 billion in building car plants, numerous car plants throughout the country with American workers, largely American workers. And we have many of them opening, so we have a lot of industry coming back. We're going to be having, I think, by the end of our first year, we should have $22 trillion invested in the United States from other people and countries. And that's a record that's not even close. I think the record could be about one-fifth of that. And the previous administration had less than $1 trillion in 4 years. And we're going to have maybe $21 trillion, could be even higher than that in 1 year. So nobody's ever seen anything. No country's ever seen anything like that. But I just want to let you know it's a special market. You've had it for a long time, but you've never had it as strong as you've had it with me. And it's a tremendous honor. I will tell you, driving up to the beast, driving up to the beast,
a very difficult guy to get hits off of. It's really rare for teams to string stuff together against him.
He wins every pitch, and for a hitter, sometimes his victory is just fouling off one of his pitches.
Making that happen.
The Braves down to their last out, and now it's switching second baseman.
My entire cabinet and all the people with me. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that. So I just want to thank you for that. That was a very special welcome.
Unless he
and
gets himself
it will be remembered.
somehow can't find it, doesn't have the control command that day, you pretty much forget about it.
The defensive side, defense and offense. Both defense and offense, and they're equally as good.
As a hitter, there's even more pressure to take advantage of any mistake, right?
Yeah, and you're hoping that somehow, some way, whether it's a hit by pitch, a walk, something bad happens, because outside of that, this stuff is just too good to fail.
I would call it a lingering cloud over your head.
And he's got deception in his delivery, and it's not
I
that
just
he's
want to thank
trying
you again for
to
the
deceive the
welcome,
hitters.
and
He
I
just
wanted
has this
to
natural
say
flow.
we've been friends
It
for a long time,
to pick the ball up,
and
it
you are
gets
going
on
to
him a
be
little bit quicker
president,
than they
and
anticipate, even though they
we
know
can do
what
this
the
together,
velocity
then you'll
numbers
go
are.
down as the greatest of them all, and we'll try and make that happen. Thank you very much.
He was just one strike away. Right side, and this should do it. Steps on the bag himself, ball game.
Well, you can tell these players feel great and also relieved to even up the series. There's so much on the line. We've worked so hard to get here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Game 7 in this series.
Well, City, it wasn't pretty, but here's another look at the final line.
Yeah, Boo, this one wasn't close. Not a lot of drama at the end either, and you just don't see a lot of blowouts in the postseason.
So this one got a little out of hand. For Chris Singleton and our entire crew, I'm John Shelby saying so long.
유연전 상담과 통화를 위한 대화의 물꼬를 찾으신 트럼프 대통령의 없어서 힘들어서 앞으로 한 달에 가져다 주신
Wow, they're giving him a high honor award. Interesting.
To honor your achievements in paving the way toward peace on the Korean Peninsula 6 years ago, and in anticipation of the peace and prosperity you will bring to the Korean Peninsula, we present you this medal with our deepest appreciation.
대한민국 국민들이 우리 대통령님께 특별한 감사의 마음을 담아서 드리고 있습니다.
The people of Korea are awarding you with this medal with their deep appreciation.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor. We're going to keep it very good with Korea. It's very special. We have a very great relationship, and it will continue and only get stronger. Thank you very much.
대단히 감사합니다. 정중히 관심이 있습니다. 한국과 미국을 가진 운명한 운명하고 있고 앞으로 이
Live from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, the World Series on MLB The Show coming up. The Atlanta Braves taking on the New York Yankees.
I'd like to wear it right now. Thank you so much. We'll cherish it.
Joined by my partner Chris Singleton, I'm John Chung. It's been quite a series so far, and the excitement's only ramping up as we get ready for Game 5.
Yeah, and even though neither team's going to be going home after today, Game 5 always has the feel of an elimination game when the series is tied up at 2-2. Maybe it's just as important as one because being up 3-2 as opposed to down 3-2 makes a huge difference going forward.
Yeah, you don't want to be the team with their backs up against the wall in Game 6. This is a big swing game. First pitch coming at you right after the break.
This gold crown is the largest and most extravagant of the 6 existing gold crowns from the Zillah
정말 정부는 하늘의 권위, 지상의 통치를 연결하는 신성한 그리고 지도자의 권력한 리더십과 권위를 수행합니다.
All right, just about ready for baseball. And starting in this one, Carlos Rodon.
Power pitcher. He's going to speed you up with the fastball velocity, and out of his hand will explode the breaking ball. Very difficult for hitters to keep that front side closed and hit the ball the other way because they know if they're not ready to pull the trigger, the fastball will beat them.
So down to the plate for Atlanta, Michael Harris is set.
The expectation of your state visit to come true because it symbolizes the spirit of
As the lefty gets to work.
the Korean Peninsula for the first time.
That one not close. So Game 5 is underway. Swing a high glove on the left. One up, one down. Here we go, Siggy. Lineup time for Game 5 of the World Series.
It's been a fun series. We've seen plenty of back and forth, which is always a good thing. Now there's an opportunity to be the first team to 3 wins. This group is more than capable of making it happen.
Jurickson Profar in the box with 1 away as he takes ball 1. Rodon went the distance the last time out, throwing a complete game. And that misses 2-1.
I've never watched him throw that complete game, Boo. Just not that common anymore. Think about this. In the 21st century, only 2 pitchers have had a season with 10 complete games. In 1998 alone, 3 different pitchers did it. He showed some rare stamina.
That one ripped. This one could be trouble. Makes the turn and heads for second. The throw in. Throw is offline, and he's got a double.
Most hitters dream of being able to hit breaking pitches as well as this guy. It takes great bat-to-ball skills to be able to be as good as he is against the junk pitches he faces.
Yeah. Austin Riley, batting with 1 down, takes a strike.
Riley used to be a pitcher back in the day, Boo. In fact, fans used to give him a hard time in his rookie ball days because he started the season with a long slump. He'd get messages questioning if he should go back to pitching, but it turns out he made the right choice.
Swings and misses, struck him out.
Well, that's such a critical pitch in terms of execution right there. The pitcher has to finish it. Otherwise, it probably gets hit pretty hard. If you leave that out over the plate or you don't get it down enough, quickly turns into something that gets smoked. But if you can place it where he did, it's a really deceptive pitch.
Swinging a ground ball, and that's just foul. Olsen went deep in his most recent game. Fly ball down the line. He's got it, and that's the third out. Braves strand one, and now the Yankees. Let's see what they can do. No score. This is the World Series on the show.
If you ask me what I think about handhelds, I would say that I think that they do more than just play games. They change the way you experience them. Every handheld I've owned is ended up shaping when I play, where I play, and how I play, often in ways I didn't expect. And right now, the two devices are defining the Nintendo Switch 2, and a new handheld that isn't seeing use or tested. And the Steam OLED, a handheld that feels significant. Two very different ideas of what portable gaming should be. The real question is, which is the right one for you?
That one ripped right center field. In one house off the wall should be extra bases. And it's a double to start.
So the Nintendo Switch 2 just released, and for a lot of people, this is the first time in 7 years that handheld gaming has kind of felt exciting again. Maybe you just want for travel, or maybe you want to be able to just play a game while you're watching reruns at the office. Or maybe you have an original Switch, and it's starting to show signs of age, and it's time to leave it behind and upgrade. The tricky part is that in the 8 years since the original Switch launched, a lot has happened in the handheld gaming space. Give the Switch credit where it's due, but the Steam Deck exists now too, a handheld that's typically more powerful and flexible. And maybe that has you wondering which one will be a better fit for you. So before we even talk specs or performance, it's worth asking a bigger question. Is this what the business will begin? The Steam Deck OLED is a portable PC in the truest sense. It's powerful and incredibly customizable. You can theme it, you can mod it, you can even swap parts if you're savvy enough with a screwdriver. It feels like more than a handheld. It feels alive. Something that's always the second you start shaping it. In practice, for me, it's become the everything machine. AAA games, indie games, emulation, streaming services. The next batch you covered. The Switch 2, on the other hand, takes a different approach. First and foremost, you're buying it from Nintendo's first-party lineup. Mario, Zelda, Metroid, Donkey Kong, the list goes on. Some of the most universally recognized and loved games ever made that you won't find officially anywhere else. At least not if Nintendo has anything to say about it. They're polished, approachable, and designed to run seamlessly on the hardware that's made for it. You just turn it on and you're ready to play. In other words, just the way Nintendo... Oh, come on. It's kind of like a board game. You open the box, you read the rules, and you get your friends and you start playing. And that difference shows up in everyday life. The Switch is designed to include everyone. Joy-Cons mean instant couch co-op, and assuming they don't throw it through your TV, it's the easiest thing to hand to a kid. The deck, meanwhile, is more personal. I've always kind of likened it to the adult's handheld. For the most part, I think that it assumes you want control to manage a library, tweak settings, and tinker If the Switch is that easy board game to set up, then the Steam Deck is the Lego set. You dump out the pieces and decide what it's going to be. So yes, both are flexible, but in different ways. The Switch gives you flexibility in how you share it, and the deck gives you flexibility in how you shape it. And once you determine which kind of flexibility matters more to you, the decision hopefully gets a little bit easier.
Really what comes to mind when you think of postseason baseball. Fans doing whatever they can to stay warm.
So we don't call these handhelds for no reason. How these systems feel in your hands, though, is more than just about the weight. It's the whole design. The Steam Deck OLED is heavier and bulkier, but surprisingly ergonomic. The grip scale to your palms, the triggers have real depth, and it does feel like something built for long sessions. The trade-off, though, is that it never quite disappears, at least in public. I'll never not feel like I'm unfolding a giant laptop when I'm at work and I'm taking it out of my bag. The Switch 2 is pretty much the opposite. It's lighter, sleeker, and easy to plop anywhere without announcing or If you've used the original Switch, it is larger, but the difference goes beyond just size. The new magnetic Joy-Cons are a big step up. They're more solid, larger, more reliable, and incredibly satisfying to snap on and off. In regards to the display, it has a 7.9-inch 1080p LCD panel with 120Hz refresh rate and VRR that makes games like Mario Kart World or Donkey Kong Bonanza pop with energy. The Deck's display, meanwhile, makes colors look richer and shadows deeper and whites brighter. It does come in a touch smaller than the Switch 2 at 6.4 inches instead of 7.9, but it's an OLED panel with incredible HDR performance. Play something like Ori and the Blind Forest or Hades 2, and it pulls you in with blacks that feel endless and colors that look painted right on the glass. Though it only tops out at 800p and 90Hz, things still look very bright, smooth, and crisp.
Rolled softly, but that goes foul.
So specs and the way it looks and feels and how things are on the outside are one thing, but performance is really about trust.
And you can get to it, it's a foul ball. And run them well.
On the deck, that trust comes with a caveat. For the most part, you'll be adjusting settings. Maybe you turn down shadows in Red Dead to smooth out the frame rate, or tweak resolution stability for some 5 to squeeze more life out of the battery. For a lot of people, especially with the PC crowd, that tinkering is the name of the game. It's part of the fun. You feel this complete sense of ownership over how a game looks and plays. Switch 2, on the other hand, doesn't give you that control, but it doesn't need to. You pop in Tears of the Kingdom, and thanks to improved performance and some updates, things just work. There are no menus and no sliders. It may not be the most powerful system, but Nintendo builds games that run beautifully on the hardware that they're designed for. It is worth mentioning, however, that if you're someone who enjoys third-party games, know that while some are getting Switch 2 updates, many are still locked to lower frame rates, and some just plain struggle to run. That's something to keep in mind if you're planning on venturing outside of Nintendo's first-party lineup. Don't buy Mortal Kombat or The Witcher 3 expecting it to be the best version of Mortal Kombat or The Witcher 3. That's just crazy. Now, unless you're docking this to a TV or monitor, you're going to want to consider battery life. It's the part of handheld gaming that nobody brags about, but everybody notices. The Steam Deck OLED is still an improvement over the original Steam Deck, but it's still kind of a mixed bag. Play something lightweight, like Vampire Survivors, and you'll be set for hours. Fire up something like Red Dead or Cyberpunk, and it's not before long until you're looking for the nearest outlet. The saving grace is that Valve gives you some control over it. You can set individual power draw settings for each game, and you may find that indie games are now sipping battery life instead of shipping. All in all, if you're willing to tinker, you can stretch a lot more life out of it. Tinker, you're sensing a theme. The Switch 2 doesn't really give you that choice. In my experience, it doesn't matter whether you're playing a competitive racer like Mario Kart World or something slower paced like Coffee Time. Great game, by the way. The battery still leaves something to be desired, and this does seem to be kind of a unanimous conclusion, at least on the internet. And maybe this improves later down the road with better game optimization or firmware updates, but for right now, I'm not impressed. I haven't really been naming winners for each of these categories, but for this one specifically, Steam Deck takes it. When it comes to price, the sticker only tells half the story. The Switch 2 may be cheaper up front, but Nintendo knows exactly what their games are worth. First-party titles rarely go on sale. Breath of the Wild is 8 years old, and it's still $60. I'm not being salty about it because, to be fair, they know exactly what that higher price tag is going to get you. A solid, smooth, classic Nintendo experience. But the Steam Deck OLED costs more this year, but the ecosystem is what flips the map. Accordingly, Steam sales are legendary, where you can find yourself buying a dozen games for the price of one Switch 2. And there are plenty of sites like Fanatical with year-round discounts on full game keys, so your library can grow really exponentially. And if you subscribe to Game Pass or you already have a large PC library, then the deck just keeps multiplying the value. Regardless, both are going to set you back a fair bit.
500? Did you pay 500?
That's the inning.
Over 6? Can't be 7. Don't tell me you paid $700 for this jacket.
Just keep in mind the price is about more than just the hardware. It's about how you buy your games and how you value your time and your money.
You are sick! Is that what you paid for this jacket?
The Switch makes you pay for polish, but the deck rewards you for
Lifted in
exploration.
the air, left field. Dominguez sells 100 and makes the catch.
So there you have it, friends. That was a little breakdown of some things that maybe you want to consider. If you're still on the fence, know this. The internet is an echo chamber. You'll hear glowing praise and harsh criticism about both of these devices. Even my opinion is just another voice in that chorus. And while these opinions can help, and it can maybe nudge you in a specific direction, but at the end of the day, nobody can help you with the right handheld for you. What I, or what the next person values in a handheld, can be different from yours, and that is totally okay. I love my Steam Deck, and I love my Switch. None of these are perfect, but you know what? All of them are brilliant, and the best one is the one that makes you want to keep playing. I trust you will make the right decision. Finally, if you clicked on this video because the title says here's the truth, then here's the truth. Handheld gaming has never been better.
And it's in time. It wasn't the smoothest play you'll see today, but they still get the out. 2 down, bases empty. Now batted jerks at Profar. Went through there for a strike. 2 outs, bases empty. In the air, foul off first. Goldie makes the play, and that'll do it. And the Braves go down quietly. They're down 4-0. And welcome back to the ballpark. Set for the bottom of the third.
So it feels like I've had the Nintendo Switch 2 for a month, and that's not the case. I'm recording this on June 21st. It's just I can't help but mention the familiarity when it comes to this handheld. Now, I've had plenty of handhelds on this channel. In fact, I would say that most of the content that is on this channel is mainly focused on handhelds overall, whether it's PC handhelds or retro handheld emulators or Nintendo Switch content. And now, talking about the Switch 2, I can't help but compare it to the most popular PC handheld, arguably, the Steam Deck from Valve. Now, the Steam Deck from Valve, it does have tech that is technically older than the Nintendo Switch 2, albeit it came out around the same time, 2022. But there are so many things that were added to the Nintendo Switch 2 that almost feel like they're kind of touching or trying to grab the PC enthusiasts, trying to pull them away, especially with that mouse mode that is there. Obviously, the DLSS and all of the tech jargon that is packed into this thing bears mentioning as well, but I'm going to be looking and comparing the Nintendo Switch 2 to the Steam Deck, not from the hardcore tech enthusiast, but from somebody that is trying to figure out which handheld to get for themselves. Somebody that is a gamer, but not a super hardcore gamer, that just wants something that works. Let's talk about something that is very important whenever you're buying something for yourself, and that's price point. Now, the Nintendo Switch 2, when it was first launched, it was available for $449 or just the console itself. But there was a Mario Kart World bundle, which I'm assuming most people will go ahead and get, because that is $499. Now, if you were to buy the console itself and then buy Mario Kart World separately, Mario Kart World would be an additional $80. One thing that I do want to go ahead and mention is that the Mario Kart World bundle only comes with a code. It does not come with a cartridge. Also, that code is region locked. I found that out because I'm not at home. I'm technically overseas at the moment. And when I bought my Nintendo Switch 2 over here, I didn't realize that having an American account would conflict with an EU code. So just a heads up on that. On the Steam Deck side of things, there are a couple of options, because you can technically still buy the OLED model that's there, but if you want to, you can also buy the LCD version. The LCD version costs $399 and comes with 256 gigabytes of onboard storage. Now, the OLED model, the cheapest one, comes with 512 gigabytes of onboard storage and costs $549. The differences between the two, the OLED has better Wi-Fi, has technically and arguably a better screen because it consumes less battery. You also have a larger screen and you have a larger battery, so you're just going to get a better overall experience. The processor is also slightly better on the Steam Deck OLED than it is on the Steam Deck LCD, but there is barely, if any, difference between the two in terms of performance. Now, one thing to mention is that there is also a 1 terabyte version of the Steam Deck OLED that is available for $649. At the time of this recording, actually everything is sold out except for the LCD model, so we'll see if restock is going to happen over the summer. I also forgot to mention that Steam, they almost always have some form of sale on their refurbished model. So the Steam Deck certified refurbished from Valve, the 512 gigabyte model is $439, and the 1 terabyte model is typically $519. They sell out very, very quickly, so I would recommend subscribing because I always post updates whenever those go. When comparing the screens on both of these handhelds, it really just depends on the flavor that you want. On the Nintendo Switch 2, you have a 1920 by 1080p screen, VRR support, 120Hz refresh rate, HDR10 support, as well as an LCD panel. Now, when it comes to the Steam Deck OLED, spoiler alert, there's an OLED screen on there. It's a 90Hz refresh rate. There isn't any VRR support, but there is HDR support. Now, I am an OLED snob. I prefer having that more than anything else. And despite the Steam Deck OLED having a screen resolution of 1280 by 800, most of the time whenever I play games on this handheld, I don't really notice the lower resolution that is there. Now, I will say that whenever I play games on, let's say, the ROG Ally X, which has been kind of like my main go-to as of late, then yeah, I do notice the difference that's there. Having that higher fidelity that's there just feels really nice. But at the end of the day, it really comes down to what you prefer and what it is that you prioritize whenever you're looking at the two different screens that are here. If you don't care and you just kind of just want to play games, then yeah, probably go with the Switch 2 simply because of the fact that you have a higher refresh rate, you have a higher resolution, and you have VRR support. It's just a better overall panel when you're looking at those specific things. If you prefer those inky blacks and you want to be able to have that infinite contrast, then yeah, go with the Steam Deck OLED just because you're going to be able to get that beautiful experience that comes with that OLED panel. Regardless of whichever screen you're going to be looking at, you want to make sure that you have games to play on these handhelds. Now, they both have their own respective storefronts. On the Nintendo Switch 2 side of things, you have a much needed upgrade to the eShop. Things are much snappier, it's an overall better experience, and because of the faster download speed, the experience that you do have from buying games to actually playing games is much quicker. It's not, anything that to call home about, but it's much faster than it was on the original Nintendo Switch. Also, when it comes to sales and things like that, you're not going to find them frequently on the Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo themselves, they very rarely put their games on sale. So you're going to pay $80 for Mario Kart World until the Nintendo Switch 3 comes out with Mario Kart Universe, whatever that's going to be called. So be prepared to pay a premium. Even with third-party publishers, most of the time, if it's sold on Nintendo Switch, you're going to pay the Nintendo Switch tax on here, where you're just going to be paying more for games than you would on any other platform. Now, with the Steam Deck OLED or the original Steam Deck, you buy games directly from Steam. Steam themselves, they have sales all the time. For whatever reason, so whether it's spring, summer, autumn, or winter, you're going to get sales happening all the time. And publishers very frequently put their games on sale on Steam. So if you want to buy a AAA game that came out a year and a half, 2 years ago, and play it, you're going to pay maybe $3, $4, $5, maybe upwards of like $15, maybe $20 for a game that costs $60 to $70 on launch. That cannot be said for the Nintendo Switch 2. It very frequently has games at full price, regardless of when it came out. One thing that I do want to go ahead and say is that even for the Nintendo Switch 2, the Steam Deck mainly, but even for the Nintendo Switch 2, you can find resellers online that will sell codes for their respective games on their respective platforms at a discounted rate. So if you wanted to buy games for the Steam Deck on Fanatical, Green Man Gaming, or Humble, or wherever, more likely than not, you're going to find the game at a cheaper rate than you would find it on Steam or the Steam store themselves. So it kind of, you kind of have to look online and maybe go to like a shady website or what is presumably a shady website in order to find something. But, it's there. For Nintendo Switch 2, I haven't seen too much of that yet. I have found some stuff online, but, I'm kind of still skeptical on buying things specifically for the Switch 2 from a third-party reseller like that. Future Rudy here. So I found this website called Deku Deals that lists a bunch of deals across multiple platforms. But the thing that I found that's really interesting is that you can find deals for Nintendo Switch games, whether they're physical or digital, across multiple websites. So this can include Root or Amazon, Best Buy, Walmart, whatever, and everything will be listed there for you to go and check out. The thing that I find most dangerous about this website is that you can subscribe and kind of just be able to find whatever deals you want for whichever games, and a lot of games go on sale. So in some, actually the majority of them are not first-party Nintendo titles, so you're still going to be paying full price for that. But there are a lot of third-party publishers that list their games on sale across multiple websites, specifically if it's a physical game. Regardless of where you buy things online, you want to make sure that you protect your privacy and protect your data online, and that's where today's sponsor comes into play. Okay, let's be real. Chances are at one point you probably bought something online and you filled out a form with your contact information, your shipping information, and your credit card info. And chances are you got something and that was it. That was the end of it. But little did you know that more likely than not, that website took your data and sold it to a data broker. And that data broker is auctioning off your data to the highest bidder. Most of the time, the highest bidder is probably a scammer of some kind. Now, this is where I would recommend Delete Me. Delete Me is your one-stop shop to protect you from, well, yourself. It protects you from the risks of being harassed, doxxed, attacked due to politics, occupation, opinions that you've shared online in the past, risk of identity theft, phishing scams, stalking, and a ton more. Now, I have been using Delete Me personally for months, about 4.5, which one is a little bit more ergonomic than the other one when it comes down to these two handhelds. And I'm just going to go right out and say it. The Steam Deck and the Steam Deck OLED are some of the most comfortable handhelds I've ever used. It is perfectly balanced in terms of weight distribution. The way that the grips feel in my hands just feel great. I love the curves. If you know me, when it comes to handhelds, I prefer to have curves more than something that's flat. And although the trackpads are there, I don't really use them that much, not as much as other Steam Deck users, but when I have had to use them, it doesn't feel out of place. It doesn't feel uncomfortable to use them. I am definitely just impressed with the overall design and layout of things, and this is just something that I could easily recommend to somebody that wants to go ahead and go for something that is comfortable to use for long, extended periods of time. Now, when it comes to the Nintendo Switch 2, I understand the design philosophy that's there, where they kind of just took what worked and just decided to improve upon that. And this is in part why in my original impressions video I said that this feels more like a Switch Pro more than a Switch 2. But regardless of that, the face buttons, they feel much more premium. I mean, everything just feels like it's slightly elevated in contrast to the Nintendo Switch. Now, I will say that, do I wish that there were grips and things like that that I could actually go ahead and use on here? Yeah, 100%. It would allow for a much better single-player experience. But I do understand that removing a Joy-Con and having something that is very comfortable to use while playing two-player games with two different Joy-Cons makes sense, and it is just leads towards a better overall experience when playing multiplayer games in tabletop mode or whatever. Now, regardless of that, I will say that the actual triggers or the buttons that are here, as well as the shoulder pads, they feel fine. They feel comfortable to use. I do kind of wish that the joysticks were a little tiny bit bigger, just a little bit, just a smidge bigger, and that they had a little bit better travel distance. I don't know, maybe it's just me, maybe it's just because I have big hands, maybe it's because I'm not a little kid playing on a Nintendo Switch 2, but overall I wish that it was there and it was a little bit bigger. But I also wish that there were more curves that were here to just allow for a better overall experience when playing games in single-player handhelds. The docking situation for both of these handhelds are very different. With the Nintendo Switch 2, it does come with a dock that has 4K output that you can connect to a television. It also has an Ethernet port just to have better, connectivity and things like that. But the handheld or the console itself does not actually output 4K natively. What it typically does is that it gets footage and upscales it using NVIDIA's DLSS, that stands for Deep Learning Super Sampling. And what it essentially does is it gets a smaller image, like let's say something that's 1080, and upscales it using the technology that's there, and makes it look like a 4K image at a pretty decent quality. Now, the Steam Deck does not come by default with a dock of any kind. You can buy third-party docks and it'll work, but I would obviously recommend the Steam Deck dock. I do have a video talking about that more in depth. But with the Steam Deck dock from Valve, you're able to get support straight from Valve, that's one, and there's going to be firmware updates that have been happening throughout time. But also, with that, you can upscale. Technically, you could upscale all the way to 4K, though I don't recommend that because the chipset that is inside simply can't handle it. I feel like 1080 is probably the max that this could do for 3D games. You're playing a 2D game, like let's say, I don't know, Hollow Knight, for instance, you can definitely do 4K and you'll be fine. But if you're playing something like Cyberpunk 2077, that's not going to happen at 4K. You're probably better off sticking with 1080p when it comes to this. Now, the outputs on the Steam Deck dock, yeah, technically it's HDMI, but there also is a DisplayPort 1.4 that you can use as well. Both of these are pretty awesome. It just depends on your own setup and how you want to go ahead and use it. Personally, now for me personally, I don't use the Steam Deck at all while docked, and most of the time I use it in handheld mode. The only time I dock it is to capture footage for content, but aside from that, I just never bother. With the Nintendo Switch, though, I kind of do to and from, but mainly, at least looking at the Nintendo Switch 1 generation, I mainly played docked on television, so having the ability to go ahead and go to and from is nice, but most of the time I'm going to be playing docked. There are some features that are available for free on the Steam Deck that you have to pay for in order to get access to the Switch 2. Primarily backing up your data online and being able to play with your friends online for free. Now, on the Steam Deck, like most of any other PC, you can essentially play online for free. Now, there are some caveats to this because there are some online multiplayer games that just don't play well with SteamOS. Primarily, first-person shooter games that require an anti-cheat of some kind. It just doesn't play well at all. But there aren't really that many games that aren't compatible with SteamOS in today's day and age. When it first launched, there's so many issues, but now it's pretty much ironed out for the most part. Now, with Nintendo Switch, you have to pay for Nintendo Switch Online plus the expansion pack. Technically, you don't need the expansion pack in order to play online with your friends and have your data back up in the cloud, but with the expansion pack, you also get access to other games that are available for Nintendo GameCube, as well as other things that pop up, other perks and promotions and things like that Nintendo might have, like early access to buying exclusive things like that, were available to the general public. But I will say that I am subscribed to this. My family, they absolutely love it. The time that I do jump into the Nintendo Switch world is pretty comfortable, and being able to have that right there is really convenient. But, my family, my wife, my son, and the rest of my family are very happy with access to this stuff. If you are going to, go for Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion pack, make sure that you get a group of people, sign up for a family plan, and just save yourself some money instead of paying for the individual subscription. Because the individual subscription is you can go ahead and get 5-6 of your pals and just sign up for a family plan and just divvy up the cost amongst yourselves on a year-to-year basis. I believe it's $79.99. Totally worth it. Yeah, it's just you get way more, bang for your buck. At that point, if it's the individual one, then to me, it's not even worth it at that point. So it is what it is. But the fact that you can have access to your saved data online as well as to play with friends online for free is definitely a perk, at least in my opinion. Testing out performance on both of these handhelds was a little bit tricky. Now, obviously, on the Steam Deck side of things, it was very easy to do simply because SteamOS allows you to have an overlay that shows all of the data that you would want, frame timing, frame rate, battery consumption, wattage consumption, all that stuff is just built right into it. And if you don't want to see it, you can just hide it and never see it ever again. But the fact that that option is there is really awesome. On the Nintendo Switch 2, it's a little bit more of a closed platform. And by that I mean I don't have access to all of that data without any sort of modding or hacking into the system, which I'm not going to do because Nintendo is apparently just bricking or banning people that use pretty much anything out of the ordinary on their Nintendo Switch 2 as of right now. That being said, in order to actually get data and learn or see what the frame rate and frame timing was on this, I used a software called Teardrop. Now with Teardrop, the outlook and the way that it's presented, it's kind of similar to what we see with Digital Foundry. And as far as I can tell, the process of getting that data is somewhat similar. But with Digital Foundry, it is a much better piece of software, and it's only for internal use on their end. It's not available to the public. So this is more of just a project that somebody had going on that is available in GitHub. If you want to go ahead and get it yourself, I have links down in the description below as well as the pinned comment. Now, I will go ahead and say that in order to get that data, you need a capture card of some kind. I have an Elgato 4KX, which I use to get lossless footage. With that, I can go ahead and plug that into the system or the program, and Teardrop will spew out information on a frame-by-frame basis for the graph itself. Cool thing is that with that, you can kind of see the performance on a frame-by-frame basis for the lossless footage that you have. And that definitely told a story that I did not expect on the Nintendo Switch 2. Now, there's only really one game that I wanted to test out between both of these two handhelds, and that's Cyberpunk 2077. There isn't really an exact one-to-one aspect of comparing these two, and both of these on both consoles ran at 1080p. I wanted to see what I could get with the quality mode on the Nintendo Switch 2, and I compared that to the Steam Deck preset that is there on the Steam Deck OLED. This is Cyberpunk 2077's Nomad storyline, or the beginning of the Nomad storyline in the game. And to be honest with you, the first time that I saw this graph, I thought that, well, this can't be right. There must be an error that is happening within this program, because this is just way too stable. But based off of what I've seen, there's only one part when the sheriff actually shows up, when there is a small little tiny dip to 29.3 frames per second, if I remember correctly. It's just absolutely astounding at how well this runs on this handheld at the frame rate that it's at, and this is while being docked. Now, one of the things that I do want to go ahead and mention is that this is seen in Night City as well. But the major fall, despite my gameplay, is that you are going to run into some instances where frames are going to drop when you are in Dogtown. Now, the system still maintains a pretty relative frame rate, trying to keep it at that 30 FPS, but even still, with all of the action and different things that are happening on screen, it still definitely takes a couple of hits here and there in terms of everything. That being said, I'm still very impressed with what's here and what we're able to go ahead and get at 1080p. The Steam Deck, on the other hand, at 1080p while docked, did run into some instances where the frame rate just dropped below 30 FPS. Now, depending on the situation, you might be able to get a stable frame rate of around 30 to 35 frames per second, but in much more intensive areas, whether you're in a gunfight or just being chased or there's a story sequence, it might drop down that 30 FPS mark. And if you're going into Dogtown, it might drop down even further than that. It really just depends on whatever is happening on screen. Now, if you did want to go ahead and get a better frame rate, then you can drop down the preset from the Steam Deck preset to the straight up just low preset, which is honestly what I play most of my games on Steam Deck anyway. But it is an option that is there if you want to go ahead and squeeze a couple more frames out of it. If that doesn't really bother you at all, then keep it at the Steam Deck preset and you're going to be fine anyway. Both of these are obviously handhelds, so you're going to want to use it as a handheld from time to time, and the battery life that you can expect in handheld mode is very different. Now, obviously, these are two different ways of approaching battery life. With the Steam Deck OLED, you have a 50 watt-hour battery. With the Nintendo Switch 2, you have just shy of a 20 watt-hour battery. And because of the processors that are inside, you get different battery life. On the Nintendo Switch 2, you can expect anywhere between 2 to about 5.5 hours of battery life, depending on the games that you're playing. If you're playing something that's lightweight, like, let's say, Deltarune or Bravely Default, then, yeah, you're not going to have that much power being consumed. But if you're playing something like, let's say, Tears of the Kingdom or Mario Kart World, then that's a different story. You're going to get closer towards that 2.5 hour mark. On the Steam Deck OLED, it's a similar experience that I would get roughly around 2 to 2.5 hours whenever I was playing like a big AAA title on low settings. But if I was playing something like, let's say, Balatro, for instance, that takes very little power to actually run, and I would get anywhere between 12 to 12.5 hours while playing on Balatro at the lowest settings for power consumption. So there are a lot of different things that you can do on the Steam Deck to extend your battery life, whereas with the Nintendo Switch 2, you're kind of just stuck at whichever way the developers decided to set things up for the handheld. But 2 to 5 hours is pretty solid, at least in my opinion, for the battery size and the power consumption on the Nintendo Switch 2. So out of the two of these, who do I recommend these to? Well, if you are looking for the Steam Deck, you're probably somebody that wants to go deeper into PC gaming, or you want to, well, pretty much just see what all the hype is about. Now, the Steam Deck has a lot that you can do with it. out of the box, you don't have to adjust anything. You don't have to change anything. You can just continue buying games from Steam and it'll run just fine. But you do have the option to go deeper. And I think that's something that a lot of people really enjoy that are Steam Deck users. You can go onto the Linux side of things and you can adjust things. You can install Decky Loader, you can install frame gen mods, you can install different ways of running different launchers on here. Like, the sky's the limit when it comes down to using Steam OS and using the Steam Deck. Small caveat and sidebar, there are other handhelds that are coming out with Steam OS already baked into it or installed in it. And that's the Legion Go S. There are two different models, and a bit confusing, but the more expensive one will run better. Let me just say that outright. It'll be worth the money. But when it comes down to it, with the Steam OS and Steam Deck, you have so much flexibility and so many options that you can really tailor your experience to exactly what you want. If you don't want to go deep into it, and you just want something that runs your PC games, then that works too. And if a game is too powerful for your handheld, but you have a beefy PC someplace else, you can technically stream to it, and the streaming experience is actually pretty solid based off of what I've seen, and you'll save plenty of battery. But let's say you don't want to tweak, you don't want to change any settings, you don't want to adjust anything, you just want to play games. That's where the Nintendo Switch 2 comes into play. And the Nintendo Switch 2 has done a phenomenal job of just kind of like taking the reins and just providing a solid enough experience to where most people, as consumers, they will just pick this up and they'll be like, oh, this is awesome. I can, play Animal Crossing or Mario Kart World or Cyberpunk 2077 or Metroid Beyond. Like, that's something that people just they want to be able to go in, play the game, not have to worry about anything. If your spouse or partner or whatever goes ahead and comes into the living room and they want to watch TV, you can just go ahead and remove this and continue playing without any issues at all. So there are a lot of pros and cons to these, but those are kind of like the two buckets where I put both of these consumers on. I feel like that's there. One thing that I do want to go ahead and say while I'm talking about that is that both of these companies target two very different demographics and two very different audiences. And what I mean by that is that Steam Deck, you can only buy it through Steam. You cannot buy it anywhere else. And if you live in a country where Steam does not sell the Steam Deck, then you're kind of, screwed into going with a reseller, which will probably upcharge you to buy the Steam Deck even now. But when it comes down to the Nintendo Switch, it's readily available worldwide, that's one. And two, it's found in big box retailers. So when somebody goes to buy something for someone as a gift, for instance, they're not going to look at the Steam Deck because the Steam Deck is not there. The ROG Ally and Ally X are there. Yeah, Legion Go might be there, but at the end of the day, the Nintendo Switch 2 will most definitely be there. And one of the things that Nintendo has done for themselves is that they've built themselves up a brand where the casual consumer can go ahead and look at it and say, oh, this is the new Nintendo Switch 2, I'm going to go ahead and buy that for whoever, or maybe they'll buy it for themselves. So it's very different in terms of their marketing techniques, their sales techniques, and what they've been doing and who they're targeting. Because somebody that plays on PC will more than likely want this, but somebody that plays on consoles will probably more than likely want this. Put it in. But anyways, if you want to hear my thoughts on the Nintendo Switch 2 after having it for 48 hours, then I would recommend clicking on this video over here. And if you want to hear on why I still think that the Steam Deck is still king for most people, then click this video over here. And until next time, guys, I will see you on the next one. Peace.
Excuse me.
Check out the best handheld gaming consoles you can buy right now. All the products mentioned are linked in the description below. If you're ready, let's get started. Starting off at number 4, the Nintendo Switch 2 is Nintendo's ultimate handheld and console hybrid, improving on the original in almost every way. Instead of a brand new design, Nintendo
If you're a gamer who enjoys the freedom to play wherever you go, you're in luck. We've compiled a list of the top handheld game consoles that combine power with portability. From timeless classics to cutting-edge PC-level performance, there's something for every player. We'll look at consoles that thrive on nostalgia, some that push visual fidelity to stunning OLED levels, and even a handful that achieve the perfect balance between the two. Along the way, we'll discuss their virtues and quirks because, let's be honest, no device is flawless, and often those minor flaws are part of the appeal. Whether you like the crisp punch of a current display, the satisfying click of well-designed controls, or the pure joy of having thousands of games in your pocket, these picks have it all. Consider this your gamer's trip guide, only instead of clothes, we're bringing pixels. So take your controller and prepare to dig in. By the end, you might have discovered your next portable gaming obsession, one that keeps you playing whenever, wherever. Before getting into the video, let's subscribe. Number 7, RG353V Retro Video Handheld Game. The RG353V Retro Handheld Game console is the compact little...
Why would you buy a Switch when you can get a Steam Deck? Steam Deck has more games. Nintendo's being greedy. Where's the OLED screen? Get a Steam Deck. Maybe I should just get a Steam Deck. It's so funny because I think the Switch 2 is the fastest selling console ever. I think there were 3 times more Switch 2 sold than PS4s in the first 24 hours. Clearly, a lot of people are buying a Switch 2, but there's also a lot of people saying this is not worth the money and you should get yourself one of these instead. So I'm here with a Steam Deck OLED, with a Switch 2, to try and figure out which is best and if everyone is right and that this is better. Okay, so why is the Deck arguably a better alternative? Well, it's similarly priced, and in fact the LCD version of the Deck is cheaper, the OLED's a little bit more, and like the Switch 2, it's easy to use, it has a good screen, good performance, expandable storage, and it's perfect for chucking in your backpack and taking on a flight with you and gaming on the go. Although you'll notice I'm using my TechChat mug here as a stand because it does not have a built-in kickstand. The Switch 2 gets points for having a good stand, but both are dockable for use with your big screen TV, both have tons of great games, although the Steam library obviously is a lot bigger, but really that's where the most meaningful similarities end. These are, despite both being, handheld PC gaming console things, they're quite different beasts. So the wisdom in the comments seems to go the Steam Deck and, PC handhelds generally are amazing for the more tech-savvy PC gamer who already has a big library of Steam games, or perhaps even enjoy modding or emulating older games. Whereas the Switch 2 is the very clear upgrade path if you already own a Switch, which you probably do because they sold over 150 million of them. The funny thing is, the Steam Deck is considered the easy, accessible, pick up and play handheld out of all the PC gaming devices like this, just because it runs SteamOS and not Windows. But then the Switch 2 comes along, it's the ultra pick up and play easy option. It's thinner, it's lighter, you get those all important Nintendo exclusives, tons of family friendly games, and without having to mess around with any settings and mapping controls, it's a cozy, locked down ecosystem. But I think there's a not insignificant market out there, people, you guys who own a Switch, who would also perhaps enjoy a Steam Deck even more than this. I mean, just for starters, SteamOS does a fantastic job of streamlining the PC gaming experience with a really fast and responsive UI. We have the Deck verified games, so you know what's going to run well. Specifically, you've got verified games, which should run and play really well, and then below that, you've got playable, where it may require some fiddling in the settings, and then you've also got unsupported or unknown. The Deck is also digital only. You can't go out and buy a physical copy of a game and put it in here like you can with the game cards. This is just simple. It's just digital only, and also generally a whole lot cheaper. Like, this is one of the biggest selling points for me. With this, you're locked into Nintendo's online store. You have to pay 60, 70 pounds for a game. Even the Welcome Tour game is like £7 or $10. With this, you have the Steam library, and of course you can still pay full price for games, but there is such a huge catalog. There's always deals and Steam summer sales and things. In terms of value for money, even though this OLED version of the Steam Deck is a little bit more expensive than this, when you factor in the games, this is a lot better value. Let's talk about the design. And if you are a Switch owner, you know its biggest selling point is the flexibility with these detachable Joy-Cons, which can just be used like a normal controller attached to the handheld, but can also be detached with the lovely new magnetic system, giving you instant two-player split-screen fun. Just flip out the kickstand or drop it into the bundled dock, and away you go. And you can use the Joy-Cons as controllers with motion control or in the grip pad, and with the new optical sensors in these Joy-Con 2s, they can also work like a little mouse in supported games, which makes things like aiming or moving around in, say, Civilization much more precise. But of course, one of the highlights of the Switch 2 is the new game chat feature, which also works with the new Switch 2 camera, which you have to buy separately, which streams your beautiful face in games like Mario Kart, so your little face is there above your cart and people can see each other's reactions. It's a bit of fun, it's social, but I don't know how often I'd actually use this. It's just like the Switch 2 does everything really well and easily. Like, you've got the dock bundled, and you therefore can hook it up to the TV, and we'll talk more about that later because the dock for this doesn't really do all that much. Plus it has a bigger 7.9-inch screen, it's 120Hz, we get VRR, neither of which we have on this. And it is significantly thinner and also a good deal lighter. Even though this is obviously a lot bigger than the original Switch, it's a different beast. And like the Steam Deck, it doesn't have detachable controllers. Yes, you have the trackpad on here, which actually is quite useful. We don't on that, but you've also got the mouse Joy-Con thing. Anyway, slightly different, but you can't detach them. There's no bundled dock. There's no kickstand built in. Obviously, there are accessories you can put on it. Having it docked doesn't do an awful lot. It doesn't improve the cooling or the performance of the chip, unlike with the Switch. It also has a smaller, lower resolution. We're talking 800p rather than 1080p resolution. 60Hz for the LCD version, 90Hz for the OLED. Although this does get brighter at around 500 nits versus about 450 on this guy. So in terms of the screen, I would say versus the LCD version of the Steam Deck, this is so much better in every way. But if you do go for the 90Hz OLED version, it's brighter, it's much punchier, you get those inky deep blacks. Yes, this has VRR, high resolution, higher refresh rate, so in many ways this is a better gaming screen, but in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, having played a lot of both of these, I would take the Steam Deck with the OLED screen over this. I mean, come on. Look how good that looks, Oblivion Remastered, on that OLED screen. And beyond that, the deck has larger storage options. You can get it with 512 or even a terabyte. There's 2 touchpads. We get 4 extra buttons on the back. And while it is significantly chunkier, a lot of that, although not all of it, is because we have these grips at the back, which make it so much more comfortable to hold. I really do feel like with the Switch, because of the size, I just want something to be able to sort of cup my fingers round to grip onto. You know, I'm sure we'll have accessories and there'll be cases and things that will do that, but just using it as they come, they're both very nice, but when it comes to picking one up and playing games, this feels more comfortable. And if you do buy the official Steam dock or even a cheaper third-party one like I have here, you can use it like a console with your TV at up to 4K resolution. Although for most games you'll want to stick to 1080p because otherwise it'll destroy your frame rate. SteamOS also has some useful apps, as well as a ridiculous number of games. The entire Steam library is at your disposal. I mean, Sony's been really busy porting games like Spider-Man 2, God of War, Horizon Forbidden West, Last of Us to PC, and this has access to all of them, which you'll never see on a Nintendo console. And of course, you can even stream games on this from your PC or a cloud gaming service like Xbox Gaming. You get more control over the graphics, there's a proper desktop mode, and it runs Linux, which means you can, if you want to tinker, install extra game launchers, console emulators. It can be a bit fiddly, but it opens up a huge world of other games to explore and means you're not exclusively tied to Steam. And not just that, but Steam Workshop support means access to huge numbers of mods, meaning you can massively expand your experiences. But obviously if you're like, I want to play Zelda and Mario Kart, and that's all down to you. If you're a big Nintendo fan, you love the exclusives, you have a big library of the original Switch 1 games, which you can still play on this, but now with a bigger screen, and in most cases better performance as well, although it depends on the patch. If you play your Switch 1 every day, then you're probably going to play your Switch 2 every day and have a better time. To be honest with you, unless you have to play Mario Kart World right now, or you really have a itching to play Tears of the Kingdom again, but in better quality with high frame rate, you can probably wait a little bit, see if there's some deals, wait for more games to come out. It's early days for the Switch 2, but there will be plenty of exclusives to come.
Here comes the closer here in the
Definitely better speakers on the Steam Deck. They're front firing rather than bottom firing, louder, a bit bassy, a bit richer. Both are absolutely fine. Put a pair of headphones in, but Steam Deck is better speakers. Ooh, I don't know. Hogwarts Legacy running on both. Now, the Switch 2 had a really big update for Hogwarts. Actually, it looks really good now on here. It looked terrible before on the original Switch. Actually, this is closer to the PS5 version of the game. Now, what's interesting is that obviously the Steam Deck is limited by the 800p resolution. We've got 1080p on this Switch. And just looking at them, the Switch does look a little bit sharper. It's obviously a high-resolution screen. It could also be something to do with the fact that it's using DLSS rather than FSR on the Steam Deck. However, I am getting a smoother frame rate on the Steam Deck, and that's partly because I can actually change the settings. I can go into the graphics options and change it around. So what I've done here is kind of match it to roughly 30 FPS, which is what we're aiming for on the Switch 2, 30 FPS 1080p. Doing the same on the Steam Deck, I think is closer to sort of medium-high settings. I'm actually getting about 40 FPS. But of course I could lower those settings and get even higher frame rates, so I could have a smoother experience. With the Switch, this looks very nice, but you can't tweak it. You can't lower the res and go for a higher frame rate. OLED, IPS, this is much brighter. These are with their brightness maxed out. Also, I think the OLED has better viewing angles as well. In terms of the actual sharpness in the game, I'm going to give it to the Switch. This does look higher resolution. Cyberpunk, both very nice looking games. Actually, yes, they're not going to compete with a PS5 Pro or a high-end PC, but you can play Cyberpunk on a Switch or a Steam Deck. Now on the Switch you've got quality and performance modes. Quality targets 1080p 30, performance goes for 720p 40, although there's a bit of dynamic resolution shifting there as well. On the Steam Deck there is a Steam Deck preset in the graphics option, which is great. It means it's been sort of tweaked and refined for this. And right now I'm getting about 45 FPS at 800p with FSR upscaling, of course, with that preset mode. They both look very good. There's a little bit of difference in level of detail. Draw distance, I would say the Steam Deck looks a little bit better. In terms of image quality, it's also running more smoothly. But just like Hogwarts, you can tweak the settings to get that sort of frame rate, image quality balance that you want. They're both very playable. I personally would go with the Steam Deck. I think it's a slightly higher quality image. I think you're getting a smoother frame rate. You have more options in the graphics. Also, it's just nicer to hold and use. I prefer the thicker, more tactile thumbsticks and the triggers and the buttons in the back here. Switch is very nice. You can, of course, take the Joy-Con off, use it like a mouse, motion controls. It's fine, absolutely fine. But I would probably take the Steam Deck. One issue I have with the Steam Deck is, while you can buy an official dock, you can buy third-party docks, it doesn't really improve the performance of the deck itself. It just charges and gives you a display output. So this is Cyberpunk running on my monitor here via the Steam Deck, but if we switch to my HDMI input, it'll bring up the Switch too. And when it's docked, it makes a huge difference. We're talking double the GPU clock speed, a slight bump to the CPU, a third faster memory bandwidth, and it actually boosts the wattage of the Switch from 15 watts to 20 watts. So it's significantly more powerful when docked. Obviously that's to allow it to run at 4K on your big TV, although Cyberpunk still seems to be limited to 1080p 30, regardless of handheld or docked. But it does seem a little bit smoother. Perhaps they're using slightly less aggressive DLSS or tweaking the settings. It's hard to know because you don't really have many graphics options on the Switch. But that is a big win for me. If you're going to use your console docked or with your big screen TV, the Switch 2 really comes into its own. I'm not going to waffle on. I'm going to show you the difference between the LCD Steam Deck and the OLED Steam Deck and why you have to pay a little bit more to get the OLED. Look at that. The reflections, the colors, the brightness, viewing angles, all day long, get the OLED. As for battery life, well, the Switch won. After an hour Cyberpunk, this dropped down to 52%, this was still on 63%. So you'll get about 2 hours 10 on the Steam Deck and about 2.5 hours on the Switch. That's in Cyberpunk in that particular settings and game. So it will vary based on the game you play, the brightness, things like that, but I would say between sort of 2 and 6 hours. It all depends on the game, but I will say the Switch lasts just a little bit longer. So the question was, why not get a Steam Deck instead of a Switch 2? And in my case, I'm lucky enough to have both and I'm having a fantastic time. I think if I only had, £400 to £500 and I could only buy one, I would go for a Steam Deck. Much more variety in terms of games. You have the Steam OS library, you can install third-party stores, you can stream games. It's also much cheaper when you factor in the price of games. That is worth considering. And I also just prefer how it feels to hold in my hand as I'm playing games, and I do love this OLED screen. Do not get the LCD version of this. However, if you want to play Mario Kart and Donkey Kong and Zelda, then you're going to have to get yourself a Switch 2. It is fantastic. It's selling like hotcakes, and I think you can have a great time. I would go for a Steam Deck. much more variety in terms of games. You have the Steam OS library, you can install third-party stores, you can stream games. It's also much cheaper when you factor in the price of games. That is worth considering. And I also just prefer how it feels to hold in my hand as I'm playing games, and I do love this OLED screen. Do not get the LCD version of this. However, if you want to play Mario Kart and Donkey Kong and Zelda, then you're going to have to get yourself a Switch 2. It is fantastic. It's selling like hotcakes, and I think you can have a great time. The hardware is amazing. I love the Joy-Cons, the kickstand, it's thinner. It's a big win for me. If you're going to use your console docked or with your big screen TV, the Switch 2 really comes into its own. I'm not going to waffle on. I'm going to show you the difference between the LCD Steam Deck and the OLED Steam Deck, and why you have to pay a little bit more to get the OLED. Look at that. The reflections, the colors, the brightness, viewing angles, all day long, get the OLED. As for battery life, well, the Switch won. After an hour Cyberpunk, this dropped down to 52%. This was still on 63%. So you'll get about 2 hours 10 on the Steam Deck and about 2.5 hours on the Switch. That's in Cyberpunk in that particular settings and game. So it will vary based on the game you play, the brightness, things like that. But I would say between sort of 2 and 6 hours. It all depends on the game. But I will say the Switch lasts just a little bit longer. So the question was, why not get a Steam Deck instead of a Switch 2? And in my case, I'm lucky enough to have both, and I'm having a fantastic time. I think if I only had, £400 to £500 and I could only buy one, I would go for a Steam Deck. Much more variety in terms of games. You have the Steam OS library, you can install third-party stores, you can stream games. It's also much cheaper when you factor in the price of games. That is worth considering. And I also just prefer how it feels to hold in my hand as I'm playing games, and I do love this OLED screen. Do not get the LCD version of this. However, if you want to play Mario Kart and Donkey Kong and Zelda, then you're going to have to get yourself a Switch 2. It is fantastic. It's selling like hotcakes, and I think you can have a great time. The hardware is amazing. I love the Joy-Cons, the kickstand, it's thinner, it's lighter. Massive upgrade in terms of the screen over the original Switch. And performance mode, particularly when docked, really, really good. As it always does with these console side-by-sides, it's going to come down to the games you want to play. But for me, yeah, I'm going to take a Steam Deck OLED. But what about you? Which one would you go for? Let me know in the comments below. And I will also leave links if you fancy checking these out in the old description.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to Consumer Picks. I'm your host, and for the past 6...
Why would you buy a Switch when you can get a Steam Deck? Steam Deck has more games. Nintendo's being greedy. Where's the...
Happy birthday, son! Here is the Switch 2 I promised you. And you can have it as soon as I make sure that you're not making the biggest mistake of your young life. You see, there are a ton of amazing handheld gaming devices these days, and I think you should at least try them before making your decision. And the question will be, are you going to stick with Nintendo's latest, or are you going to take the plunge into the big boy pool? Like, because some of the PC competitors are really big, not because adults can't enjoy Mario Kart. I like Mario Kart. So here's the deal. You're going to try 8 different gaming handhelds today. And if you like one of them more than you like the Switch 2, you can take that home instead. But there's a catch. Should you choose something other than the Switch 2, I'm not buying you a Switch 2. Just like I'm not going to buy you the Segway. To our sponsor, Saley. Make sure you stay connected on your next vacation or work trip with Saley's eSIM plans. Available in over 200 destinations, you can get 15% off a plan by clicking our link and using code LTT at checkout.
The reason I'm excited for the Switch 2 is like a brand new console, and it's really the only console I know about. The new Mario Kart sounds pretty fun. Also the upgraded versions of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. The backwards compatibility is important because even though Mario Kart World might be better than Mario Kart 8, I might still want to play that sometimes. If I'm going to see my cousins bringing a handheld, battery life would be kind of important, but if I can also just bring a charger and charge it while I'm playing, so it's not a deal breaker, for sure. You're gonna get me to try 8 consoles in an hour and decide between one of them?
Yes. Let's start with the 800-pound gorilla, the Steam Deck. While it might not be the most powerful of our choices today, there is a reason that it is the most popular. SteamOS is slick as heck, not to mention just plain more efficient than Windows. And Valve's understanding of gaming shines through in every aspect of its design. Its only drawback is that it has a limited game library. But that's only compared to Windows handhelds. Compared to Big Red, the Steam Deck's game library is expansive, not to mention way more affordable, because you can play most of the games that you can get on Steam. We've got a couple of games preloaded, but the most important one is probably Split Fiction, not because I think it'll be your favorite game ever, but because it is cross-platform and available on all of our systems. Any initial impressions?
This mouse pad is so cool.
Yeah, the dual trackpads on this thing, actually very cool. You can use them for mouse aiming with some practice, and they have haptic feedback, as you've noticed already. They also have momentum, so you can kind of throw them and you'll feel them vibrate. They're very configurable. And if you want to play something like a strategy game on the go, they're useful for that as well.
It's very big.
Yes. Is that a problem?
Depends if I'm traveling somewhere and there's some places for.
In terms of the ergonomic advantages, a lot of people really like that about the Steam Deck,
It'll still be in Atlanta for
it's
games.
not as packable as something like the Switch.
So I'm not going to be able to win
small.
any.
It's hard to individually choose one rather than doing
Damn, I should have done it the
I
other
don't think
way.
it's a size issue, but no, the Steam Deck's D-pad is not known to be amazing. Do you want to play around with SteamOS at all?
SteamOS? What's SteamOS?
SteamOS is the operating system that Valve developed for the Steam Deck that only basically runs Steam.
Okay, sure.
You can use it in desktop mode with other applications, but it's actually Linux-based. It is not Windows or Nintendo. It is their own thing. So you've got the Steam button here, which allows you to access all of Steam. And this little three dots here gives you access to all of your system settings.
That's very quick and useful.
It is way better than the implementation on Windows handhelds. It also gives the Steam Deck excellent efficiency if you're running lighter games like Dave and Diver, and it will instantly suspend and resume like something like a Nintendo, rather than taking a while to boot up like Windows. There are drawbacks though. It's one of the least performant out of all the handhelds we're going to look at today, and the screen, honestly not amazing by today's standards. Of course, there is another. Meet the Steam Deck OLED.
Is this the same as that one?
Well, not quite. The difference is right in the name. It's a Steam Deck, but with an OLED display, and it is beautiful. 1000 nits peak brightness, perfect blacks, HDR. They've done an outstanding job with this thing.
If this is the same as the other Steam Deck, but it just has a better screen, is it just better?
Yes, it's also a little faster.
Okay.
And to show off just how much performance is on tap here, we actually loaded up The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, a Nintendo exclusive game, in an emulator, so you could try it and see what the experience is like. I would tap it. Realistically, I don't think it's going to be much laggier than the Switch 1, but it's not going to hold a candle to the Switch 2. However, what do you think of the display?
It's very bright. It's a lot better than the other one. It gets really laggy when I hit it for a second.
Yeah. But the battery life is even better than the original Steam Deck. Okay, why don't we move on? If more performance is what you're after, this may be your poison.
This is the same thing you have, so if I wanted to use one, I could just ask you to borrow it.
Okay, that's hacking. Hacking is not allowed. Back to the script. You may be familiar with this one. It's the one I use at home. Obviously, he's familiar with it, but for the rest of you, the main draw of the ROG Ally is the inclusion of AMD's Z1 Extreme processor, a chip that is so much more powerful than the Steam Deck that it easily overcomes any of Windows' inefficiencies. Well, as long as we ignore battery life in later games, and ignore the kind of kludgy general experience of navigating Windows on a handheld device. Microsoft has some work to do. By the way, this and all of the devices that we've got today are going to be linked in the video description. This one, the story for the screen is a bit more complicated. It's 1080p, so higher resolution compared to the Steam Deck, but it's not OLED. But it can do up to 120 Hz. So, for supported games, it'll be smooth, kind of like your monitor at home. Oh, also, the interface for changing things, right there. You can adjust your brightness, change your performance mode. You won't get much battery life out of the higher performance modes, but hey, it's really fast.
Okay, let's try True.
You're gonna get like an hour of battery life if you're lucky on that mode. Yeah.
48 minutes.
Yeah.
48 minutes?
Yeah, on that battery mode. Yeah, no, you don't want to run it.
Oh, now it's so slow.
What if I told you there was an Ally but with better battery life.
That would be cool.
Okay, let's have a look. Here you go. Brace yourself. She's heavier. Not by that much, though, when you consider that it went from a 40 watt-hour battery to an 80 watt-hour battery. They literally doubled the capacity of the battery, which results in at least 2 hours of battery life, even in the higher performance modes, and as much as a lot more hours.
Is this one just the same as the other one with higher battery life?
In general, yes. We actually made a small mistake on the RAM speed, so they increased the speed of the memory from 6,400 megatransfers per second to 7,500 megatransfers per second, which does make it a bit faster. It also has a little bit more memory, but in general, it's same, but better.
This one's way smoother and higher FPS than the other one we played Breath of the Wild on.
Yes.
It's also in the highest mode though, so I don't know.
But what's nice about this is that it has such a big battery that you can actually run it in the highest power mode for an amount of time.
Seem like it's lagging a bit right now?
I don't know, you tell me, you're playing.
It does a little bit.
Emulation is not going to be perfect unless you have an extremely powerful system. And this is a fast handheld, but it's not an extremely powerful system even so. Okay, but why?
I don't know. I was just trying to hit something. I didn't know you did.
What did you think an explosive barrel was going to do? Yet more proof as if you needed it that no matter how good your gear is, it's not going to make you a better gamer. Now, there are some things about the Ally X that aren't great. It still has the same display as the original Ally, which is fine, and it's significantly more expensive. But given you're not paying for your system, I guess that's a non-factor for you. Where does this rank for you?
Probably at the very top.
What if I told you that you could have the performance of this with the removable controllers of the Switch?
That would be even better.
Let's have a look. This time for real. She is a chunky boy.
That's very heavy compared to all the other ones.
The benefit is this is the biggest screen we've seen yet. 8.8 inches and the highest resolution. It does 1440p up to 144 hertz. Small drawback. Remember the battery life issues of the first gen Ally?
Yeah.
Basically.
How long would it last for in its highest performance mode?
A little over.
Okay. What do all of these buttons on the back do?
Oh, well, those are paddles. So you can bind them to any functions that you want. In fact, a lot of the ones we've looked at so far do have rear paddles. One of them, yes, slides off the controllers. There we go. And this is cool. That's a pretty cool use case, right?
That's awesome.
Especially because it's so heavy you wouldn't want to hold it. Why don't we fire up Tomb Raider?
The buttons are really small compared to some of the other ones though.
It's not my favorite controller, but one nice thing is that on at least one side of it, it does have a trackpad.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
That's why I'm here, for the tech tips. Papa Tech Tips. At this point, seeing all the options that are out there, are you a little less confident that you want to switch to for your birthday? Or are you still pretty confident?
These are all very cool and fast, and a lot better than I expected for such a small device.
This is just a gorgeous game that even a few short years ago you would have needed a full-size gaming PC to run, and it runs on this. Of course, you won't always be able to just put it down on something, so you should try it handheld.
Okay.
How does it feel?
It's very heavy. If I was to hold this for half an hour, I think my arms would get pretty tired.
It does have another party trick. Check this out. Oh. FPS mode. That becomes a mouse. But that's something. That's their overlay. So you can see performance and you can change your modes and all that.
This menu's laggier than the game.
Okay, that's fair. I would like to change gears completely and go from our heaviest device to our lightest one.
That's the third, and that chance
Can I get a longer time trying every single one of them before I decide them?
No.
Do I actually have to decide today?
Yeah, but you thought I was like giving you a different answer on camera than
I don't know. I'm choosing a console.
Yeah. Meet the PlayStation Portal. This is not actually a console, but the combo deal here is on offer because the price of a PS Portal and a PlayStation 5 is actually less than some of the handheld PCs that we've looked at today.
The joystick's not in a very comfortable position.
That's PlayStation style. You do get used to it, but yes, it is not my preference either. The symmetrical joystick position versus the asymmetrical Xbox style. I'm also not a huge fan of their D-pad style, but they do have advantages in their controller, and one is that their haptics are excellent. Also, this is, compared to anything else we're looking at today, the most powerful gaming solution. It's only 1080p, but it is a locked 60 FPS with absolutely gorgeous levels of detail. It's also the least flexible solution in a way that I'll explain in a little bit. Let me finish it first.
Which one is A and which one's B?
Not really a PlayStation house. You never said PlayStation. Do any of your friends have PlayStations?
One of them does.
Oh, okay. Have you ever used it?
No.
Okay, well, it doesn't have AB.
Well, which one confirms and which one goes?
Can't remember.
Okay.
Look at the visual fidelity, though. Okay, you haven't actually tried the Switch 2 yet, but here it is. Like, look at the detail level by comparison. Another great thing about the Portal is Sony's amazing game library. But here's the thing. While this has the best battery life also out of anything that we've tested, the reason is that there's no game console. It is streaming wirelessly from that PlayStation over there, which means
I need a PlayStation?
Yes, not only do you need a PlayStation, but you need an active internet connection to your PlayStation. And the closer you are to your PlayStation, the better the experience, and the farther you are from your PlayStation, the worse the experience, in terms of especially input latency.
That would be really annoying then, because bringing a PlayStation somewhere is very hard.
You can play from elsewhere, but the farther you are, the worse the experience. Why don't we shift our attention back to consoles that are actually consoles rather than streaming devices? These are our last two. We've got the Aya Neo 3, which unfortunately didn't perform as well as we hoped, but has an OLED screen and this super cool modular interface where you can actually swap this around depending on what games you're playing and whether you want to be able to reach a D-pad or a joystick more easily, and same here for the ABXY and the touchpad. We've also got the MSI Claw, an unexpected standout. This ended up being the best performing PC handheld in our roundup thanks to some recent driver tweaks from Intel.
Well, the fans are pretty loud for this one.
Yeah, you haven't even fired anything up yet. Let's see. Oh, do you want to try the modular interface?
Yeah.
There we go. One click pop up. That's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Now is it in the configuration that you'd prefer?
Yeah.
Okay. Fire up the game.
Those fans are pretty loud.
They really are. Oh yeah, trackpad's working.
Trackpad.
It's definitely a trackpad. There's a joystick ABXY, so you wouldn't be stuck with the trackpad if you didn't want it. Just needs more volume. There, now the fans aren't a problem, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't feel this loud.
Okay, fine. Why don't we try the Claw?
Does this one have a higher refresh rate than the other ones?
It's not higher than all the other ones, but it's 120 Hz, which is at the high end, and because it performs so well, you are actually getting more benefit out of that higher refresh rate display.
This is very smooth.
It's a lot of performance. It's a chunky package, but you get a big 8-inch display and reasonable fan noise. In terms of battery life, it's between the Ally and the Ally X, but closer to the Ally X, like an hour 40 in even a very high performance profile.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good, but what it isn't as good as is the Switch 2. Are you ready to try the Switch 2?
Yeah, I want to see how it compares to these.
Still in the mix is the RG Ally X, the Legion Go, and the Claw. What do you like best and least about each of them?
Okay, this one, I like the fast refresh rate and the big screen.
So the performance, essentially.
Yeah,
because
performance.
all of these have 120 Hz plus displays. But this is the more performant of the three. What about the others?
This one was battery life and fast, and it's not as heavy as the really big ones.
You don't get as big of a screen, but it's significantly more totable.
And this one, I like the detachable Joy-Cons and this little mouse pad and the big screen.
But this is a funny thing. Even though the Switch 2, this is now your first time holding it, I think, right?
Yeah.
even though the Switch 2 is so slim compared to these, the same thickness as the original Switch and the Switch OLED, its screen is among the largest that we've seen at 7.9 inches. So smaller than the Legion Go, but just shy of the Claw.
Wow.
It also has a 120Hz display, and it supports HDR, just like the Steam Deck OLED. Yeah, why don't you fire up Breath of the Wild? Because that's the game that you've been playing on the others.
Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
Yes. For an extra 15 Canadian dollars, you can upgrade Breath of the Wild to look better and run better.
Does it get any other advanced features?
I think so, but like, nothing that's a huge deal. You get another save slot, I think, or something? I don't know. The big ones are that it's prettier and that it runs better.
I like that it's a lot bigger than the Switch, other Switch.
Yeah. It's especially nice when you remove the Joy-Cons and you're using the Joy-Con controller mode.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Like, it's actually kind of visible. Also, this is sick. The Joy-Cons are magnetic now.
Oh, wow. That's way better.
Do you want to hear any drawbacks yet, or do you just want to enjoy it first?
Just enjoy it first.
Okay. That's fair. That's valid. Obviously, the interface is what you're familiar with, so if you want to adjust your brightness or volume or anything, just hold it. I'm sure. No, what? You don't know about the... Go back and hold here.
I didn't even know you could do that on the other one.
It's not an OLED, but it is an HDR display, and it is pretty gorgeous for my limited time with it so far.
Everything's way brighter and cleaner than the other.
Sure is. Not only do games run at a higher frame rate, but the screen is a higher resolution compared to the original Switch as well.
Do these Joy-Cons have as much drift as the Switch 1?
We don't know yet. They might be okay, but they're not holodeck, so they might not be. Yeah, all of our Joy-Cons are ready with that one.
Oh, this seems way better than the other one.
Anything but the breaking ball. It's a great place to hit right there if you're looking for it. Kind of a gift in a two-strike count.
It's way better than the other Switch. The quality's higher, refresh rate's higher. The sound is so much better. That's so cool. Okay, these ones are so big. They're like actually the right size for my hands. And they're magnetic. That's really, really cool. It's so smooth. It's so much brighter, cleaner, faster than this one.
Well, yeah. And this is even the OLED. And so this has the benefit of having arguably the better display, but Nintendo didn't put in the work to implement HDR on this. So this is probably going to look better day to day. Although, the frame rate blows. Yeah, so you can really see the color saturation on the OLED. But you get the peak brightness from HDR. If they do a switch to OLED, which they almost certainly will at some point, you can get the best of both worlds, but that doesn't exist yet, and I'm not promising to best of. But the frame rate blows.
Cleaner, faster than this one.
Well, yeah. And this is even the OLED. And so this has the benefit of having arguably the better display, but Nintendo didn't put in the work to implement HDR on this. So this is probably going to look better day to day. Although, that contrast though. But the frame rate blows. Yeah, see?
Wow, this seems way better than the other one. It's way better than the other Switch. The quality's higher, refresh rate's higher. The sound is so much better. Boop. That's so cool. Okay, these ones are so big. They're like actually the right size for my hands. And they're magnetic. That's really, really cool. It's so smooth. It's so much brighter, cleaner, faster than this one.
Well, yeah. And this is even the OLED. And so this has the benefit of having arguably the better display, but Nintendo didn't put in the work to implement HDR on this. So this is probably going to look better day to day. Although, that contrast though. But the frame rate blows. Yeah, so you can really see the color saturation on the OLED, but you get the peak brightness from HDR. if they do a switch to OLED, which they almost certainly will at some point, you would get the best of both worlds, but that doesn't exist yet, and I'm not promising to buy you one of those, so...
Okay.
Do you want to play Mario Kart?
Let's play Mario Kart. Oh, these are actually big. On the Switch 1, these are tiny, and they're so hard to press.
Huge improvement. Dude, I'm in 12th. This is terrible.
There's an airplane?
Dude, and there's like wave runners and stuff too. It's pretty sick. There's another curveball.
What?
Asus and Microsoft have partnered up, allegedly, on the Ally 2, turning it into an Xbox-branded console. We expect that it will be everything the Ally X is, but better, and with integration with Xbox and Game Pass.
So then should I rule this one out?
Why don't we have a look at the leaks together, okay?
There's leaks? Employees just tell the world what secrets are being made?
I think I have sheltered him. Was it already going to be hard enough without any more curveballs?
Yeah.
Are you ready to eliminate anything from the table?
How will I get all of them?
No.
Okay, I'll put this one back.
Why'd you put that one back?
I put it back because it's really heavy and would tire my arms quick.
That's fair.
That one also has a worse battery life than this one?
Yes. These two both have better battery life than that. This is the most performant, but with less battery life, and this is the best battery life out of the PC handhelds.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the Ally 2. Kind of like an Ally X, but you can see it has more like a controller-style grip. We also expect that if the specs are what they are supposed to be, it will probably have the best performance out of all the PC handhelds, and probably the best battery life. But we don't know exactly how much.
Could some of these just not be true, and they're just lying?
That is possible, but don't ask me how I know. They're true.
Okay. When is it going to come out?
I'm flying to see it tomorrow morning.
Okay, so should I just not get anything and get that?
You have to choose something. You walk out of here today with something. With a choice.
Do I actually have to choose right now?
Yeah.
What?
That's life. Well, no, that's not life. That's content. Yeah. Here's our options. Big moment. Switch to Ally X, Claw, or roll the dice on an Ally 2.
How many new games are coming out for the Switch 2?
Lots. It looks like game developer support is going to be extremely strong. Plus, of course, there's the back catalog of Switch games. It is backwards compatible, and you can count on Nintendo to release banger after banger.
I'll pick the Switch 2 then.
You pick the Switch 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
I ultimately chose the Switch 2 because of how many big games are supposed to come out for it, and that I can still play my Switch 1 games on the Switch 2 if I want. I do have a desktop, and I can already play Steam games, but if I didn't have one, I would probably choose one of the PCs to get access to all of those.
The games are really expensive. Over 100 Canadian dollars.
Each? Like, for a single game? Do I have to pay for the games?
Unless it's a game that I want to play.
Does it have any games already on it?
It has Mario Kart World, and you can play your existing Switch games.
$100? Okay, sure. Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
And happy birthday to our sponsor.
What?
What? Rocket Money. How much do you think you're spending on subscriptions? Chances are it's more likely to start padding out that savings account. Turns out, oh, I don't know, off camera, can I just like have two of them? No.
Okay, hey guys, I'm Tom the Tech Chap, and I have got my grubby little paws on the 3 latest and greatest, what are we calling them, handheld gaming PCs. We've got the Lenovo Legion Go, Steam Deck OLED, Asus ROG Ally, and I absolutely love all 3 of these, and just this whole new era of handheld gaming. I can take these on planes and trains, to bed with me. I don't have to sit over there at my desk with my desktop PC. Honestly, whichever one of these you buy, you're going to be very happy with it. But the question is, which one of these is best? Which one should you actually buy? And as always, if you do find this video useful, a cheeky little like and subscribe down there would be lovely. Okay, so these guys do have a fair amount in common. We have these big, high refresh touchscreens, we get USB-C charging, headphone jacks, micro SD card slots for expanding your storage, dual joysticks, haptic feedback, and plenty of options for tweaking performance. And of course, they all play, well, PC games. But apart from that, they all actually are quite different. So let's start with this guy, the Steam Deck OLED. And I will reveal that I'm using a sticky light and some DJI microphones to actually hold it up, because this doesn't have a kickstand like this guy does, and I'm actually using a Tech Chat mug to hold this guy up. And the Steam Deck has kind of been the benchmark for these handheld PCs, right? I mean, it was the OG, it was the one that sort of spawned these new kids on the block, and now we have the Steam Deck OLED, which is essentially a Steam Deck 1.5. The new larger 7.4-inch 90Hz OLED screen looks fantastic. The battery life is significantly longer, up to double in some cases. We get more consistent performance, so games feel smoother, especially with that high 90Hz refresh. We have a new 1TB storage option, and it is basically the same price as before. It is as comfortable to use as ever. Lots of people swear by these trackpads, especially for RPG games, and of course with SteamOS and Steam verified settings and controls, it is by far the easiest just to pick up and play. This thing is great. Then we have the ROG Ally, and this is like the sleekest, the lightest, the most pocketable of the three, despite sharing the same size screen as the Steam Deck OLED. But this gets a sharper 1080p 120Hz IPS display, and like the Legion Go, these guys use the Z1 Extreme Ryzen processor from AMD, which is anywhere between 20 and 50% faster than the Steam Deck, although we'll come to performance in a second. And that's also partly thanks to a higher TDP that can scale even higher when plugged in. And after a recent price drop, it costs about the same as the Steam Deck OLED, although the storage does top out at 512 rather than a terabyte, although of course you can pop in a micro SD or even open it up and swap out the SSD. We get some nice go faster RGB. I do quite like the offset position for the joysticks, which we also get on the Legion Go, although the Ally does lose the touchpads and also a couple of rear paddle buttons versus the Deck. Although we do get this XG mobile connector port thing at the top here. Part of it is a USB-C, but there's also this XG mobile connector, so you can actually plug it into ROG's own GPU dock, external GPU, if you want to, well, just spend a ton more money and get better graphics performance. Although, of course, you'll be bottlenecked by the CPU, but you have the option. Then we have the Legion Go, which is by far the biggest and also the most versatile of the three. The 8.8-inch Quad HD Plus 144Hz screen is faster, sharper, and about a third bigger, which makes a big difference to how immersive your games feel. Although this is a big boy, it might be too big. We have a kickstand, which I absolutely love, and I wish these guys also had. We have RGB thumbsticks, a single touchpad, plenty of paddle buttons on the back, and also a second USB 4 port so you can actually charge and connect extra peripherals if you want to use this more like a desktop PC. Most impressive though, or at least most interesting, is the fact that we have these detachable controllers, very much like the Joy-Cons on the Nintendo Switch, if I can pull it out, there we go. And obviously then you can put the kickstand out and game like this, but I do wish there was something you could connect these to, otherwise you kind of just have to, well, hold them like this. But this is certainly a unique feature compared to the rivals. But wait, there's more, because this is a puck. Drop a controller into it, and it becomes a sort of mouse for FPS games where you can shoot by clicking the scroll wheel on the back, or just navigating the desktop. It's a really unique and smart idea, although I'm not entirely sure how much I actually want to use it like this. So the Go is the biggest and the chunkiest and the heaviest, but it also kind of feels like the most well-made, the most sort of premium out of the three. But in terms of pocketability and the fact that these are supposed to be handheld gaming devices, I would probably say the most comfortable one is the Steam Deck, then the Ally, and then this. But what about these screens? Well, I'll tell you, the first one you'll definitely be drawn to is the Steam Deck OLED. It is the only one of the three to have an OLED panel, giving you those deep inky blacks and rich colors and actually surprisingly impressive brightness. This can hit 600 nits in SDR and 1000 nits in HDR enabled games versus just 500 on the other two. And while it is only 90Hz, it's still a big upgrade over the 60Hz LCD on the old deck. And like the 800p 16:10 resolution, it's a good fit that does suit the power on offer, although obviously with the lower resolution you do lose some detail and you get more aliased edges and text can look a little bit grainy. Also exclusive to this 1TB model of the Deck OLED, we have this anti-glare etched glass, which is still pretty reflective. It does a similar job to what we have on the original Deck, and to be fair, bright lights are less intense and a bit more diffuse than on the other two. It's kind of like going from a glossy to a slightly mattified screen, although you do lose a little bit of that OLED contrast. But the 16:9 1080p screen of the Ally, and especially the 16:10 1600p display on the Go, are just so much sharper, and it kind of makes it hard going back to the deck. They still get fairly bright, and colours and viewing angles look fantastic, but as I say, the Legion Go's much bigger screen is a sight to behold, and it gets the highest Quad HD resolution and the smoothest 144Hz refresh rate. And even if you choose to not game at their native high resolutions, and you drop the res to like 800p or whatever, or 720p, then the extra performance on tap allows you to crank up the graphic settings, so your games do end up looking better on these. Also 90Hz, 120Hz, 144Hz. So if you are playing older or less demanding games and you can get those higher frame rates, then it will of course look smoother on these as well. Now in terms of actually using them, the experience and how many times they want to make you tear your hair out, Steam OS on the Deck OLED is by far the easiest to use. It's so simple and easy to navigate, and you can access the Linux desktop via the power button, and from there you can install other game launchers or console emulators. Whereas Windows 11 on the Ally and the Go means we get better compatibility, it's easier to access non-Steam game stores, although definitely at the expense of a less slick and less curated experience. Windows really needs a dedicated handheld mode. Now to be fair, all three did experience sort of launch issues. With the Steam Deck originally, there just wasn't that many games that were optimized for this sort of handheld form factor. That's got better, especially with the Steam Door and its sort of verified list. With the Ally, annoyingly actually when we reviewed this, like a week or two later, AMD pushed out a driver update which boosted the performance by like 10 to 20%, which was really annoying for everyone who reviewed it, but again, getting better with time. And the Legion Go, this is the most recent to launch, and it does have some problems. We've got dead zone issues with the touchpad and the controllers, we've got the sort of orientation problems, full screen issues with it, and a fair amount of crashes and games that simply don't work, although that also applies to the Ally as well. It will get better with time, but certainly early adopters have had their fair share of issues with all three, although I think right now the Go does need a few tweaks. So it might be worth holding out on this guy a little bit for more updates to come out, and also for the price to drop a little. So the Ally has the Armory crate, and we have Legion Space on the Go, both acting as hubs for all your settings and your linked game libraries, and from here you can open the relevant launchers, including Steam OS. Outside of Steam though, you do miss the control compatibility modes, which Valve implements in its deck verified and playable list of games, and their curated Great on Deck list really helps to know how well a given game will work on a handheld. And in each case, there are unsupported games or games that simply won't work at all, so it is worth checking to see if your favourite game has decent support. And you can use any of them like a more traditional desktop PC if you wanted, although obviously you've got Linux here, Windows 11 on these two, and if you hook them up to a compatible dock and maybe video out to a monitor, you can plug in other USB peripherals, maybe an RJ45 Ethernet, and turn them into a bit of a PC. And also, these things are a great way to emulate your old console or ancient PC games. And EmuDeck is a great place to start, and is designed for the Steam Deck, but it does work on the others. Okay, let's talk about performance. And straight away, these two are at an advantage because they have a much newer, more powerful AMD Ryzen Z1 Extreme processor. Although technically the Ally does come with the regular Z1 as an option, it's a bit cheaper, but I would probably avoid that. And roughly speaking, it's 20 to 50% faster than this guy. The Steam Deck OLED does use the same processor as the original one, but it's now on a more efficient, smaller 6nm process, so it's more efficient, a little bit cooler, runs more consistently smooth, and I'll come to that in a second. But certainly in terms of raw performance, these guys are definitely out in front. To give you a rough idea, both are good for 30 to 40 FPS in the latest AAA games at Full HD with medium settings. And in fact, they can manage 1080p at about the same frame rates as the Deck OLED can, running at 800p. They also offer different power modes. Now I tested the Steam Deck OLED with its 15-watt performance mode versus a custom 15-watt mode, which is similar to the default balance mode on the Ally and the Legion respectively, as I reckon this gives you the best balance of frame rate and battery life. But obviously you can change and tweak this, whereas the Deck OLED's performance is fixed, so games will run the same no matter what. So, kicking off with Cyberpunk in Steam Deck mode, the Ally and Legion's performance were basically the same, though the Deck OLED wasn't that far behind at 800p. In Spider-Man Remastered, both the Legion and the Ally kept frame rates above 60 at 800p, using FSR2 balanced in default custom mode, which is a solid 12 FPS ahead of the Deck. So I reckon 1080p on the Ally and the Legion is best here. It's sharper, you get a lot more detail, but you're still getting a very playable mid-40s frame rate, although I did see some frame dips, especially on the Legion. Now Baldur's Gate 3 is pretty demanding, and it's much more playable on the Ally and the Legion, although perhaps not at their higher resolutions like 1600p on the Legion. but it's still very playable on the deck and the OLED screen looks fantastic. But then in Rocket League or any other less demanding game, it really shows how much higher refresh rates can make a big difference. Because at 720 or 800p, I'm getting 120 FPS on the Ally and the Legion, which just looks and feels great. F123 performance was solid, and by the way looks amazing playing on a handheld like this. Racing games in general work really well on handhelds. And lastly, in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, the Ally and Legion's frame rates were about the same and around 23% higher than the deck can manage, even on low settings at 800p. But crucially, on the Ally and the Go, I can crank the TDPs up to 25 watts, giving me up to a 50% increase in frame rate versus the deck across the board, although at a serious cost of battery life. Although on any of them you can limit the frame rate to 60 or 30, especially in more demanding games, to avoid the bigger frame drops. And also, if you can play plugged in, definitely do it, because turbo mode boosts the power from 15 up to 25 watts on the Ally and 30 watts on Legion Go, where performance is improved massively, and it feels almost like you're getting a full gaming laptop experience. Now obviously being handheld portable gaming devices, battery life is pretty important as well. In terms of the size of the batteries, these guys have a 50 watt hour cell, this is 40 watt hours. So the Ally has the smallest battery and it does last the least amount of time. But without question, the best battery life is the Steam Deck OLED, partly because it has the bigger cell, like the Legion Go, but it's just simply not as powerful. And also it's on that smaller, more efficient 6nm chip compared to the original Steam Deck. For example, in Wreckfest, the Deck OLED managed a massive 3.5 hours versus just under 2 hours on the Ally and 2 hours 10 on the Legion Go. Although dropping down to quiet and balanced mode added an extra 50 and 30 minutes respectively, but then the gameplay was a lot choppier. And in each case, limiting the refresh rate to 30 FPS extends the battery life massively. Do that in a less demanding game on the Deck OLED and I reckon this will get you to 4 hours. Ambry. Okay, let me wrap this up. Which one should you buy? Well, I'm just going to go and say straight away, I do really like this. I think it's the most versatile, I love the kickstand, detachable controllers, the puck thing's a cool idea, and that big screen is a sight to behold. It's lovely, don't get me wrong, but it's just too expensive. Because this is just launched, it's about £200 thereabouts more than these guys. And also there's quite a few bugs and issues. So I reckon I will give this a little bit of time to mature, come down in price a touch, and then it'll be a lot more competitive and could end up being the best one. But right now this would probably be my third place option. So it really is a toss-up between these two. And then it's a question of how much do you value the slightly sleeker, nicer design, the much better screen, much better performance of the Ally versus the very nice OLED display and also the much longer battery life and arguably the smoother, nicer experience of SteamOS with Steam Deck. I would say for most people, this is your best bet. It's just a nice, smooth, easy experience, but if you want a higher end gaming experience and easier access to non-Steam game libraries, then I think the ROG Ally is probably the best all-rounder, and right now I would say is the one I would buy. It's not perfect, they all have pros and cons. I think for most people, the Steam Deck OLED is the one to go for, but I would probably pick this. For now. Hopefully, we see this drop in price soon. Although if you do get the Deck OLED, I reckon the 1TB model is worth paying the extra 90 quid, as you're getting double the, and right now I would say is the one I would buy. It's not perfect, they all have pros and cons. I think for most people, the Steam Deck OLED is the one to go for, but I would probably pick this. For now. Hopefully, we see this drop in price soon. Although if you do get the Deck OLED, I reckon the 1TB model is worth paying the extra 90 quid, as you're getting double the fast SSDs. I think it's the most versatile, I love the kickstand, detachable controllers, the puck thing's a cool idea, and that big screen is a sight to behold. It's lovely, don't get me wrong, but it's just too expensive. Because this is just launched, it's about £200 thereabouts more than these guys. And also there's quite a few bugs and issues. So I reckon I will give this a little bit of time to mature, come down in price a touch, and then it'll be a lot more competitive and could end up being the best one. But right now this would probably be my third place option. So it really is a toss-up between these two. And then it's a question of how much do you value the slightly sleeker, nicer design, the much better screen, much better performance of the Ally versus the very nice OLED display and also the much longer battery life and arguably the smoother, nicer experience of SteamOS with Steam Deck. I would say for most people, this is your best bet. It's just a nice, smooth, easy experience, but if you want a higher end gaming experience and easier access to non-Steam game libraries, then I think the ROG Ally is probably the best all-rounder, and right now I would say is the one I would buy. It's not perfect, they all have pros and cons. I think for most people, the Steam Deck OLED is the one to go for, but I would probably pick this. For now. Hopefully, we see this drop in price soon. Although if you do get the deck OLED, I reckon the 1TB model is worth paying the extra 90 quid, as you're getting double the fast SSD storage, also that anti-glare coating, and the case comes with a liner that doubles as a more compact travel case. And again, for the Ally, I would definitely go with the Z1 Extreme model. But which one would you go for out of the three? And if you already own one, share your experience in the comments below. And also, what would you love to be different about these in 2024 with the Gen 2 versions that could tempt you to upgrade? Thank you so much for watching, guys. Again, if you enjoyed this video, a like and subscribe would be fantastic. Hey guys, I'm Tom Chap, and this is the ROG Ally X. It runs faster, it has a longer battery life, it's cooler and quieter, it's more refined, but it's also a little bit thicker, a little bit heavier, it's more expensive, and of course it still runs Windows 11. So you may have seen some unboxings and first looks at this, but this is my full review, benchmarks and battery life and all that good stuff, and also I'll be comparing it to the OG Ally and some of its rivals. Although, make sure you do stick around and subscribe because I will have a full handheld gaming buying guide coming very soon with, well, all these guys. It's going to be a big one. So last year, they introduced the first gen Ally, and I liked it a lot, I really did. But battery life was pretty rubbish, there were lots of niggling issues with Windows and the on-replay software, the 512 GB of storage felt pretty tight, and obviously had issues around the SD cards, although that was quickly fixed. It was good, if perhaps falling short of great, but it was first gen. So here we are with the Ally X, which is more of a midlife refresh, an Ally 1.5 rather than 2.0 if you will. Kind of like the Steam Deck OLED to the original deck, and there is only one Ally X instead of the two models that we had with the OG Ally. Now I must admit, when I first got my hands on this and I saw the spec sheet, I was a little bit disappointed that there was no change to the screen or the processor, two pretty fundamental aspects of a gaming handheld. The X shares the same 7-inch 1080p 120Hz VRR IPS display and the same Ryzen Z1 Extreme processor as the higher spec original Ally, no sign of any next-gen processors. But pretty much everything else has been upgraded, the most important one by far being the battery. They have doubled the size from 40 watt hours to 80. It does mean it's a little bit thicker and heavier, we'll talk about the design in a second, but they've doubled the battery, which makes it by far the biggest battery in terms of gaming handhelds, and it addresses the biggest issue I think most of us had with the original Ally. Does it mean we get double the battery? Yes, in some situations, but we'll come to all the performance benchmarks in a second. Plus, you can increase the power limit for a higher FPS and still get a better battery life overall. It's a genuine game changer, or should I say game lengthener. They've also doubled the storage. We now have 1TB built in here, plus of course you can expand it via micro SD, and the internal SSD is now a standard size 2280 PCIe 4 M2 drive. So you have way more and a lot cheaper upgrade options, including up to 8TB. There's also extra RAM, 24GB of the stuff, up from 16, which is also about 16% faster, plus there's a new USB 4 Type-C port for fast transfers, for connecting to external monitors, and of course for external graphics cards. Although that is still a very expensive option, and you will have a lot of bottlenecks here, but it is more practical than the old XG mobile port that I'm pretty sure no one really used. Plus, the front-firing speakers are louder, charging is up from 65 watts to 100 watts, although you'll need a 100 watt compatible charger, and new fans improve the airflow and make the Ally X up to 24% quieter. As for the design, well again, it's an evolution of the original Ally, very familiar, but a few tweaks and refinements, and I do like this new stealth black look. It's definitely going to get less grubby than the original white Ally. Would have been nice if it came in both options. They are still selling this, by the way. You don't have to go for the new Ally X because it is a bit more expensive. Although, at the same time, it does now look a bit anonymous amongst the other chunky black rectangular handhelds. I mean, holding them side by side, the X does feel a little bit chunkier and slightly heavier, but you can't really tell unless you are holding them like this. It doesn't change how portable this is. And certainly next to the Legion Go, it is still pretty compact. The grips are comfortable, but still a bit shallow, so your hold isn't as secure as on some of the others. Also, the two Aura RGB thumbsticks now have a more weighted, more resistive feel, which helps gauge your movements more accurately, and there's a sort of narrower but deeper indent with a thicker textured edge grip, which does keep your thumb a little bit more securely centered. And apparently they're now rated for 5 million use cycles, up from 2 million on the old one. There's also just way more feedback from the face buttons, thanks to a longer travel. You really do feel the click now, and also the matte finish on the D-pad makes it grippier than the glossy one from before. And the triggers are a bit chunkier and easier to use as well. Altogether then, a nice refinement. It does feel and look a bit more premium than before, although still no touchpad, which I know a lot of people do love, especially for games that work well with a mouse, something we do get on the Steam Deck OLED and Legion Go. The headphone jack and also the previously troublesome micro SD card reader have swapped to the right hand side, plus there's the double USB-Cs. One is the faster USB 4, and the other is a slightly slower USB 3.2 Gen 2. Like all handhelds though, it is still, plasticky and not the most premium thing in the whole world. But let's talk about battery life, because that is by far the biggest reason to pick up an Ally X. Because a bigger battery gives you options. You can either play your games for longer, but it's also the ability to dial up to 25 watts turbo mode or even a higher custom setting and not worry that it's going to be all out of juice in under an hour. So the power presets give a target TDP, for example the 17 watt performance mode on the X. But once you factor in all the other system power draws, it's actually running at over 30 watts, and the top end 30 watt turbo mode actually draws over 40 watts. And with the 40 watt hour battery in the old Ally, that meant maybe an hour of gaming at most. So the big question is, how much longer does this last? Well, I fired up F123 because for some reason F124 didn't actually work initially on this, although I'm sure we'll get an update soon, and running at 720p with 50% brightness and using the more frugal but still very capable 17 watt performance mode, the Ally X lasted a full 3 hours, which is over twice as long as the original Ally, even though that was using a lower 15 watt TDP mode. The Steam Deck OLED lasted 2 hours 15, the MSI Claw 2 hours, and the Legion Go from Lenovo lasted 1 hour 45. So the Ally X is way out ahead. And if you're playing in the 13 watt silent mode in less demanding games, you can easily get 4 to 5 hours. And setting the FPS limiter to 30, 45 or 60 FPS is a great way to extend the battery life. So big thumbs up for the battery life. Well done, Asus. But let's talk about this screen. Which shouldn't take too long because, as I say, it's exactly the same as the original Ally. 7 inches, full HD, 16:9 display. And the jumping in clarity, playing at 1080p versus the 800p on the Steam Deck is quite significant. It's noticeably sharper. That said, the step up to 1600p on the Legion Go feels like an even bigger jump, although you can only get playable frame rates at that resolution in much less demanding games. Also, maxing out the 120Hz display can be a bit tricky with this processor running high-end games, but again, if you're running simpler games like Minecraft, then if you can play at 1080p and get 120Hz, it looks amazing. And like before, one of the big selling points of the Ally is it's the only mainstream handheld to have VRR, or a variable refresh rate, especially demanding games, which have more fluctuating frame rates, feel a lot smoother to play. And it means you don't have to lock your frame rate to 30 or 60 to get a more consistent experience. Although for an IPS level screen, the viewing angles aren't particularly great, nothing like as good as the Steam Deck OLED screen. Would I have liked an OLED screen? Yes. Would I have taken OLED and given up VRR? That's a tougher one, and the 500 nits of brightness is fine, although it would have been nice to go a little bit higher for gaming outdoors. While nothing's really changed here in terms of the screen, and the competitors do offer different advantages, like Legion Go is 144Hz and high resolution, whereas the Steam Deck is OLED, I think this combination of 1080p, this size, having VRR, is still a very nice option. And I suspect Asus are holding some upgrades back for a possible Ally 2 next year. Okay, so as I fire up Cyberpunk here, let's talk about performance, because as I say, this is using the same Z1 Extreme chip as the higher end model of the original Ally. No new Ryzen architecture here. Unfortunately, I think maybe we'll see that on the next gen version. So in terms of the processor, we shouldn't be seeing much improvement in performance, but we do have more and faster RAM, which should translate to a slightly improved performance, or at least a smoother performance overall. In the ARM Recreate menu, you have 3 power presets. You've got the 13 watt silent, 17 watt performance, and the 25 watt turbo, although this jumps to 30 watts when it's plugged in. And there's also custom modes for tweaking. Now in Cyberpunk, using the Steam Deck preset running at 720p, I got around 21 FPS using the 13 watt mode, 35 FPS at 17 watts, and a 45 FPS average at 25 watt turbo. So the turbo mode is definitely the sweet spot for playing more demanding games like this. And I think with that bigger battery, I do feel more comfortable running and playing at this, knowing that I'm going to get, a couple of hours of battery rather than under an hour. And that's a big deal. It's kind of the whole point of its LAX, because it's changed my relationship with the performance of the handheld completely. Playing games like this at these settings with this wattage on any other handheld feels like you're asking to kill the battery life. And the bump up to 24 gigs of faster RAM and some other optimizations gives us a boost of around 1 to 5% in most games. It's not significant, although there were some outliers, but this is more about the original Ally being slow. In most games I tested though, the Ally X is appreciably faster than the Steam Deck OLED, and like the other Windows handhelds, lets you take advantage of the high resolution and the higher refresh rates. Oh, and just a quick mention of AMD's FSR 3.1, which is a pretty big deal for handheld, because with this latest version of their upscaling tech, it also now includes frame generation, meaning extra AI-generated frames to improve your FPS but without being more demanding for the hardware. It's kind of like a free performance upgrade, and I hope more games will implement it soon. And remember, you can always use your handheld for streaming games, in the likes of GeForce Now, or Xbox Cloud Gaming, or even streaming from your PlayStation, although you will need a fast and reliable internet connection.
Now all that out in the kitchen. Wouldn't be here otherwise.
I must admit, I'm also quite impressed by the speakers. They are definitely louder and punchier than the original Ally. I still recommend a pair of headphones though, and sometimes I've noticed when the frame rate can still get a bit choppy, the sound can also stutter a little bit. But with all that said, as nice as this is, and with all the refinements, it is still a Windows 11 based handheld, which of course they all are, except for the Steam Deck, and it's a bit of a love-hate relationship. I mean, it's got a little bit better, there are slightly fewer bugs than when the first generation of these handhelds came out a year or so ago, but it's still a full-fat Windows 11 PC running with ASUS's ROG Armoury Crate software on top. And while on the plus side, of course, it gives you access to all the game libraries, not just Steam, it does also mean you're going to get crashes and bugs, and you're going to have to fiddle around with the silly little Windows keyboard and things like that. Luckily, the Armoury Crate UI boots up after login and also gets its own dedicated shortcut button. So most of the time you'll be in here or one of the other game libraries, and hopefully avoiding the Windows desktop. The good news though is that it is only getting better over time. There was quite a big update to the Armoury Crate which launched with the Ally X and also came to the original Ally, so it's good to see them supporting both devices. Sometimes you'll be using this and want to pull your hair out and be like, why has it done that? Has it crashed? And you have to sort of go down to the home start menu and long press on the icon and go back to it because it's running in the background but gone to a black screen, so I'll have to, let's do it now, go back to that. It is frustrating sometimes, but that's a Windows issue really, and ASUS, like the other companies with the other handhelds, have done their best to make the UI on top and everything else they can possibly do to make this the most streamlined experience possible. And most of the time it works fine. We do have to talk about SD card gate, the controversy around SD cards essentially not quite melting but being destroyed in the original Ally. It didn't happen to everyone, but there were enough cases that it became a bit of a, issue. Now, I've spoken to ASUS directly about this, their internal technical marketing team, and I've been told that a few units of the original Ally, there was an issue with the circuitry not ideal. Now, this was rectified, I was told, a few months after launch, fairly quickly, and so this is no longer a current issue with Allies, and so I'm pretty confident that it's not going to be an issue with the Ally X either. The screen did get pretty hot though. I measured around 42 degrees Celsius after a few minutes using it in 25 watt turbo mode, and it's hotter than I'd like. Although most of the time you're not really using the screen, so it's not the end of the world. So that is the ROG Ally X, and for me this is by far the most complete Windows gaming handheld you can buy. Mostly because of that bigger battery, but it is just a nice refinement all round. But it is also $800, it's quite a lot of money, and fundamentally, yes, while it'll last a little bit longer and it's a bit nicer to use, a bit cooler, a bit quieter, easy to upgrade the storage, it's not fundamentally different from the original Ally. And I think for most people, still, the Steam Deck is probably the better option. Mostly just down to the software, it's also a bit cheaper, and I do kind of like this less glossy OLED screen. Either way, if you do buy yourself an Ally X, you're going to have a great time, and I will do a full comparison, a full roundup of all the options in my big buying guide video, so make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you've got any questions about the Ally X, drop a comment below, let me know what you make of this. Thank you very much for watching, guys, and I'll see you next time right here on the Tech Chat. And it's frozen. Can't do anything.
We came back in the room.
Great.
28 World
What's up,
Series
everyone?
titles.
Welcome back to Consumer Picks. I'm your host, and for the past 6 months, I've been testing handheld gaming consoles everywhere. Airplanes, coffee shops, my couch when the TV was taken, and basically anywhere I could sneak in some gaming time. My bag has been a revolving door of portable gaming devices. My battery pack collection has tripled. But I finally know which handheld consoles actually deliver great gaming experiences and which ones are just expensive ways to drain your battery while barely running games. The handheld gaming market has exploded recently, with everything from dedicated streaming devices to full PC powerhouses that fit in your pocket. The promise is console quality gaming anywhere, but the reality is that many of these devices compromise performance for portability or promise features they can't actually deliver. I've tested everything from Nintendo's latest to PC gaming monsters, focusing on real-world gaming performance, battery life, comfort, and whether you'll actually want to game on these things for hours. Before we dive in, all the links to these consoles and any deals I found are down in the description. Let's get portable. I've been testing the Lenovo Legion Go S for 4 months, and it represents a streamlined approach that fixes many issues with the original Legion Go. The smaller, lighter design is significantly more ergonomic for extended gaming sessions. The AMD Ryzen Z 2 Go processor provides solid performance improvements, and the 8-inch screen with VRR support delivers smooth visuals. The battery life genuinely impressed me, nearly 9 hours for video and over 90 minutes for intensive gaming. The decision to remove detachable controllers disappointed some enthusiasts, but the result is a much more solid, cohesive device. The improved ergonomics make long gaming sessions comfortable rather than endurance tests. For gamers who prioritize battery life and comfort over experimental features, this delivers exact
I think I'm gonna go to bed.
My biggest gripe with PC handhelds that aren't Steam Decks isn't that they're not Steam Decks, it's that they run Windows instead of SteamOS. Windows just isn't made for such a small screen, and especially when you are trying to control something when it has controls on the side, all of the intuitiveness goes out the window because 90% of the time you can't accomplish anything without having to reach over and touch the screen for something. A perfect example of this is the Lenovo Legion Go S. The Windows version I would never recommend, but the SteamOS version I would recommend because it's just such a better experience. But Microsoft has been promising to fix the UI issues with Windows for about a year at this point and make the controller a first-class citizen on their operating system. Well, now we have the...
So the fact that we came from this to this is freaking awesome. So this right here is a giant gaming handheld that is almost 4 times more powerful than the Steam Deck. Take a look at Monster Hunter. The Steam Deck struggles to hit 30 FPS, right? Now look at this machine. It's not even a competition. Look at this freaking frame rate, and we're on high settings too. Now this is where it gets crazy. This handheld isn't a dedicated handheld like the ROG Ally X, Steam Deck, Legion Go. What I've done is I've turned it into one with just one simple controller model. I'll show you how it works. It's super easy. But what you're seeing here, this is the ROG Flow Z13, and they're completely sold out at the moment for a very good specific reason. I mean, this thing is straight up just a freaking tablet. And then it's a laptop, right? And then it's a console. But the main reason why this is being sold out and why so many people want it is because of the new AMD chip inside of it. So it's got the new AI HX 395, and what this means is it's so freaking powerful that there's no graphics card inside of it. The processor is so strong that it does everything by itself, which means that you don't have to rely on an RTX graphics card inside your laptop to do the gaming performance. And what this means is that you can get away with like a thinner tablet, as well as better battery performance. By the way, this isn't a sponsored video, okay? And this is a handheld dedicated channel. Please tell me if there's something you think I could fix to make the videos better. Genuinely, let me know. I want to be good at this, but thank you. And to put the power of this bad boy into perspective here, I have yet to come across any limits with gaming. A good example is Stalker 2, right? This game tends to like totally overpower mid to lower end PCs, and it takes a beefy machine to rip this game. But as you can see here, we're getting a steady, clean frames per second, and the game is completely playable. I'm playing at a higher resolution, it's very smooth, the frame rate works with AMD, you know, you've got all the stuff to give you a good, clean gaming experience. And so what I'm trying to show you is that there is no game that I've been playing that is telling me that I shouldn't be playing, right? There's just complete peace of mind when it comes to performance. So the crazy thing is that, like, if I take this off, so the way it's set up is when you're not plugged in the wall and you go to your operating mode, you can only do performance. Turbo isn't like truly turbo, but this isn't even the highest freaking, you know, TDP. So if I plug this in like that, and then you saw like right there, turbo will unlock. I click it. Now we're getting 120 frames per second on Monster Hunter high settings. The fans turn up, and the performance is desktop PC performance. But when you unplug it, it instantly goes to performance mode. You can't go back to turbo. Which the crazy part is
This is the ROG Xbox Ally. It's the latest collaboration between Asus and Xbox to make a PC handheld that's meant to feel much closer to the experience of a more traditional gaming-focused handheld. This, along with the cheaper model, are fully releasing tomorrow. This one was actually sent to me in advance by Asus, so thank you very much to them for that. You might also notice that my unit has a little bit extra going on. There's a case on it. This is the new kill switch case.
The first devices that ship with that new Windows experience, and I've been putting them through their paces for about a week at this point. So if you didn't know, we're talking about the Xbox ROG Ally, which ships with the Z2A chipset, and the Xbox ROG Ally X, which ships with the Z2 Extreme chipset. The only other device out there right now that ships with the Z2 Extreme chipset is the Lenovo Legion Go 2. And I will say, I did run into a few problems with the white one. That's the Ally, not the Ally X. I don't necessarily think that these problems that I ran into are related to power, and I will talk more about those problems later on in the video. And even though I am personally more interested in how the software side of things has been, I'll say, fixed on Windows, I'm still going to go through and discuss all of the things that I would normally discuss in any hardware review. So if that sounds good, get comfortable, get subscribed, and let's get started. So let's jump in with my first impressions, and then I want to talk about what the setup process is like. When I first pulled this out of the box, one of the first things that I noticed is just how comfortable this thing is in the hands. These handles, they really make a big difference over, say, the ROG Ally X, which doesn't quite have those handles. It feels more flat. These handles give it more of a curved feel to it, which makes it feel a lot more comfortable than the original one. I will say the Steam Deck is still far more comfortable, and I don't know if it's because of the curves or because this is just so much lighter. The weight difference between these two, I wouldn't have thought it was nearly as significant as it is, but you can absolutely feel it. I would say the curves go or the handles go a long way towards making it feel a lot more easy to hold, and when I'm playing it, it's absolutely fine. But when you set it down and grab a Steam Deck and hold that in your hand, you're just like, oh my god, this is so much easier to hold than the Xbox Ally X, if that makes sense. On the left-hand side, you've got your joystick and D-pad, as well as your Xbox button, Armory Crate, and your View button. On the right-hand side, we've got our face buttons. Our other joystick is down below the face buttons, and then we have our menu button, as well as our library button. We're going to talk more about the controls later on in the video. I really like how the front of it has this Xbox and ROG kind of alternating pattern along the front. I think it looks really, really nice, especially when the light is reflecting off of it. On the bottom, they don't actually have any inputs down here. Everything is up on the top. So let's take a look at the top. First off, if you look over here, we've got dual USB ports, which is great. One of them is a Thunderbolt port, and then the other is just for charging. We have our charging light that tells you when we're charging, and then an LED that tells us when it's actually like turned on. Then we've got our volume buttons. It looks like we have 3 exhaust ports on here. I'm assuming that this exhaust port is to help cool the screen, and then these 2 exhaust ports are feeding through the air that's coming in through the vents on the back. Then we have our SD card reader, as well as our 3.5mm headphone jack and our power button, which doubles as a fingerprint reader. I will say on the black one, I had absolutely no problem getting my fingerprint registered. The white one kept telling me that I was doing it wrong when I was doing everything exactly the same. I just kept doing, touching it and releasing and touching and releasing. And it took me, I'm going to say about 5 minutes to get it to register my fingerprint. That said, the fingerprint reader works now, and all I have to do is push the button and put my fingerprint there, and then sure enough, it logs me in without having to use a code or anything, which is great. I think between the 2 of them, I definitely like the looks of the black one better, especially because of the reflection of the little pattern that you have on the side here. So once you turn it on for the first time, you're greeted with the normal workflow that you do whenever you're setting up Windows for the first time, except it actually works with the controller. Like, I was able to navigate through the windows and basically press the A button to confirm things instead of using the touchscreen for the most part. About halfway through, I did need to reach over and hit the touchscreen, and I think what happened is that it lost focus, like which window I was touching. Even though there was only one window on the screen, it was like there was a window that was in the background that was getting all of my inputs. So all I did was tap the screen, but then once I hit that button, I was able to complete the rest of the setup without using the touch screen at all, even when I had to input things. And I will say this, I very much like the keyboard that they have on here over the keyboard on the Steam Deck. The one on the Steam Deck has these offset keys where the different rows they're not lined up vertically with each other, and that never made sense to me. On the new Windows keyboard, everything is in a grid, and so when I push up, I know exactly where the control is going to go. On SteamOS, when I'm using the keyboard and I push up on the D-pad, let's say I'm on the S, I don't know if it's going to go up to the W or up to the E, and that's a little bit frustrating, but it certainly isn't a deal breaker. Now, I will say I still had a ton of different places where I had to do updates. So on SteamOS, you basically just update one thing, and then it updates everything that needs to be updated. On Windows, I had to update the My ASUS app, and then I had to update the Armory Crate app, and then I had to update the Windows, just Windows updates. After I did that, I had to go into the Microsoft Store and update apps through there, and then I had to update the Xbox app. That's 5 different places where I had to go and find updates, and that's kind of a pain in the ass, and I'm not a huge fan of that. ASUS has said that once I've done all of these updates, if I just reset the device and go back to factory settings, the initial setup process should be easier, but that doesn't answer my question about what's it going to be like once they ship new updates to these devices, not when you first get them out of the box, but later on down the line. Am I still going to have to go through all of those different places? I don't have the answer to that yet, but I really hope that it's just one update through Windows or something, and that I don't have to update everything else. If that's the case, great job, Microsoft. If not, come on, guys, you can do better than that. Now that I've got everything updated, let's jump into the Microsoft full screen experience. I'll show you what that's like, and then after that, I'm going to show you how Sleep Wake works on these. Pressing the Xbox button brings up the new game bar. Here you have 10 icons moving from left to right, starting with Command Center. This is essentially Armory Crate, which we kind of already used from other ASUS devices. but now it's been integrated directly into the Xbox game bar. I do hope that other manufacturers will be able to put their own command center in here so that it isn't just limited to Asus devices. This lets you switch between power modes. On the white one, you have Silent, which is 6 watts, Performance, which is 15 watts, and Turbo, which is 20 watts. On the black one, you're going to get 13 watts, 17 watts, and Turbo is 25 watts. But when you plug it in, it'll automatically boost that turbo mode all the way up to 35 watts. Here is where you can change your control mode. You can set it to gamepad, desktop, or auto. I did have to switch to desktop a couple of times in just the last couple of days, so it is important to know where it is. Then you have game profiles, which is where you can remap your controls. It's great that you can do this, but it isn't anywhere near as powerful as Steam Input. But that would be a pretty heavy lift because Valve has been working on Steam Input for about a decade now. I really look forward to seeing what you will be able to do in there, especially with more updates down the line, and I might make another video about that. So the next icon brings up the keyboard, but most of the time it just pops up automatically when you need it, which is great. Then we have our real-time monitoring menu. You have 4 options: off, minimal, row, and square. Again, this isn't as detailed as what we have in the most intense version of the performance overlay on SteamOS, but it works, and you can see the most important information without a bunch of extra clutter. If you want something better than this, you could always install Afterburner, which is awesome once you configure it right. On the next row down, we have the FPS limiter as well as the AMD RSR, which I never use. Then I think this button is inactive right now. I don't know what it does. I couldn't figure it out. But then we have our resolution switcher. So you can switch between 720p, 900p, and 1080p resolutions very quickly. On the left, we can control brightness as well as volume. Of course, you can also adjust the volume on the buttons on the top. Next up, we have our home button. This will take you quickly to different launchers you have installed. I really like this. Hell, I might even install the Epic Game Store on this. Who am I kidding? I'm not going to do that. The gear icon gives you access to turn the microphone on and off, and another spot to bring up your keyboard. But like I said earlier, most of the time when you need it, it just pops up automatically, which is great. You can also exit the new full screen experience here and get back to the Windows desktop if you need to. And then if you want to come back, it'll ask you if you want to reboot, and you should do that because it's going to free up some resources that would otherwise give you a small performance hit. You'll also see here your power, network, Bluetooth, airplane mode, and loads of other options. Next to the gear icon is your friends list. Then audio controls, and I love this in the audio controls. You can control apps individually, which is fantastic. You can even favorite certain apps. Next to that is your screenshots that you've captured, and after that another performance tab. Why they have 2 of these, I'm not really sure. Maybe it's if you're using another device that doesn't have Armory Crate. 2 icons left. We have Microsoft Copilot, which is Microsoft's AI slop, and then there's the widgets. This is really cool. You can add in Spotify so you can listen to music while you're playing. I don't use Spotify, but you can subscribe to my podcast on Spotify so you can check out the latest episode of Nerd Nest each and every week. Next episode, I'm sure we're going to be talking about this device extensively. Alright, with that, let's move on to the actual controllers. When Microsoft first unveiled the Xbox Ally X, I looked at it and said, okay, those controls look almost identical to the controls of the ROG Ally X. But I was wrong about that. Everything on this seems just a little bit improved over the original. The Xbox Ally X has a little more resistance to the joystick. It feels really good. I especially like that it has like this ring around it with like this textured grip to it. It feels really good, and it's got a nice spot for your thumb to sit in. The face buttons, I didn't even notice this until just now. If you look at the face buttons on the white one, they are color-coded, so you have, the green, red, blue, and yellow. On the original ROG Ally X, we've got kind of a different color coding to them. These ones just have kind of a reddish-brown hue to them instead of being color-coded. That's just an aesthetic choice, but I think it's interesting for sure. These buttons, they feel a lot clickier than they did on the original ROG Ally X. Then we have our D-pad, which works very well for just about everything. However, I will say in fighting games, I definitely struggled getting I usually really like this shield or disc style D-pad, and I really struggled to get off my Shoryukens in Capcom versus Marvel Fighting Collection. So this D-pad, not great for fighting games for me. If I fired up Iron Meat and I tried to do the accidental diagonal test where you just kind of push down and then rock your finger back and forth, and it did pretty well with that. My character was not moving a whole bunch when I did that. On the back, we have our rear buttons, which are pretty much identical to the rear buttons on the ROG Ally X, but because the shape of the entire system is different, when I put my hands on this, and my middle fingers just automatically land right on those buttons. On this, when I put my hands on this and I tilt it back, my fingers actually land below those buttons. So I would have liked to see these buttons on the back move down just a little bit. And it's because these handles force your hands into a slightly different configuration. It's extremely comfortable, as I said earlier in the video, but that is something to keep in mind. That could also be a good thing, meaning you're less likely to hit these things by accident, so something else to keep in mind. The triggers have a nice texture to them, and they feel pretty good. They have a decent flow. I like how far you can actually pull that trigger. I would have loved to see some trigger stops on the back here, so you could alternate between full pull like that or just having digital triggers. The shoulder buttons, I have absolutely no complaints about. When it comes to all of the extra buttons, we've got our start and select or menu and view buttons as we usually do. Then up here we have our armory crate button, and here we have our library button, and then we have the dedicated Xbox button. If I were redesigning this, I think that I would move the start or the menu button up here to where the library button is, and I would take that library button and put it down here instead. And the reason why is whenever I go to hit that start button, you can see that my thumb hits the joystick at the same time. I don't like that. And the same thing happens on this side. It doesn't happen when I'm hitting these buttons over here, but when I reach over to hit the Xbox button, my thumb is touching that joystick, and I don't like that. So what I would do in that case is I would take the view button, move it up to where the armory crate button is, and then take the Xbox button and the armory crate button and move them down here instead, so that I could just reach down to push those buttons instead of up and over the joysticks. It's not a big deal because you're not usually, doing intense motions or anything like that in a game when you're hitting the start button or the Xbox button. So it certainly isn't a deal breaker, but it is a design choice that I wish that they had made differently. Now, one big difference between these two models are the triggers. The triggers on this are just regular triggers with no haptic feedback. On the black version, these triggers have haptic feedback, which if you're used to playing games on Xbox, you've probably experienced plenty of times. You'll definitely feel this when you're playing a game like Forza Horizon 5, for example. When you are driving, you will feel some force feedback in the triggers. But having used, like the DualSense controller or the DualSense Edge controller, that haptic feedback on those controllers is so much better that I could not care less about them putting that in this one. And I don't think it's worth the extra cost, because this one does cost extra. And one of the things that they say why it costs extra is because of those triggers. Make it a little cheaper, get rid of that extra feature, or, you know what, maybe I'm wrong and everybody else loves it and I just don't care about it, and that's fine too. One of the biggest problems that people have with gaming on Windows is sleep-wake functionality. Basically, when you use a Steam Deck or a Nintendo Switch and you're done playing a game, you can just hit power and set it down, walk away, and as long as it's not an online game that connects to servers, then when you come back and turn it back on, you're going to be right back where you left off. Windows has never worked this way until now, because I think Microsoft actually was able to fix sleep-wake functionality in Windows. So I tested it for different lengths of time, starting with a 10-minute test. And I'm looking at my notes here. I was sitting at my desk, and after 3 minutes of just it sitting here off, I heard this weird whooshing